The next moment, the girl fell silent, feeling her legs tremble treacherously, threatening to give way at any moment. It was at that moment that a pair of eyes with sparkling golden irises, filled with pure fury, looked at her. Padme suddenly realized that her life was now completely at the mercy of the man across from her, and all the palace guards could do nothing to protect her. That gaze chilled her to the bone, evoking the primal terror of a prey facing the open jaws of a predator. "Out of the way," Revan said shortly, curbing the rage burning within him. Not only did the Queen retreat, but everyone present in the blink of an eye formed a free passage to the only unlocked door. "Request, Master?" NK spoke up, awaiting orders. "Stay with them," Revan ordered without even looking at the droid. And a moment later, he was already rushing down to the hangar, mentally turning to the great power. If only I could make it in time. The ancient Jedi ran headlong, barely aware of his surroundings. All he cared about now was whether he'd spent too much time up there. The image of the crimson blade piercing Qui-Gon's chest kept popping into his mind. It wasn't that he'd developed a strong attachment to Jin, but the Jedi was, so far, the only member of the Order who didn't evoke any negative thoughts. He was wise and not close-minded, and most importantly, he knew how to keep secrets. Once in the hangar, Revan listened to his senses, trying to sense the right direction. "Here," he whispered to himself, jumping up from his place. The Force led him deeper into the palace complex, down the passages, somewhere towards the power plant that supplied power to the monarch's residence and the surrounding areas. Rushing into a spacious chamber with numerous suspended walkways and viaducts, Revan noticed a flash in the distance. Looking closer, he discerned two figures, one black, one white. Red and green lightsabers clashed furiously, striving to reach the vulnerable flesh of their wielders. However, both adversaries skillfully blocked each other's attacks, increasing their tempo. A little further away, Revan made out Obi-Wan rushing to help his mentor. Taking several deep breaths to oxygenate his muscles, Revan called upon the Force and applied acceleration. Ahead of him, Maul, showered with blows, retreated along some corridor with numerous force fields that turned off at regular intervals. "Avner?" Obi-Wan cried out in surprise as Revan retreated. He was just a moment away from reaching Qui-Gon when the barriers activated, dividing the corridor into isolated sections. Obi-Wan, Revan, Qui-Gon, and Maul found themselves separated from each other. Judging by the frequency with which the barriers were being activated and deactivated, the former Jedi estimated they had a few minutes to catch their breath and recuperate. Jin was only a few force fields away, about 10 meters, and the Ancient knew he would have time to help him no matter what. Unlike Kenobi. For some reason, the Padawan didn't use acceleration, perhaps to conserve his strength. However, at this rate, he wouldn't be able to reach the combatants while the fields were down. The only remaining issue was how Revan could communicate with Maul alone. The former Dark Lord had many questions for the Sith apprentice. As soon as the barriers were disabled, the gifted ones again rushed out of their places. The Zabrak's furious grin turned to surprise as a silver blade was added to the green one. Working in tandem with Jin, whose style he was unfamiliar with, proved difficult. Therefore, Revan did not activate his second blade, narrowing his attack arc to avoid hitting his ally. Maul skillfully blocked both blades and moved with surprising fluidity. The former Jedi even thought that this acolyte hadn't wasted any time and had spent the past few days analyzing his mistakes. The Zabrak used his anger to strengthen his body and did it much better than he had on Tatooine. Talented lad, Revan thought as there was a pause in the battle. Qui-Gon, it turned out, missed the blow and earned a wound on his left hand. Several scorch marks were clearly visible on Maul's clothing, but it was clear that the green blade had never reached his flesh. "Jedi scum," the Zabrak spat angrily. "And this is said by a horned freak who can't even comprehend the essence of the power he uses?" Revan said mockingly, casually tossing the hilt of his sword into the air. "Do you even know which side of the blade to hold?" Roaring in rage, Maul charged, only to be met with a kick and the sharp swing of a silver blade that caught one of the horns on the Sith apprentice's head. "A lesson for the future," the ancient said calmly, throwing the severed bone appendage into a wide shaft in the center of the hall. "Emotions are a double-edged sword." Jin gave a slight smile at Revan's comment and stood next to him. Maul, hissing like a snake, lunged forward and wedged himself into the gap between the opponents. Revan snorted in displeasure, realizing that Qui-Gon's presence was impeding him. He had to strike carefully, lest he hit his ally. Meanwhile, Jin couldn't demonstrate his full abilities for a similar reason. Moreover, the wound on his arm was increasingly distracting him. Maul managed to surprise them. During another pirouette, he suddenly launched a shockwave under their feet, catching Revan and his ally off guard. Both were thrown in opposite directions. The Zabrak lunged towards the weaker target, intending to finish off Qui-Gon. Jin barely managed to get to his feet when a hail of furious blows rained down on him. The crimson blade moved with lightning speed, constantly changing direction. Maul suddenly caught the Jedi with a feint and struck him in the face with the hilt. Jin momentarily lost his bearings, which his opponent took advantage of. The blood-red blade rushed toward the man's chest, but the triumphant expression vanished from the Sith's face when he realized something had stopped his lightsaber. The blade had entered the Jedi's body, but not deep enough to damage his heart. Qui-Gon instinctively flinched away from the source of the pain and dropped his lightsaber, falling to one knee. A hoarse groan escaped his throat, indicating a punctured lung. This fight was over for him, but at least the Jedi's life was out of danger. Maul looked with disbelief at Revan, who stood at the opposite end of the room, with his hand extended in the direction of the enemy. "I made it," thought the former Jedi, holding Maul's lightsaber with the Force. Realizing he had been thwarted, the Zabrak became enraged and completely forgot about the vulnerable target before him, turning to Revan and regaining control of the weapon. "How dare you!" he growled, his golden irises flashing. "Surprisingly, it's easy," the Ancient One chuckled. The dark side adept charged at the enemy with a warlike roar. Revan instantly became serious and ignited his second blade, meeting the Zabrak. A brief exchange of blows ended with the more experienced former Jedi clamping the lightsaber between his blades, forcing a clinch. "I have a couple of questions for you, Acolyte," he hissed in Maul's face. "I have nothing to talk to you about, Jedi." Revan just chuckled, breaking the distance. Channeling the Force through his lightsaber, he swatted away the Zabrak who lunged at him. A powerful shockwave erupted from the blade, knocking Maul off his feet and slamming him into the wall. The disoriented enemy fell to his knees, gasping for air, when Kenobi, finally breaking through, rushed toward him. The Padawan swung his sword, intending to finish off the Dark Adept, but the hand with the activated blue blade stopped abruptly. "Don't interfere," Revan ordered in a commanding tone, lifting the boy into the air and throwing him towards Qui-Gon. "You better keep an eye on your teacher." The Padawan jumped to his feet and wanted to rush back into battle, but Jin's hoarse voice stopped him. "No need, Obi-Wan. This isn't our fight anymore." Kenobi hesitated for a moment, until he met the Ancient One's gaze. He merely shook his head slightly, and the young Padawan instantly understood the consequences of disobeying this order. The blue blade hissed as it retracted into the hilt, and the apprentice focused on examining his master's wounds. Revan, meanwhile, slowly approached the Zabrak. With every step, palpable waves of the Force emanated from him, and the cloak draped over his shoulders fluttered behind him like wings. The presence of this sentient being was overwhelming. His superiority was undeniable. But the Zabrak, blinded by rage, didn't see it. He grabbed his lightsaber and charged again. The blows were powerful and swift. The young Sith was strong, Qui-Gon, watching the fight, noted to himself that he wasn't sure he could have withstood such an onslaught. However, no matter how unexpected the angles of attack, no matter how swift the young Zabrak, the scarlet sword invariably encountered an insurmountable wall of defense. Gradually, Maul began to realize the futility of his attempts, and when Revan once again threw his enemy aside, the young Sith could not stand it.
"Why?" he cried, with a clear desperation in his voice. "Why can't I defeat you, Jedi?"
Revan swung his swords, drawing an intricate pattern in the air. "I already told you about the staff's shortcomings," he answered calmly, playing with the blades. Maul's eyes widened, staring at his opponent. Recognition flashed in his gaze. The former Jedi burst out laughing. "Were you so blinded by your emotions that you didn't even recognize me?" The Zabrak opened his mouth hesitantly, but then closed it again. "The Hutt is with her, with the mask. But my blades, you should have recognized them." Revan raised his lightsabers to chest level, revealing their distinctive carved hilts. "Lord?" Maul whispered, half questioningly, half affirmatively. "I see your memory is returning to you." The interlocutor tilted his head slightly to the side. The Zabrak wanted to say something, but suddenly fell silent.
"I had a request for you," Revan reminded, "which you ignored."
Maul perked up, fear evident in his eyes. However, he still activated his sword and assumed a defensive stance. "I cannot betray my master, my mentor," he said, trying to muster up courage or turn his fear into strength. The ancient Sith launched 3 successive force blasts at the Zabrak. He managed to block 2 of them, but the third knocked him down again. "What kind of teacher is this?" Revan began, lifting his opponent into the air. "What doesn't he teach?" Maul crashed back into the wall. The former Jedi advanced on him in 3 strides and kicked him onto his back. The Zabrak attempted to ward off his attack with his lightsaber, but Revan sliced through the staff's hilt with a quick swing, damaging one of the emitters. Without giving his opponent time to ignite the blade on the remaining end of the staff, he tore the weapon from Maul's hands with the force and pinned the fallen foe to the floor with his foot.
"How can you be so weak at your age, and with such potential?" Revan asked quietly, as if to himself. "Peace, it's a lie," the Zabrak croaked. The Ancient One snorted, increasing the pressure. "Do you even understand the meaning of these words?" the former Dark Lord snorted. "Do you understand the path of the dark side?" "Power," the Zabrak whispered. "Fool," Revan shook his head. "What you call strength is only a pale shadow of the power that the dark side holds." A lightning bolt passed through the Ancient One's body without causing any harm. For a Sith, the Force is a weapon, a tool, not a guide. A true Sith will never allow emotions to turn him into a mindless animal, driven by instinct alone. He will harness them, transform them into his own power, and cast down those who stand in the way of his goal. This is our true freedom. Revan, without even realizing it, had identified himself with the Sith by the end of his speech. He knew much about the Force, and understood it like no one else. And with this understanding of the Great Foundation, he was able to take a fresh look at the teachings of the Adepts, both dark and light. He suddenly realized that his talkativeness stemmed from an inexplicable desire to impart his knowledge, a desire to teach. At the edge of his consciousness, the Ancient One heard a short, melodic chuckle. Revan could have sworn the voice was female, and familiar. "Who are you?" came from somewhere below, bringing the former Sith back to the current situation. "My name is Revan, and that is my essence," the former Dark Lord replied without hesitation. The young dark side adept's eyes widened in surprise. He knew that name. Once, when he had managed to sneak into his mentor's chambers, he had stumbled upon the legend of the ancient lord in his master's writings.
Teach me, I ask. I beg. Lord Revan, the Zabrak croaked. Revan turned his gaze to his fallen foe. Maul looked at him with hope in his eyes. The Ancient One hesitated. Did he need an apprentice? If that vision was to be believed, then yes, absolutely, and more than one. However, teaching someone the ways of the Sith? Was that to his liking? Perhaps he should teach this Zabrak the light side. But there was far more darkness in his soul, and overcoming his essence would be very difficult. But what difference does it make? He knows better than anyone that the dark side is not evil. Neither darkness nor light can harm in themselves, and the dark side can be used for good. Wasn't this the balance the vision was trying to tell him about? Revan found the idea intriguing. Could he convey its meaning to his apprentice? Or apprentices? Would it finally be possible to reconcile the two sides of the Force and achieve the balance that legends said existed in ancient times on Tython? Interesting, he thought, removing his foot from the Zabrak's chest. On your knees, Revan ordered out loud. Maul obediently followed the instructions. Are you willing to voluntarily renounce your mentor and swear allegiance to your new master? The black blade rested on Maul's shoulder. Yes, Lord. Do you swear to serve me in word and deed, to heed my instructions, to accept my wisdom, and to follow my orders without question? The silver blade touched the other shoulder. Yes, Lord. From this moment on, your life belongs to me. All your actions will be carried out solely by my will. From now on, you are my apprentice. The blades crossed under the Zabrak's chin, forcing him to raise his head and look Revan in the eyes. Yes, teacher, he said, feeling the blades almost touch his skin. A sharp swing and two small burns remained on Maul's neck, like a thin strip of a torn collar. Stand up, student. The Zabrak rose, his shoulders squared proudly. Revan sensed his new disciple's sincere desire to serve and learn. He sought strength and power, but only to gain freedom. He had been a slave for too long, and if freedom meant changing masters, he was only too glad. However, it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on him. Traitor! Came from behind. Revan turned around. Kenobi stood with his lightsaber activated. You're a Sith, the Padawan stated the obvious. Revan chuckled. Jumping to conclusions is a sign of a narrow-minded person. You've been leading us on from the start, Obi-Wan persisted. Maul picked up the remains of his sword and activated the remaining blade, preparing to defend his new mentor. Back off, Revan stopped his apprentice. Go away and wait for my call. Just keep the comlink on this time. The ancient Sith tossed his new follower a communication device. Yes, sir, the Zabrak bowed, stepped back, and quickly left the hall. Where? Stop! Kenobi rushed to intercept. However, he didn't make it. Revan, instantly in his path, struck him with a powerful blow to the body, forcing the Padawan to turn back to his master, and doing so backwards. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon barked sternly, suppressing a cough that was trying to escape. Stop it. He's not our enemy. But he's a Sith, the student objected. That's not true, and I can vouch for him. He's not our enemy, the genie repeated again. The Padawan reluctantly complied, continuing to glare at Revan. Trespassers, a synthesized voice came from one of the entrances to the hall. Kenobi and the man he knew as Avner 1 prepared to engage the new wave of droids. However, the next moment, the mechanical soldier twitched strangely and froze, his head lowered. Revan walked up to him, never lowering his lightsaber, and gently pushed him in the chest. The droid lurched, then toppled over helplessly. "Disconnected," Kenobi stated. "It looks like the fight is over," Revan grinned, placing his swords on his belt. All that remained was to take Anakin and get off this planet, preferably before the Council found out. Chapter 13.5 NK Nanny? Chapter 13.5
NK equals Nanny, the assassin droid, created back in the days of the Old Republic by Darth Revan himself, remained deadly even after thousands of years, and, thanks to its many years of experience and highly developed AI, was an order of magnitude superior to its younger counterparts. In the entire known galaxy, he hated only 3 things with all his electronic personality matrix: stupid sacks of meat, saving stupid sacks of meat, and doing nothing if there was a chance to engage in a firefight, even if it wasn't with sacks of meat. And the Master's order to protect a small sack of meat forced him to do nothing but do nothing. The triple blow to his emotion-simulating subroutines practically made the droid spark with indignation. He increasingly glanced at the object he was protecting with his crimson optical sensors, considering the tempting option of accidentally exposing the boy to a burst of fire from the droidica's rapid-fire blaster. But loyalty to the Master's orders stubbornly blocked this flow of calculations. The young organic himself only added fuel to the fire, aiming for the precise center of the best-covered area. Because of this, NK was forced to constantly drag the guarded target by the scruff of the neck to save cover, missing out on all the fun of the firefights. Even if they weren't particularly fun, for the Trade Federation droids proved remarkably damp, clumsy, and clearly flawed in their targeting systems. Otherwise, how can one explain the fact that a machine designed for combat, devoid of the imperfections of organic beings, moral issues, and the weaknesses of the flesh, missed a stationary target by a good half a meter from a distance of 10 paces? And this bucket on wheels, mistakenly called an astromech droid, is always getting in the way and behaves no better than Skywalker. NK even remembered his old friend T3M4 with a kind word. The little droid also loved to stick his flat head into the thick of things. Apparently, this R2-D2 can be counted among the followers of the recklessly brave astromech of old. Simply put, the cult of the heroic mechanic. And now, as soon as the Queen's guards blew up 2 AAT tanks covering the main gates of the palace hangar, the little meat sack rushed into the thick of things, following the equally restless young royal. The bucket, wasting no time, rustled in its wake. For almost a full second, which was an unusually long time for him, NK watched as the scarlet streaks of blaster bolts flew anywhere but at the running young troublemakers and the rather wide, albeit squat, barrel-shaped target, and he was finally convinced that the enemy droids were hopeless. Of course, the guardsmen weren't particularly combat-ready either, but expecting anything less from the self-defense forces of a peaceful planet, where the concept of an army was non-existent, and the guards served solely as honor guards, would have been simply foolish. However, the Jedi were rectifying the situation. They confidently advanced, covering not only the Queen, but also her warriors, slaughtering dozens of mechanical soldiers along the way. However, after assessing their actions, NK concluded that the Order's representatives were either holding back or lacked the level of training typical of Knights of the Old Republic. He used Padawans Juhani and Bastila as models. Talented, no doubt, but Padawans nonetheless. And from the assassin droid's perspective, they would have handled the matter much faster and more effectively. After all, the current Jedi somehow didn't even consider using the Force to disable the enemy droids. Even the Master's wife, back during their search for the Starforge, could easily short-circuit the control circuits of at least 5 droids at once. NK was about to make a caustic comment that would have assessed the actions of the Order members, as well as their training, origins, and obvious regression, but, after a quick glance at the broken formation of the enemy droids, he merely shook his head. I didn't want to criticize the meat sacks when their mechanical brethren had degraded to such a level. The little meat sack took advantage of this moment to get into more trouble, following his obsession with watching Jedi fight.
Irritated. 435 years of active service, the droid muttered, shooting off the head of one of the B-1s aimed at Anakin. 7,659 successful eliminations. A couple more shots leave through holes in the elongated muzzles of opponents. 2 galactic wars. A mechanical hand grabs Skywalker by the collar of his shirt and throws him behind the boxes stacked in 2 tiers along the row of N1 fighters. 16 local conflicts. A thermal detonator rolls into a crowd of B1. And finished. As a nanny. The droid hung his head and, without even looking at his target, turned another enemy into a pile of riddled scrap metal. Tired comment. I should have stayed with the Mandalorians, lamented the hard fate of NK. The next moment, a new squad of enemies rushed into the hangar, opening rapid but indiscriminate fire. However, a few seconds later, NK changed his mind, as one of the blaster bolts narrowly missed the assassin's right shoulder. The fire was indiscriminate but dense.
Strict orders. Hey, you little meat sack, hide in the fighter's cockpit. The armor will protect you better than a couple of Jedi on the other side of the hangar. Anakin was about to object, but a series of shots fired at his feet forced him to immediately moderate his rebellious nature and submit. Menaciously. Now, the assassin droid barked, planning to set fire to the boots of the restless subject of protection with the next burst. NK had just made sure that the boy was safely tucked into the fighter's cockpit when the doors at the far end of the hangar opened and a tall humanoid in a black robe came out to meet the Jedi. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Zabrak with a blood-red skin color that was uncharacteristic for his race. Move on, Your Majesty, Qui-Gon said. This is our department. His Padawan, Kenobi, stood next to him. The Zabrak followed the example of his opponents, freeing himself from the uncomfortable robe, activating his double-bladed lightsaber and getting into a stance. The guard pilots, meanwhile, had already captured most of the fighters and, following plan, took off to attack the droid control station. NK focused on the Zabrak, recognizing him as the one the Master had encountered on Tatooine. It would be a good idea to capture him for interrogation. The Master would be pleased. However, the droid had no intention of disobeying orders and leaving Anakin unguarded. Suddenly, the sound of engines starting up was heard behind him. Turning around, NK saw the N1's canopy slam shut and the fighter itself taxiing smoothly for takeoff. R2-D2's head was sticking out of the astromech slot. NK made a sound like a loud exhalation and slapped his hand hard across his faceplate. The restless bucket on wheels apparently made its way towards the fighter, and having reached the loading zone of the astromech droid, activated the automatic launch procedure. Irritated muttering. Come back in one piece. I'll rip out all the stuffing and replace it with a trash compactor, so that the level of intelligence of this, so to speak, droid corresponds to its purpose. However, the fact that the protected object was rapidly moving away from the planet's surface did not cancel the threat of imminent reprisal against the astromech droid. So, Skywalker was out of reach. The Jedi had disappeared behind the blast door with the Zabrak, and the guards were preparing to move on to try and capture the Viceroy. The droid had to decide what to do next. However, he had to improvise quite often. NK, where's Anakin? The Queen called from the other end of the hangar, noticing the boy's absence while her people regrouped. Confident answer, safe, the droid responded, concluding that the fighter's cockpit could indeed be considered a safe place. After all, there's no evidence that Skywalker would be drawn into the thick of battle. Therefore, this factor can be ignored. Besides, the Queen could also be considered a minor sack of meat in need of protection. And her status as monarch placed a high priority on this person's safety, which the NC planned to ensure. After all, the hypothetical failure of the initial order to the Master needed to be compensated for somehow. Panaka, the chief of security, prevented the Queen from asking any more questions.
He reminded the monarch of the limited time available for the operation and pushed her toward the hangar exit. "Are you with us?" he asked the droid briefly. NK nodded and followed the dark-skinned guard. Without Jedi support, the Queen's soldiers slowed dramatically. Firefights with droids dragged on, frequently exposing the guards to enemy fire and sustaining injuries. It was only by sheer luck that no one had yet been killed. However, securing each individual corridor or room wasted precious minutes, prompting HK-47 to take the vanguard. It worked. The assassin's accuracy combined with his speed left the enemy droids no chance. "Stop!" One of the guards, walking slightly ahead and scanning the side passages, raised his hand. "There are almost 24 droids and a dozen droidicas blocking the corridor. It looks like an ambush." Sarcastically, "Ambush? Really? You figured that out based on the number of droids per square meter?" drawled the bored NK, who was starting to get tired of the monotony of firefights with the B-1. The droidicas might have offered some resistance, but they were few in number, and the NK had experience destroying such machines. The guard was clearly offended by the droid's comment, but didn't make a scene about it, which earned the assassin's silent approval. "What should we do, Your Highness?" Panaka turned to the Queen. "We could try to exit through the eastern gallery and climb up the outer wall to the floor above to bypass the ambush. However, that would take us about 10 minutes. "At least we'll save the people," one of the fighters said timidly. The Queen was deep in thought. She had insisted on being allowed to make all decisions herself. However, right now she would prefer to trust someone more experienced in matters of military tactics and strategy. HK-47, meanwhile, cautiously peered around the corner. The droids didn't react. The assassin waved his mechanical hand. A pair of droidicas twitched, but no shot followed. Having assessed the information obtained during the assault, NK concluded that the Trade Federation droids had priority when targeting organics. The B-1s and droidicas didn't attack NK unless it attacked first. The situation with the bucket-shaped astromech was exactly the same. Without an order from the AI controller, who had set the goal of confronting the organic royal guard, they wouldn't fire on a fellow mechanical soldier. This was a major drawback of the B-1 series. Of course, it was odd that the control station simply didn't update its targeting parameters, adding the NK to its priority targets. However, perhaps this required a reboot, which is impossible during an assault. Or perhaps the Nemoidians decided to save on the control station's AI by limiting the number of simultaneously processed data streams. In that case, the battle with the Gungans should consume the lion's share of the computing power. So, there's a chance. "We'll go around," the Queen decided in the meantime. "Imperative. Wait exactly 2 minutes," the assassin droid said, approaching the guardsman acting as a sapper and snatching a detonator made of 8 thermal detonators from his backpack. Insistently, "Give it here. Watch and learn, you useless sack of meat." NK put away his weapon, hid the package behind his back, and confidently walked out from around the corner, heading towards the ambush. "Stop! Identify yourself," ordered the B-1, wearing officer's livery. The droids took aim at the killer, but did not open fire, trying to reach the control station via an encrypted channel. A cheerful greeting. "Hello, fellow droids. I am HK-47, the assassin droid. I sincerely hate these stupid and useless sacks of meat and have come here to assist you in eliminating them," the ancient droid announced, raising its empty manipulators and displaying them. B-1 exchanged glances. "The motivation is unclear. It's emotionally charged. Clarifying instructions are needed," the officer muttered. Friendly. "Oh, come on. We're all droids here. Why the mistrust?" NK took a few steps forward. Meanwhile, the enemy was pondering its course of action. The orders to attack and destroy the organics were clear. The objective of capturing the queen alive was also perfectly understandable. But what to do with the droid? The AI didn't respond to queries, sending the palace defenders to a waiting queue and prioritizing the army fighting the surprisingly well-organized Gungans. Friendly, I see you have doubts. Allow me to dispel them. I have a gift. NK pulled a homemade guard's explosive device, wrapped in a rag, from behind his back. What is this? Asked the nearest B1. Explanation. A gift. A surprise for him. NK pointed to the droideka standing in the very center of the group of droids. The mechanical soldier's gazes immediately crossed on him. The destroyer seemed surprised by such attention to his person and began spinning around in confusion, good-naturedly. This is for you. NK handed over the package, but immediately corrected himself. Awkward muttering. Oh, sorry. I forgot about your design feature. The droideka strained all its meager computing power to understand what peculiarity was being discussed. Request. Please pass this package to my armless brother, the assassin droid asked in a caring voice, addressing the nearest B1. The aforementioned armless droid looked down at the rapid-fire blasters that served as his manipulators. Until now, he hadn't considered this peculiarity. Now, however, he suddenly realized how flawed he was. B1 obediently took the package and carried it to the droideka. NK took a couple of steps back. Politely. Hey, you, he called out to another B1. I? Clarification. Yes, you. Take 3 steps to the left. The droid obediently moved. Why did I have to move? B1 realized a bit too late. Explanation. You were outside the blast radius. NK answered kindly, taking out the detonator. What? With a sneer. Bye-bye, buckets of bolts. The audio sensors, prudently disabled, calmly withstood the sonic shock from the detonated munition, but the shock wave forced the assassin droid to stagger back and take several steps back to maintain balance. Bottom line, there is no place for stupidity on the battlefield, said NK, having checked all the systems and made sure there was no damage. Behind him, guards began to filter into the corridor, accompanying almost every step with a bright and uncensored commentary on the unfolding picture. Suggestion. Shall we move on? The master should meet us in the throne room. The droid's voice brought the queen back to reality, where she was mesmerized by the tapestry with the portrait of the previous monarch burning out among the scorched walls. What? Yes, of course. Let's go. Padme squeezed out and walked forward. Panaka followed. Look, Your Majesty, look, he muttered under his breath. War only seems heroic and interesting from the outside, but in reality it's just piles of bodies among the rubble of our homes and rivers of blood amid the ashes. NK watched the retreating group of the monarch and her guard and shook his head, contemptuously. Pacifists, he said barely audibly. There was very little time left until the meeting with the master. He had to explain everything somehow, and Droid had no idea how to explain an unfulfilled order. As he set off to catch up with the guards, NK sincerely hoped that he would never have to be a nanny again. But something in his logical chains insisted that this hope would not come true. Chapter 14. Shadows of the Future. Chapter 14. Shadows of the Future. An isolated wing of the Naboo capital's palace complex, proudly known as the Royal Medical Center, was equipped to provide urgent and, most importantly, qualified medical care to patients with any injuries or illnesses. The best equipment in the sector, the latest medical droids, comfortable rooms, and a spacious park with fountains in the rehabilitation area, all of this was intended to help patients heal and recover as quickly as possible. However, at the moment, the atmosphere in Ward Number 6 was far from peaceful and calm. Qui-Gon Jinn lay in a hospital bed, resting after surgery, flanked by 2 young men, still in their teens. While one stood in a deliberately relaxed pose, regarding the other with a slight smile, the other gripped the hilt of the lightsaber hanging from his belt, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Obi-Wan had agreed to hold off on asking questions until his master received medical attention. But now, hours after the battle with the Sith in the plasma mines, the young Padawan was determined to get answers. Revan was frankly amused by the situation. Yes, at that moment, accepting Maul's oath, he completely forgot how the Jedi present might react. However, he could not act otherwise. The alternative would be the death of a talented and gifted being who simply needed to be shown the way before he was completely lost in the darkness. Besides, it was the will of the Force. Fate, providence, happy coincidence, destiny, or whatever the peoples of the galaxy called it, the former Jedi clearly understood what it truly was. There are no coincidences. There is only the Force. The situation was unpleasant. However, it could still be rectified. Conflict with the Order was out of the question, for now at least. The Jedi, though they had lost their form and combat skills, were still quite numerous. Their influence extended over a good half of the galaxy, and their connections with the Senate could cause quite a headache. There was only one way out: talk to the Council or the Grand Master, explain the situation, possibly reveal his identity, and ensure that Anakin was given to him. Yeah, it won't be easy, Revan chuckled to himself. However, it wasn't the prospect of meeting the Order's leadership that amused him, but the menacing appearance of the Padawan across from him, ready to bring the light, instill good, and meet justice on anyone who so much as considered the dark side. Despite the fact that before him stood a master-level fighter with years of combat experience, whom he had personally seen in combat and whom he wouldn't be able to match for a long time. Not to mention the fact that in the corner of the chamber, the most effective assassin droid in the galaxy quietly whirred its servos, ready at any moment to protect its master and incinerate the annoying meat bag. But the conversation still had to be started somehow. Obi-Wan, if it helps you calm down, you can put your lightsaber to my throat. Just stop shaking like you've met a crate dragon, Revan said, taking a deep breath. The Padawan's hand twitched, but the blade remained at his belt. Either the boy realized the difference in strength, or he simply thought that threatening an unarmed person would be unworthy of a light adept. Revan ostentatiously left his lightsabers at the entrance to the chamber, guarded by the NK, thus creating a semblance of safety. Obi-Wan didn't need to know that the Ancient didn't need them to defeat the Padawan, and that he wouldn't even have to move to do so, just as he didn't need to know about the floating blade technique, so beloved by Master Kreia. While he couldn't control 3 blades at once with the precision and dexterity of his master, he would have been able to summon one and hold it out before Kenobi even took a step. The Ancient One mentally slapped himself. These occasional urges to show off were starting to irritate him. He'd had almost no time for meditation lately, which had caused the hormones of his new body to rage again. "I want to know who you really are," Kenobi asked with the sternest look he could muster. Revan gave a mysterious smile and scratched his chin, barely containing his laughter. Even the half-asleep Jinn chuckled briefly and coughed. The former Sith took a quick look at the medical equipment displays and confirmed that the wounded Jedi was in no danger. "I'm waiting," Obi-Wan reminded himself, trying to hide his concern for the teacher. Revan shook his head. "Boy, even 3 days won't be enough for me to answer your question," he said calmly, mentally adding, "Not to mention that I'm not entirely sure who I am anymore." The Padawan stood frowning and repeated the question again. "Who are you?" "Do you want to hear the retelling of my colorful life? Has it been with you since birth or what?" the Ancient One asked, crossing his arms over his chest. Noticing his interlocutor's confusion, he added, "Formulate your thoughts more precisely. Highlight the main points." He disliked Kenobi. Something about his behavior and way of thinking irritated the former commander. Perhaps it was his notorious narrow-mindedness, his sacred and unwavering faith in the ideals of the Order and the words of his mentors, despite the fact that he himself was quite intelligent, talented, and gifted. He just wasn't used to using his head, or rather, his own head.
The mere fact that he suddenly changed his attitude toward an ally he'd admired barely an hour earlier spoke volumes. The moment Avner acted unbecomingly as a Jedi, Kenobi immediately rushed to label him an enemy. How it was, Jedi style. Jumping to conclusions and branding someone a traitor, blaming them for their downfall and declaring them an enemy, without delving into the essence of what happened and ignoring the facts. Revan's memory flashed back to a brief encounter with one of his mentors shortly after he left to fight the Mandalorians. "You have fallen into darkness," Master Vrook told him then, considering any deviation from the code the greatest crime. But at that point, Revan had done nothing to warrant such accusations. Except, perhaps, he disobeyed the Council and left the Order. The Jedi didn't care that he had saved the lives of thousands of soldiers and billions of civilians. What mattered more was his violation of the Order's rules. Kenobi, after all these years, does the same. He doesn't care that Revan saved the lives of the guards, the Queen, and even his mentor. After all, Avner Wan saved the Sith's life, and even accepted him as an apprentice. The Order hasn't changed, at least in this regard, thought the former Jedi. Meanwhile, Kenobi, apparently, was able to grasp the meaning of his interlocutor's words and rephrase the question. "Are you a Sith?" he asked challengingly. Revan sat on the edge of the neighboring bunk, maintaining a relaxed appearance in contrast to Obi-Wan. "An interesting question," he said thoughtfully, "and a correct one." "Don't evade," the Padawan demanded. Trying with all his might not to fall asleep, Qui-Gon Jinn looked reproachfully at his student. Catching his mentor's gaze, Kenobi moderated his ardor. "Is it so difficult to answer a simple question?" he asked in a calmer tone.
"You may not believe me, but yes, it is complicated." Revan looked straight into the eyes of the young Jedi. "It all depends on what meaning you put into the word Sith. Evil, ancient tyrants, mad killers striving for absolute power, adherents of the dark side?" Obi-Wan answered irritably. Revan raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise and smiled faintly. "An interesting formulation," he said, suppressing a chuckle. "I can say with certainty that I cannot consider myself a Sith." "In such a distorted version, for sure," the ancient added mentally. Kenobi narrowed his eyes in disbelief. "So, you are a Jedi?" Revan grinned even wider. "It depends on the meaning," he began, but was interrupted. "Avner," Qui-Gon said quietly but firmly. The former Jedi looked into the eyes of the wounded light adept. The message was clear. "Leave my Padawan alone. Don't bully the boy. Have mercy on his mind." "Okay," the former Sith said, exhaling loudly. "I will answer." Kenobi tensed. Jinn did too, though. Even though he was certain the Old Republic-era representative of the Order was definitely not their enemy. "With the same confidence with which I cannot classify myself as a Sith, I can say that I am not a full Jedi either." "But whose side are you on?" the Padawan insisted. Revan shrugged. "On my own, I suppose." "There is only light and darkness," Kenobi stated stubbornly. Even Qui-Gon was about to object to the young and inexperienced apprentice, but the ancient warrior got ahead of him. "With us or against us?" he smiled. "That's almost a verbatim quote from one of the fundamental principles of Sith teachings. Absolute, no neutrality. Inaction leads to death." Obi-Wan recoiled as if struck, his eyes wide. "You called me a Sith?" Revan sighed. Learn to listen, Padawan. Revan shook his head. Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon said, calm down. Avner just told you how much his position differs from the Sith, even if not directly. Kenobi turned his gaze to his master. Jin caught his breath and cleared his throat. It was still difficult for him to speak. Unlike the Order's eternal enemies, this gifted one doesn't divide everyone into friends and foes. He's willing to seek compromises, establish contacts, and offer assistance, regardless of factional affiliation. That's not the best characteristic either. The only thing missing is that he seeks profit in any form and is willing to compromise his principles, Revan thought. He suddenly realized he'd come across this speech somewhere before, among the archived records. A short article about Revan, written by someone of his contemporaries. It was notable for its distinctiveness, in that it portrayed the ancient Jedi not as a traitor and war criminal, but as a talented leader. It was a miracle that this article had survived the censorship and edits of Atris, who had done everything in her power to smear the names of those who went to war. Apparently, Qui-Gon also read this article.
Revan nodded gratefully to the old master. Master, he is a threat, Obi-Wan insisted. You are still very young, my Padawan, Jin cut him off. And you still have a lot to learn about the world we live in. It was clear that the student was choosing his words carefully to defend his opinion, but he still did not risk going against the authority of his mentor. Yes, teacher. He bowed his head obediently, making a polite bow. This concludes our argument, the old Jedi continued. Avner is not our enemy, but our ally. He saved many lives today. That alone gives us reason to trust him. But if that's not enough, then know this, young Padawan, that I trust him. Kenobi stared at Revan for a few seconds. He stood there, unperturbed, with a slight smile on his face. Yes, Master, I understand and will listen to your opinion, Obi-Wan forced out. Excellent. Qui-Gon smiled graciously and turned his gaze to Revan. I know why you came. But please, wait for the Council's decision. I cannot give it to you without their approval. The former Sith didn't need anyone's approval, and he certainly had no intention of soliciting anyone. However, it would be interesting to see the Council's reaction. Given Kenobi's behavior, their response to the offer to train the most promising, perhaps even unique and gifted, was entirely predictable. However, he answered more than diplomatically. I give you my word that I will not take the boy until the meeting with the Council, he said, and mentally added. However, after this meeting, he will go with me, regardless of the outcome of the negotiations. Jin seemed to read his thoughts and nodded briefly. After all, he himself understood that Anakin couldn't find a better teacher. Rest, Qui-Gon. The Queen promised to provide a medical transport to take you to Coruscant, Revan added. And if they haven't lost their skills in the horse of healing yet, they'll have you back on your feet in a day, tops. Qui-Gon nodded gratefully and leaned back on the pillow. The former Sith turned and, without saying a word, left the room under Kenobi's displeased gaze. Revan planned to spend the rest of the day meditating on his ship. He didn't trust the Queen enough to be tempted by the offer of a palace stay. Besides, years of wandering, war, and searching for truth had accustomed him to life on ships. The cramped steel chamber was more peaceful. Little by little, the former Jedi was beginning to feel fatigue. It hadn't even been a day since he'd had a good workout in combat. While it hadn't been all that difficult, it still required a certain amount of skill. After all, he'd had to constantly keep an eye on his weak allies, and in the battle with Maul, he'd had to restrain himself. The dark side clearly didn't like that. Revan still felt the tinges of rage, ready to burst forth and incinerate the Zabrak. The temptations of darkness. They're hard to resist, especially when teenage hormones are raging through your system.
A young body isn't yet accustomed to such stress, and the need to constantly mask most of your powers, not to mention the darker half of your being, was exhausting. I should devote more time to training and meditation, Revan nodded to his thoughts. The Force nourished the ancient Jedi, filling his body with power and allowing him to maintain a cheerful and calm appearance. On the way to Oral, Revan encountered several guardsmen he remembered from the morning battle. The soldiers nodded affably and offered words of gratitude. Everyone understood to whom they owed the success of the operation and such low casualties. My head was starting to hurt from the endless conversations and greetings like, "Knight! Guardsman! Knight! Guardsman! Knight! Guardsman!"
As it turned out, the main garrison had returned to the palace, along with a couple of Gungan detachments carrying messengers who had delivered a message from Boss Nass. So, the crowd had increased. Having disposed of another grateful soldier, Revan hurried to the hangar, where the NK was supposed to transport their ship. Anakin was also supposed to visit his friend from Tatooine. Even from the entrance, the former Sith heard a voice that he did not want to hear at all. And mine was like, boom, and the droid, ah, knock and passed out. The long-eared misunderstanding called Jar Jar jumped around. In front of him, NK-47 sat on the cargo platform, his optics blinking menacingly, stroking his carbine with one hand and placing spare energy cells on the box in front of him with the other. Revan approached and listened to the droid's muttering, trying to stay out of the sociable Gungan's line of sight. Simulating a choice, kill, spare, he said, pulling out a new energy cell with each word. Rip out the heart. Send it into the abyss. Tear off the ears. We're out of cells. It sounded like a child's rhyme. Revan finally gave in to his curiosity, despite the danger of falling into the Gungan's clutches, and approached the droid. "What are you doing, NK?" The Gungan noticed a new listener and immediately began retelling the story of his military exploits, which only served to intensify his growing headache. The droid raised its head and stared at its master. If its faceplate could change expression, it would have been one of sadness and a plea for help. Still, Jar Jar could get to anyone, especially a sociopathic droid. A tired explanation. A local guard meat bag showed me an alternative random selection algorithm used by the local population master. It's based on the random counting of identical elements, such as plant petals, power cells in ammunition, loops on clothing, and so on, assigning each individual unit a selection value. And how? Diligently ignoring the squeaky cries of the Gungan describing the attack of the AAT tanks. Irritated, extremely inefficient. I already know the number of energy cells in my ammo pack, since I packed it myself, master. And one glance at the plant is enough for me to count its petals, NK announced, glancing briefly at the long-eared misunderstanding. Disdainfully. As I suspected, meat sacks will never come up with an alternative to the randomizer. Don't forget, the alternatives are designed for organics, and we can't instantly count petals, Revan countered, wincing at the sounds Jar Jar was making to get their attention. Mockingly. Stupid bags of meat. The droid made a sound like a short laugh. Revan raised one eyebrow, looking at NK expectantly. Clarification. Everyone except you, master, the droid corrected himself. Meanwhile, the Gungan's screeching grew louder and louder in his ear. "A Jedi! Ah, a Jedi!" he almost shouted. "Request. Master, may I activate the kill protocol?" NK asked, keeping a close eye on the victim. "It is rejected," Revan answered reluctantly, although the offer was tempting. "Jedi, listen to me." The Gungan waved his hands. Revan glanced briefly over the long-eared native's back, and with an effort of will,
moved one of the ammunition boxes from the upper tier of the cargo platform. The heavy cube crashed to the floor, crushing one of the poor Bink's paws in the process, who began jumping on his remaining limb, howling loudly. "Oh, Force! Jar Jar, you need to see a doctor immediately," the former Jedi advised with feigned concern. Conclusion: there is a fracture. Recommendation: hurry while the leg can still be saved, added NK. The Gungan got the hang of it. "Help! Take me there!"
Binks began to wail.
"Of course," Revan drawled, lifting the Gungan into the air with the force. "Third turning to the right. Don't miss it." And screaming like a swoop bike at full throttle, Jar Jar left the confines of the hangar, ignoring gravity. The Naboo technician, observing this scene, cursed in irritation and spat at a Gungan flying past. Then he turned to Revan and bowed, clearly thanking him from the bottom of his heart. "What's wrong with him?" Revan asked his droid, slightly confused by this reaction. Answer: a mindless, long-eared creature, barely reaching the intelligence level of a meat sack, known as Jar Jar, has already managed to destroy 4 complex electronic engine components in 3 N1 fighters, 3 diagnostic modules, 1 astromech droid, and likely the psyche of that very technician, Master. Furthermore, in an attempt to help, the Gungan disrupted the supply chain at a nearby warehouse, smashed a loading platform, and damaged 5 containers of guardsman rations. Revan whistled, mentally calculating the scale of the destruction. Recommendation: I suggest we classify this Gungan as a natural disaster and treat it accordingly, Master. Or we could liquidate it to limit the damage to the planet's economy, perhaps the galaxy's. Avoid, isolate, or eliminate, the former Jedi asked. And if we use it? Request: clarification required. What do you mean, Master? Imagine what would happen if he ended up on a potential enemy planet, on a friendly visit, or, God forbid, in the Senate. Revan shrugged, driving away the shivers running down his spine. Analysis: the death of the planet in the first version and the collapse of the Republic in the second. The droid drawled thoughtfully, with strange notes of respect in his voice.
He will be more effective than an entire company of saboteurs, Revan said, almost jokingly.
The droid nodded. Request: do you order the threat eliminated? He suddenly perked up, taking out his blaster. No, NK. This is too radical. Clarification. Then at least allow me to inflict some damage to his audio sensors when we meet, Master? Tear off the ears? The ancient Sith asked. Affirmative, Master. Only if there are no witnesses nearby, Revan answered in a whisper. A joyful exclamation. Yes, Master. The droid's creator shook his head with a smile. Sometimes NK acts like a child, even if his games are a bit too bloody. Then his gaze caught on a poorly secured panel near the starboard engine. Apparently, it had been knocked out from the inside by the ignition flash. The prototype acquired by the assassin droid, while boasting excellent performance and flying remarkably well, was not known for its reliability. Minor breakdowns and malfunctions occurred with alarming frequency. In this regard, the Eagle was reminiscent of the Hawk. The heavily modified freighter wouldn't have even left Taris if not for the combined efforts of T3-M4, Canderous, Revan, and Karth. His young successor couldn't boast such a crew yet. Something had to be done about it. NK, go to the quartermaster. See if you can negotiate for an astromech. We need one desperately, otherwise our miracle won't be flying for long. Revan ran his hand over the hull of his ship. Yes, sir, Master, the droid responded cheerfully. Just no self-harm, the former Jedi asked. Yes, sir, NK repeated in a much sadder tone and headed towards the hangar exit. Finding himself alone, Revan boarded the Dawn Eagle, intending to meditate and calm his rebellious body. A feeling of unease nagged at him. Something was wrong, but there was nothing he could do about it now. It was as if something powerful had been set in motion, or a long-prepared plan had begun to unfold. Whatever it was, it would affect the entire galaxy. Thoughts raced through his head. Revan didn't like it when the Force sent its warnings in this form. Queen Amidala also decided to hold a celebration to mark the planet's liberation, where he and the other Jedi would be presented with awards from the Naboo government, and Boss Nass would receive a traditional symbol of peace and prosperity. The young queen wanted to honor the Gungans' contribution to the victory over the Trade Federation, as well as the new alliance between the planet's two nations. Revan disliked official events, balls, receptions, and other amusements of monarchs and those in power. Although the Masters of the Order noted his talents in diplomacy, as well as his keen intellect, his ability to notice even the most insignificant details, and to persuade even the most stubborn interlocutor, the former Sith preferred to use faster and more effective methods. He disliked hypocrisy, though he resorted to it increasingly recently. Revan chuckled, appreciating the irony. He disliked wearing a mask in his soul, playing other people's roles while rarely parting with the real one on his face. Settling comfortably on the floor of the empty cargo bay, the former Jedi immersed himself in meditation, looking within, calming his thoughts, body, and spirit, letting the Force pass through him, and trying to catch the shadows of the future. He hadn't noticed how much time had passed when a familiar presence broke his concentration. There was no threat, so Revan decided not to interrupt his meditation.
"Wow, that's cool!" a child exclaimed in delight as he entered the compartment, finding the ancient prodigy hovering a meter above the floor.
"Hello, Anakin," Revan greeted without opening his eyes. "Am I disturbing you?" The boy came to his senses. "No," the man answered shortly. "What are you doing?" Skywalker asked uncertainly. Revan opened one eye. "Why did you suddenly start addressing me as you?" "Sorry," Anakin said, embarrassed. "I just didn't know how strong a Jedi you were before." "I had no idea you were such a good pilot," Revan chuckled. "It's no joke to blow a space station to pieces at such a young age." "Lucky," the boy responded modestly, but his emotions betrayed him. The ancient Sith sensed everything: his joy, his pride, his vanity. The child had accomplished a great deed and knew it. He wanted to be praised, celebrated, exalted, but the slave norms ingrained in his subconscious were holding him back. This created conflict. The raging storm of emotions and contradictions attracted the Force, but also hindered his ability to control it. Without proper guidance, the boy risked falling into the darkness. Not becoming a Sith, but falling. Becoming a hostage to instincts and the most basic, base impulses. Revan exhaled loudly, realizing how much effort he would have to expend if he did take this child as an apprentice. "Something wrong?" Anakin noticed the change in his interlocutor's mood. "No, everything is fine," Revan answered in an even voice. "You wanted to know what I'm doing?" "Yes," the boy perked up. "This is called ascending or hovering meditation," the former Jedi said. "It is a very difficult technique to master and requires a lot of practice." "Can I do that?" Skywalker asked with hope and anticipation. "With due diligence and patience." "I'm diligent," the boy blurted out. "And patience," Revan reminded with a smile. "I understood." The boy was embarrassed. Suddenly, Revan, still in a semi-trance, saw a series of images flashing through his mind. In them, a slightly older Anakin held the hilt of his lightsaber, preparing to activate it for the first time. His face glowed with happiness. Then the scene changed. He was shown with a scarlet lightsaber, locked in combat with a fair-haired teenager who skillfully wielded an azure blade and a purple-bladed shoto. Use the Force, Revan heard his own voice addressing one of the duelists. The vision shifted again. For some reason, Amidala appeared in it. She and Anakin stood back to back on the battlefield, their hands barely touching. The determination in the young woman's eyes reminded him of Bastila before she charged Malak. Who would have thought that the young and naive queen would grow up to be like this? Suddenly, someone in a black robe with a deep hood appeared in my consciousness, wielding 2 blood-red blades. He exuded both power and darkness. His presence was overwhelming, as if Vitiate had been reborn in all his terrifying glory. The images then rushed past with lightning speed. Revan barely managed to grasp only a few of them with his consciousness. Here Anakin bends over his mother's body, but here she is alive in another vision. Here are 3 great fleets clashing in battle over Coruscant, and here there are only 2. Here is Maul and a now-grown Anakin bending over a tactical table with a map of the galaxy. But in the next scene, Maul lies prostrate at Skywalker's feet, his eyes glowing gold with bloody reflections. The clear sky over Dantooine, and the same, but hidden behind a veil of black smoke from the burning cities. Choice. Options. The Force showed what could be, but gave no hint of what would lead to it. How to achieve one and avoid the other? Revan tried to break free from the whirlpool of images that had drawn him into. The blue-eyed, fair-haired boy who knelt before Revan as his teacher was replaced by a broad-shouldered giant, clad in black armor and a helmet with a respirator mask. "You have poisoned this world enough with your presence, Revan," came a voice distorted by the modulator as the giant raised his scarlet sword to strike. "Farewell, my first teacher." "Vaner?" Anakin's worried voice pulled the ancient Jedi back to reality. The sudden change in the scene around him momentarily disoriented Revan and collapsed to the floor. However, he quickly jumped to his feet and nearly slammed Skywalker into the wall of the compartment with a force push, but realized just in time who was standing in front of him. "Vaner!" the boy called out in fear. The Jedi stood, breathing heavily, with his fist raised forward. It took him several long seconds to calm down and separate reality from what he saw. "Should I leave?" Skywalker backed towards the exit.
Revan shook his head, clearing away the remnants of the illusion.
"No, everything's fine, Anakin," he answered, making a guilty face. "I just dozed off." "Fell asleep?" The boy was surprised. "Hanging in the air?" Revan smiled and shrugged, as if to say, "That's what happens." "Did you have a nightmare?" the boy asked a little more confidently. The Jedi nodded. "Even several," he added. "I have nightmares too." Skywalker hung his head. "Sometimes they come true." Revan frowned. Whatever Anakin saw in his dreams, it was causing him pain. The Force, especially at such a young age and without proper training, could feel like a curse, which meant he had to hurry with his training, before the visions drove the boy mad. But the training itself promises many dangers, and it can lead either to peace and prosperity for this galaxy or to chaos and destruction. Nothing is yet certain. Nothing is predetermined.
Even the Force cannot give a precise answer to what the future holds,
Revan reminded himself mentally. He made up his mind. He will teach this child, and he will see that bright future. Definitely. "Sit down." The Ancient One pointed to the box he had just levitated from the corner of the compartment. "Let's talk about your dreams. You see..." They talked until late into the night, until the guard sent by the Queen came for the boy. Skywalker listened, fascinated, as Revan spoke of the nature of the Force, how it permeates everything, both space and time. He spoke of visions, the abilities of the gifted, of the light side, the dark side, and the unitary nature of the Force. The boy wanted to know everything at once. It reminded Revan of himself at the beginning of his training. He spent days in the library, pestering the masters with questions, seeking to understand the Force, to grasp the Jedi teachings. And the more he learned, the more questions he had.
Having with difficulty persuaded Anakin to go to bed, and having sworn to tell him something else in the morning, Revan himself went to his cabin. On the way he came across NK, who was animatedly arguing with an R2 series astromech, who was busy resoldering the control relay of the left engine's fuel supply system. NK? Revan nodded at the bucket-shaped droid. Who is this? Answer. Master, this is R2-D2, an astromech droid temporarily assigned to our ship by order of Queen Amidala. He distinguished himself during the Queen's hasty departure from Naboo and is a highly talented mechanic. Or so they say, the assassin droid finished grumpily. Information correction. Oh, Master, this is also the same astromech droid that was with the restless sack of meat in the fighter. R2 beeped something discontentedly in binary. Revan, who understood the language perfectly, translated for himself. Don't talk about the young master pilot like that. Angry comment. I will speak about a stupid sack of meat however I want. The former Jedi reminded himself. Correction. Unless the master orders otherwise, of course. NK added in an unctuous voice. The astromech turned its visor toward Revan and, a moment later, beeped a complex trill, unpleasant to the ears of those not accustomed to communicating with astromechs directly. Nice to meet you, R2-D2. I'm Avner Van, but I'm also often called Vanner. If you stick around a little longer, I'll tell you why. The droid whistled. Yes, it's a secret. The astromech was impressed by the new captain, which is exactly how he perceived Revan, and he was intrigued. Apparently, this astromech droid already had a fully formed personality matrix, and this personality is characterized by restlessness. Just like T3M4, Revan thought with a smile. Excited about the adventures to come, R2 let out a joyful trill and began to rock back and forth on his supports. Quiet, buddy, or the circuits will short out, the former Jedi chuckled. I hope we can work together. At that moment, the NK barely audibly muttered something like, indignantly, another mechanic with a red-hot motivator in the rear chassis. Smirking at the comment from the assassin, who had spent a long time in T3M4's company, Revan moved further into his quarters. A message from the NC over a secure channel to a personal communicator stated that the assassin droid had already checked the astromech for hidden espionage devices and had also forced the Royal Palace's maintenance service to officially reassign the droid from the royal yacht to Revan's ship to eliminate the possibility of dual subordination. The NC would not allow a spy on board. Well, the further we go, the more interesting it gets, the ancient said to his reflection. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Waiting. The captain's cabin of the Dawn Eagle was in semi-darkness. The main lights were dim, and a dim candle barely illuminated the darkness, highlighting the outline of a man sitting at a table, his chin resting wearily on his clasped fingers. Revan, for it was he, stared through the T-shaped visor of the mask he had positioned in front of him, his gaze trained on Bastila's holocron. The mask helped him concentrate, as in the old days, calming the thoughts that were now swarming in the former Jedi's head in great numbers. Too much had happened in the last few days, so much strangeness. Beginning with his visit to the temple on Coruscant, events had rushed forward with the speed of a courier shuttle on a stable hyperspace route. Before he could recover from his meeting with the current Grand Master, the
The Force pulled him to Naboo.
All these visions and the invisible yet very noticeable pressure had forced him to act hastily, recklessly, and extremely carelessly. Revan sighed heavily, remembering how many mistakes he'd made by succumbing to the Force's influence, and many of them could no longer be undone. Obi-Wan could have heard Avner Wan's real name, and the gesture of accepting Maul as an apprentice didn't look good in the eyes of the Jedi. Qui-Gon already knew about Revan's return, but what about Kenobi? What if he told the Council? And he would, and they certainly wouldn't hand Anakin over to him. A conflict with the Order is brewing, and the Ancient One is not yet ready for this. He lacks the resources and connections to confront an Order, however weakened, but still allied with the Senate and the Republic. For now.
Kreia was right, thought the Ancient Gifted One. The Force plays with our destinies, completely unconcerned about how the consequences of this game will affect the participants. It became clear why his first teacher had become obsessed with the idea of destroying the Force or cutting off all gifted people from it. Revan didn't know all the details about the last years of Master Kreia's life, but Mitra managed to tell him some things before that failed attempt to kill the Emperor, and right now, the former Jedi was beginning to understand his late mentor. Ever since his resurrection in this future, Revan had increasingly felt the Force's influence in his life. Visions, sudden impulses, and premonitions, all of these had happened to him before, but not so often and not on such a scale. Here, something was pushing him down a certain path and thwarting any attempts to deviate. Destiny is the Force. For a Jedi, these concepts are equivalent, but the realization that everything was going as it should didn't make things any easier. Problems multiplied and needed to be solved. Revan wearily lowered his head into his hands, burying his face in them. "What are you thinking about, my love?" A familiar voice suddenly rang out. The startled Jedi looked around, trying to locate the source. A hologram of Bastila appeared on the table next to the mask, projected by the holocron, which had reacted to the unconscious Force blast. "Bastila," Revan said with a smile, looking into his beloved face. He hadn't activated the holocron yet since leaving that cave on Tatooine, fearing that the image of his long-dead wife would cause nothing but pain. He was wrong. Seeing Bastila again, even in this way, it was warming. "What's troubling you?" the holocron keeper asked with a smile. Yes, it wasn't Bastila Shan, but the gestures, facial expressions, and reactions were very similar. The Force-created mind mode mimicked the original quite faithfully, though it couldn't communicate as freely. "A lot," the former Jedi answered, feeling a little sad. I don't even know how to explain it." "Try it," the hologram suggested. "Maybe I have something that will help." Revan doubted that among the knowledge Bastila had imbued into the holocron, there would be anything that would help him understand what was happening and himself. However, even a simple conversation could sometimes prompt the necessary thoughts. "You see, I increasingly feel like I'm losing control of my own life, no matter how that sounds in my current state." Revan chuckled at the end. "What exactly do you feel?" Bastila asked. The Jedi thought for almost a minute, listening to his feelings and remembering his own past. "Do you remember how we met, after the Endar Spire?" The hologram nodded. "I didn't even consider the chances of finding a single girl in a Sith-controlled city of millions, and it wasn't yet clear whether her capsule had crashed in the surrounding area or even on the other side of the planet. Without money, without connections, under threat of death or capture. And yet you found me." "Found it," Revan confirmed, once again immersed in his thoughts. "Force bonds?" the holocron keeper suggested, noticing the expression on her interlocutor's face. "Most likely," the Jedi agreed. "The Force connected us aboard my interdictor, and then, time after time, brought us together. I found you on Taris. We shared visions. And we could help each other, keeping us from extremes, the hologram added. The Jedi nodded. The Force led us, and not only to each other, but also to the Star Forge. Do you feel something similar now? Yes, but much stronger, Revan frowned. I can already sense the nascent bond that leads to young Skywalker. I know where to look for him, and when he needs help. But this bond, they are only one of many. It's as if I'm caught in an invisible web. Something elusive pulls me forward, urges me to enter into conflict with the Council, to recruit apprentices, and the Hutt knows what else. The Jedi jumped to his feet and paced the cabin. And I can't resist it. And the funniest thing is, I don't want to. I feel like I'm doing the right thing, even though I realize I'm creating a huge number of problems for myself, and sometimes acting downright stupidly. Revan turned back to the table and leaned toward the hologram's face. I wasn't like that, he said hopefully, turning to the image of Bastila. The keeper smiled and ran her holographic pen across the man's cheek. You're the one who, against the Council's orders, led the Jedi to war with the Mandalorians, and then went off alone to find the one responsible. You returned as an invader and created the Sith Empire, which nearly destroyed the Republic. But you yourself destroyed your own state, with only the help of a few sentient beings on an old freighter, Bastila said, her smile widening. And in the end, you fled into the unknown regions to find an ancient evil. In the company of an old mercenary you'd casually made a Mandalorian of. At this point, Revan couldn't resist and grinned. The Force has always guided you, my love. You were its chosen one even then. And the fact that it brought you back to life only confirms it. But why me? And for what? Who knows? The hologram shrugged. Over the Order's long history, we've encountered your kind more than once, and each one accomplished something incredible. The Masters on Dantooine loved these legends. Revan sat down in the chair and leaned back. He'd heard of Force Chosen before, who became great masters and accomplished incredible feats, like the founders of the Order or Memit Nadil. And what about Arkajeth, or the hero of Tython, who even managed to defeat Vitiate, albeit briefly? However, among the famous and extraordinary personalities, there were also many dark ones, who simply turned the foundations of the Jedi upside down, forcing them to move forward, such as Rajivari, Xendor, or Exar Kun. Yes, Qui-Gon would have loved such legends. They fit perfectly with his view of the Force. You yourself are the hero of many legends, the Knight of Redemption, Revan the Traitor, Revan the Hero, Defender of the Republic, the Dark Lord of the Sith who went into the darkness and returned to the light, Bastila reminded. The Jedi shook his head sadly. It was all true. He'd been caught in the web of the Great Force for a long time, but only now had he begun to notice. The man glanced at the hologram. Even if it was only an echo of the Bastila he'd loved with all his heart, talking to her had helped him understand himself. Thank you, darling. I really feel better. After blowing a final kiss, the hologram disappeared. The former Jedi, who had once been a Sith, fell into deep thought. Same time, Coruscant, Republic Senate building. The new Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, elected just a few days ago, was in a foul mood. Too many plans had to be changed recently. Too many things didn't work out as planned. Someone interfered with the carefully orchestrated performance and ruined the intrigue so carefully prepared. Not only had the Naboo operation been a near-total failure, that was fixable. The result of breaking the blockade could also be used to their advantage. It worked out even better. The wounded Trade Federation would now easily join the opposition, and with a little incentive, it would even serve as the core for the formation of a future army. But everything in its time. The man turned his chair towards the wide window and, taking a sip of expensive wine from his glass, lowered his thoughtful gaze onto the capital's busy transport arteries. His face remained serene, but the glass that cracked in his hand clearly testified to the storm of emotions that was hidden under the mask of calm. Rage, dissatisfaction with failure, hatred, but not because of Naboo. Far more disturbing was the fact that the master, Darth Plagueis, that lanky creature, was still alive. The glass in his hand shattered into a fan of shards. Fortunately, the Chancellor was alone in his office and could afford not to worry about secrecy. After some unsuccessful experiment, the Moon locked himself in his shelter and won't even come out to meet with his apprentice, but he continues to send orders via holocommunication. "I hate it," Palpatine hissed, using the Force to spin shards of glass around in his cut palm. The plan to get rid of the Master immediately after the inauguration failed miserably. Plagueis rejected the invitation to the capital and flatly refused to meet his apprentice. Something stirred the old Sith. Something powerful. "And also Maul," the Chancellor drawled thoughtfully, recalling the latest reports from his killer. On Tatooine, the Zabrak encountered someone very powerful and skilled. More than that, a Dark One. And this Dark One had some dealings with the Jedi. He protected them from Maul. Unusual. Who is he? A new player? A competitor? His appearance suspiciously coincides with Plagueis's sudden attack of anxiety. Could the Master be secretly grooming Palpatine's replacement? But the figure suddenly refused to play by the rules. The Chancellor chuckled at his guess. It would be interesting to meet this mysterious figure and talk privately. Whether he's an ally or a rival is something we need to find out as soon as possible. Clarify and adjust plans. The man tiredly rubbed his temple while simultaneously healing the cuts on his hand. There was a powerful disturbance in the Force. If only we knew where it was coming from. Suddenly, a holocommunicator beeped, the number of which very few people knew. Pulling his deep hood up, Palpatine pulled a communication device from a hidden pocket and activated it. The miniature hologram of the Zabrak dropped to one knee. "Master, I have important information for you. Naboo." While the royal palace, like the entire capital, was buzzing, noisily preparing to celebrate the victory and the alliance with the Gungans, one ancient Force user, who had returned to life, hid from the general rejoicing in a hospital room. Revan thought that talking to the wounded Qui-Gon would be a much more useful use of time than playing the honored guest at a royal reception. Let Kenobi handle that. It would also give someone to keep an eye on Skywalker. However, the speed with which this event was organized was enviable. The battle had ended just over a day earlier, and the people and the capital itself were already ready for the celebration. Revan merely shook his head, driving away unnecessary thoughts, and entered the Jedi's chamber. Jin looked much better than he had the day before. The court physicians appeared to be highly qualified. Qui-Gon was lying on a hospital bed, poring over a document on a datapad, when the door to the room swung open. "I'm glad to see you're feeling better," Revan said from the doorway. The Jedi involuntarily rubbed his bandaged chest. "Thanks to you, I can still knock a bit of wisdom into Obi-Wan's head," Jin chuckled, and said in a serious tone, "Thank you." To dismiss such gratitude from the duty officers with a "you're welcome" would have been disrespectful to the other person. So Revan simply nodded silently. "How is Obi-Wan?" The ancient decided to clarify the situation. "He's indignant," Qui-Gon answered laconically. "And that's all?" He raised an eyebrow questioningly. The wounded Jedi glanced at the datapad for a moment, then handed it to his interlocutor. "Just look at this." Revan took the device and read the open document. It was a letter, or rather an order, from the Jedi Council. The text stated that Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn, Padawan Obi-Wan Kenobi, the gifted Anakin Skywalker, and, presumably Jedi Knight Avno 1, were to report to the temple on Coruscant to appear before the Council. It also specified that Avno 1 must be brought before the Council without fail, even against his will. "Against your will? I'd like to see that," Revan chuckled. "Me too," smiled the genie. The former Sith reread the order. "So it turns out that my name didn't appear anywhere." "No," the Jedi replied, realizing the name in question. "He didn't hear it, and even if he did, well, Obi-Wan isn't much of a fan of digging through archival records. There's about as much information about you there as the Merciful Hutt, and even less truthful information." "That's good," the ancient nodded to his thoughts. "Not really," Genie countered.
"You still have to explain everything to the Council. I have one prepared story about this. What about the archival records? I doubt Avno 1 is on the list of Jedi of this generation." "Avno really wasn't there, until recently." "What? How?" Qui-Gon asked, shocked, but he immediately guessed. "You were in the archives?" Revan nodded. "By the way, open access to the lists and the lack of monitoring of the terminals at the far end of the reading room is a huge security hole. You could delete or change half the data in the archives without anyone noticing." Qui-Gon shook his head sadly. "Well, thanks for the tip. I'll make sure the surveillance systems are properly upgraded." "Don't rush into this," the former Jedi asked with a smile. "Situations happen." The Jedi shifted on his bunk. Okay. But how do you plan to explain your training, your level of preparation?" "It's simple. The holocron," Revan shrugged. "The holocron?" Jin frowned. "I'm afraid the Council will demand details, and also that I give them the holocron for study. Cases of a gifted individual finding a holocron and being trained by its keeper were rare, but not unknown. However, finding such a repository of knowledge is not easy. Furthermore, most of the holocrons discovered belong to followers of the dark side. The Council would hardly be pleased with this. Of course, I inherited the holocron from my father. It was created by Master Jar Lestin during the Old Republic. Unfortunately, the aforementioned holocron vanished without a trace after my crash landing on Tatooine. It's impossible to verify this information. However, the skills are entirely consistent with the training program of that time, especially since I personally knew Master Jar and was indeed his apprentice." Qui-Gon rubbed the bridge of his nose, none too pleased with the Council's impending deception. "Okay, but what about the records in the archives? How will you explain that you've already been enrolled in the Order?" Revan looked up at the wounded Jedi. "In this, I was hoping for your help." "Mine?" "Yes. If my memory serves me correctly, the Order can accept individuals into adulthood, provided they have already been trained, passed the trials, or demonstrated a high level of preparation and potential for mastery of the Force." The genie nodded. "The regulation is quite ancient, but has not been repealed. However, its adoption requires the approval of at least the Minor Council of Masters, or at least 3 Masters, even if not members of the Council, with the support of the Grand Master." "I have a plan for that too. If those who recently went missing or broke ties with the Order vouch for me, I suppose they won't be able to verify that information either?" "Did you find any information in the archives about Jedi missing on missions? There aren't many Masters among them." "But they exist. And the Grand Master?" "We can say that we have already come to an agreement with him." Genie's eyebrows shot up. In what sense? Quite literally. I was asked not to turn away from the Order in these troubled times, and I humbly listened. Qui-Gon rubbed his temples and shook his head. And how can you not believe the legends about the Fallen One, who was able to create an empire capable of conquering the Republic in a matter of months? How do you do it? The will of the Force, the ancient Jedi shrugged. So how? Will you help? As if there is a choice, Qui-Gon chuckled. There is always a choice. I have no doubt, Jin said skeptically. However, I will help. And I'm not alone. I have a couple of good friends among the masters. They will support me if I want to bring a talented and gifted person into the Order. Thank you, Revan said sincerely, but still couldn't resist asking. Sorry for being so blunt, but why did you agree so easily? Years of living amidst intrigue, war, power struggles, and political games would make anyone paranoid. And the former Sith knew all too well that nothing happens without a reason. Qui-Gon's motives remained unknown to the Ancient. He felt a certain affinity in their understanding of the Force and their attitude towards duty and the calling of a Jedi. But that wasn't enough. Revan, even without taking into account that you saved my life, and I suspect more than once, Jin hinted at the episode on Tatooine, I've spent my entire, more or less conscious life in the Order striving to understand the Force. I'm certain it's not just a tool and an ally, as the Masters said. It's something more, perhaps even sentient. And you understand the Force like no one else. Both sides of it. And yet, you don't resemble a mad monster in human form, as the Fallen are described in the archives. Qui-Gon paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts, and continued. If I understood the Force better, if I taught others better, perhaps my Padawan. We cannot decide for others. It is not for us to choose their path, Revan interrupted. Alec was my friend, and then my apprentice. However, I decided to turn to the light again, even though I had a choice. I could have let go of the darkness that was threatening to emerge at any moment. I could have simply accepted Bastila's offer when she turned to the dark side. But I held back. He chose to remain Darth Malak, even when I offered him the same choice. Qui-Gon closed his eyes and nodded. Revan's words didn't bring peace to his troubled soul, but they at least slightly eased the crushing burden of guilt that had weighed on the Jedi's shoulders for years. Obi-Wan became his attempt at redemption. However, his apprentice's behavior made it clear that Jin had once again made a mistake. The Padawan was impulsive and overly hostile toward those who eschewed the dark side. After all, a Jedi's first priority should be to save a lost, gifted being and bring them back to the light, not to attack. And yet, how can I convey to my apprentice the difference between light and darkness? How can I guide them in the right direction without instilling in them a fear of the alternative? Qui-Gon voiced his thoughts, hoping for a response. Revan frowned and sat down on the edge of the neighboring bunk. His face, no, his entire appearance suddenly changed. He seemed to have aged several decades. His shoulders slumped slightly, a wrinkled crease appeared on his forehead, and his eyes took on a tired, slightly sad look. A wise mentor trapped in the body of a teenager. There's no simple answer to that question. Everyone searches for their own answer, he replied after a brief pause. I still haven't found mine. They talked for several hours, and each of them, during the conversation, tried to sort out their own thoughts rather than convince the other of anything. The conversation was interrupted when Obi-Wan entered the room. He was not pleased to see Revan. To avoid provoking a conflict, the former Sith chose to leave, especially since there was still much to do before departure, not to mention preparing Anakin for the meeting with the Council. As agreed with Qui-Gon, Skywalker would fly with the Jedi. Revan wasn't thrilled about this, but agreed that it would be easier and would give the Council fewer reasons to distrust him. The boy proved to be very intelligent and quickly grasped what was required of him. Revan mentally noted that the boy would learn quickly and would have to somehow slow his progress to prevent a thirst for power and authority from taking root in the child's soul. Having no desire to participate in the upcoming celebration, the former Sith preferred to spend the remaining time before departure in his cabin. He finally had time to sort out his own body. His raging hormones needed to be brought under control. That meant meditation, and more meditation. But a peaceful rest was not possible. A few hours before departure, the communicator suddenly rang, signaling an incoming call. "Vanna, my friend!" The underground ruler of Tatooine greeted the ancient with a false smile on his shapeless face. The Jedi wasn't even surprised that the Hutt recognized him easily, even without his mask. The cartel's network of agents was diligently gathering information, especially since Revan wasn't exactly hiding from his unexpected business partner from Tatooine. Otherwise, he would have used a different communicator. "Dear Jabba, it's good to hear from you," Revan smiled back at the hologram. "To what do I owe the call?" The Hutt nodded approvingly, appreciating the greeting from his interlocutor, and tossed some snack into his mouth, demonstrating that their conversation was informal. For now. "How are you doing?" Jabba asked, not taking his eyes off Revan. "Everything is going as it should," the former Jedi replied. "And our little agreement?" the Hutt asked in a completely different tone. The Ancient One couldn't help but smile. He'd been expecting this question from the very first second of their conversation. There was no other reason for a crime lord from a desert planet to call. "Everything is ready." Revan pulled a data chip out of his pocket. "All that remains is to agree on how to transmit it to Tatooine." "Huh, wonderful." The Hutt laughed hollowly. "One of my men will meet you on Coruscant as soon as you arrive on the planet. I've already transmitted your communicator data." "I look forward to meeting you." Revan bowed his head slightly. "It's a pleasure working with you, Vanna," Jabba said as he said goodbye, and broke off contact. The former Sith wiped the polite smile from his face and sat down on the bed. Talking to the Hutt was a pleasure. However, collaborating with the cartel had many advantages. At the very least, the resource and information base, the free market, and even their own bank were already a good argument. And helping resolve problems with the authorities on many planets also seemed useful. Whatever one might say, it was necessary to be friends with the Hutts. At least now, at this stage. Yeah? Stage of what? Revan chuckled at his thoughts. It's as if he's already planned everything out years in advance, and is now simply moving toward his goal, even though he knows nothing about the goal itself. And there's no plan either. The former Sith glanced sideways at the Mandalorian mask. Who is he kidding? He always has a plan. In just a couple of days, he found Bastila on occupied Taurus, devising a crazy plan to win the race. And yet, information, as well as resources, were far scarcer than they are now. Even the Force was unavailable to him at that point. Now there's a ship, there are allies, there's even an apprentice. The only thing missing is a goal. Or is there? Where is the Force leading him? Train Anakin? Too simple and somehow petty. There's more here. Visions, power, balance. That's what's required of him. Restore balance to the Force. True balance, not one imposed by the Order's dogmas, without bias in one direction or another. Ambitious, Revan chuckled to himself, although
Conquering the galaxy in order to save it was also quite a plan. Suddenly his soul felt lighter. His new life had a purpose. A strange and distant one, perhaps, but a purpose nonetheless. And the plan to achieve it, as it turned out, had already begun to take shape. Resources were needed. Lots of resources.
Money, allies, connections, power, perhaps even an army. Changing the galaxy isn't so easy. He knew that firsthand. Plan. Any plan begins with collecting information. First, let's deal with Anakin and the Order, and then we'll act accordingly, the former Sith said aloud. There was still a certain Sith Lord, Maul's former master. He was also to be met. Further actions will depend on the kind of relationship that develops with the adepts of the Force of this generation. It won't be boring, thought the Ancient One. Smirking at his thoughts, he took out his communicator and called NK. It was necessary to prepare for the flight. Just a day later, the Eagle was already landing on a landing pad at one of Coruscant's spaceports. The Republic capital glittered as always, evoking a feeling of nostalgia in Revan. He missed his old acquaintances, no longer seen in the temple, the numerous markets, or at home. And home was gone. NK's voice brought him out of his sad thoughts. Warning, Threat Master, the droid said, shifting slightly to cover Revan with its body. A pair of blasters were already squealing with their safety catches in the hunter-killer's hands. The aforementioned threat stood leaning against the wall, his entire demeanor projecting complete indifference to the newcomers. In response to the droid's actions, the figure in full Mandalorian armor merely turned his head in their direction. Good model, Mandalorian. The girl hidden under the armor assessed the blasters. Tira Nomad, Revan recognized her. An unexpected meeting. I didn't think Jabba would send you. The Mandalorian shrugged. Apparently there were more important things for others to do, the girl answered, stretching her neck and casually examining the patrol of the Justice Corps that had just entered. And it turns out that I have nothing better to do than wait for you on a filthy planet megalopolis, where lawmen are scurrying around everywhere. Unfortunately, all roads lead to the capital, Revan said, throwing up his hands. Or from it, Tira objected. A package for our slippery friend to take with you? Yes, but maybe we can discuss everything on the ship. The Jedi pointed behind him, where the Eagle was still visible on the platform. My mother forbade me from boarding suspicious ships, especially if they're owned by equally suspicious individuals, the girl said in a sarcastic tone. There's an apartment nearby that belongs to the cartel. My dad told me not to go into strange girls' apartments, especially if they're trained mercenaries or Mandalorians, the former Sith replied in the same tone as the girl. They're practically synonyms now. Mercenaries and Mandalorians, Nomad clarified. Then the local cantina? The Jedi suggested. A classic spy novel, the mercenary said sarcastically. Although you won't find anything better here. Then please, Revan pointed his hand towards the port cantina. The Mandalorian shook her head and repeated the man's gesture, as if hinting that she would not turn her back on him and the assassin droid. Caution never hurt anyone. So, in a neat line, the three of them headed toward the designated establishment. It would have been better not to take off the mask, Tira said a couple of minutes later. Don't like me? Revan chuckled. He looks like a child, the girl returned the smile, which, however, was not visible under the helmet. Appearances can be deceiving, the former Jedi said, slightly embarrassed. Sometimes he forgot he looked like a teenager, albeit a fairly mature one. Even after his temple disguise, he looked no older than 20. I don't really care about your age. Mandalorians sometimes throw even younger men into battle if they're ready. And you, I have to admit, have some skills. Then what is the point of this conversation? They won't sell you any drinks, the mercenary said mockingly. I'll be safer, the Jedi retorted. The girl smiled with clear approval in her voice. NK, wait outside,
Revan ordered as they approached the bar. "Yes, sir, master," the droid responded in a somewhat disappointed voice. "Sorry, buddy. I won't be able to gut a couple of bags of meat today," the Jedi said to himself, slapping the metal maniac on the chest plate. After all, it was too early to spoil relations with the Hutts. Of course, they could have taken R2 along, as the droid was calmer than the bloodthirsty NK, but Revan didn't trust him yet. Besides, the astromech remained aboard the Eagle. Inside, the cantina was unremarkable. A typical port dive with dirty tables, a rude bartender, and annoying music. Very annoying music. It felt like the musicians were stuck on a single chord. The Mandalorian apparently didn't care. Then again, nothing seemed to bother her, including the visitors who shied away from the mercenary in her instantly recognizable armor. So, Tira settled herself at a corner table, her back to the wall, and assumed a demonstratively relaxed pose. However, Revan saw that the girl was actually extremely collected and ready to attack at any moment. It was so reminiscent of the behavior of an old acquaintance of his that the man could barely suppress a smile. Mandalorians always remain Mandalorians. "You won't even have anything to drink?" the Jedi asked with a slight mockery in his voice. "I'll be safer," his interlocutor answered in his own words. "As you wish." "Get to the point," the mercenary reminded them of the purpose of the meeting. Revan pulled a data chip out of his pocket and placed it on the table. As agreed, straight from the archives of the Jedi Temple, Revan pushed the device towards the girl. She took the chip and placed it in a portable holoprojector, checking the data. It turned out to be encrypted. Apparently, Jabba trusts the mercenary very much, since he gave her the key to the cipher, which, according to the agreement, Revan was supposed to use. A map of the galaxy's sector known as the Kessel Run, a popular smuggling route, hovered above the Mandalorian's palm. "And all for the sake of a map?" the girl asked in surprise. Judging by her question, which is uncharacteristic for mercenaries, Tira is relatively new to the business. Or perhaps she's simply very young and impulsive. Experienced soldiers of fortune don't ask questions, unless they're paid to do so. "Yes, this is the most detailed map of the sector the Jedi have ever compiled. It's an order of magnitude more accurate than all known versions," Revan explained. With it, an experienced pilot could shorten the route to 15 parsecs. A madman could do it in 12. "I wouldn't recommend flying closer to the anomalies in this zone without Jedi abilities." "Now it's clear why Jabba's on edge," Tira noted. "His pilots will be able to get through this area much faster. Faster means more orders, and that means he'll be able to take another sizable chunk of Gardula's business." The girl's reasoning was spot on. It was with these arguments that Revan managed to convince Jabba to make a deal. "Exactly," the ancient confirmed the mercenary's guess. The girl hid the chip and the projector under the armor. "Well, it's time to go back." She stood up from her seat. "Wait," Revan stopped the Mandalorian. "I have one suggestion." The idea came to the former Jedi suddenly, but it was perfectly reasonable. All that remained was to convince Nomad of it. At first, he thought Tira thought he was trying to hit on her and was already preparing to make a witty retort. However, she remained silent. "Am I listening?" The girl sat back, catching something in her interlocutor's voice. The proposal was businesslike. "I need help with one thing," Revan began from afar. "I don't work for free," Nomad reminded. "Even at the request of the cartel?" The man hinted at their good relationship with Jabba. "I'm a mercenary. I get paid, so I work. My contract isn't with you, and it spells out my duties quite clearly, so no. Even if the great Desiligic Ture himself contacts me and tells me to help you, I can refuse with a clear conscience. And no, I'm not afraid of the consequences. I have nothing to lose." The girl looked clearly embarrassed at the last sentence. "I can pay," the Jedi offered. "I have a generous employer, so I'm not interested in loans." "You can pay not only with loans." The girl's last phrase clearly intrigued her. Revan even had the feeling it was exactly what she'd been waiting for from the very beginning of the conversation.
And that slip of the tongue about nothing to lose was deliberate. She needed something, and only a Jedi could help.
"Well, I think we can come to an agreement." Chapter 16. The Irreconcilable Light. The sun rising over Coruscant was reflected in scarlet glare in the windows of the ancient Jedi abode. Revan, who had just arrived at this building, believed the southern landing pad of the temple complex was the best place on the entire megacity planet to watch the sunrise. He admired the sunlight gradually flooding the eastern side of the temple, lending the heart of the Order even greater beauty and grandeur. Even so, the complex of a gigantic truncated pyramid and towers, every stone imbued with the Force, overwhelmed and captivated anyone who even passed by. To say nothing of the gifted one, whose destiny was inextricably linked to the Jedi Order.
With a heavy sigh, Revan tore his gaze away from the council tower, which he'd been contemplating for several minutes with a thoughtful expression, and pulled the deep hood of his robe over his head. The cape was different from the one he'd favored in his past life, and in this one too, and was crafted in the traditional colors of the Order. The former Sith was determined not to irritate the council he was about to meet, or rather, not to irritate them further, for the conversation was not going to be pleasant. Therefore, the Mandalorian armor concealed beneath his light brown cloak seemed a fitting accessory. So did the lightsaber strapped to his belt, its unusually long hilt reaching almost to its wielder's knee. Adjusting his belt, Revan moved toward the entrance to the temple complex. He was definitely expected, and expected with impatience. Otherwise, how else could one determine that 2 Jedi Masters came out to greet him, and were also accompanied by a dozen temple guards?
An honor guard, no doubt, Revan chuckled to himself, his gaze sliding over the figures in light robes and full face masks, clutching light lances in their hands. This is how renegades and exiles were once greeted. Only instead of faceless guards, they were Jedi sentinels, perfectly trained to confront the dark side. Mitra once recounted how she, the only one to return to the Order after the Mandalorian Wars, was met by a squad of sentinels to escort her to trial. Revan himself never returned. He returned to the Republic later, as a conqueror, and therefore was deprived of the dubious pleasure of hearing the Council's accusations. However, they still took it out on him. They erased his memory and turned him into an obedient puppet. And even after he, having realized who he truly was, nevertheless fulfilled the Council's will and saved the Republic from Malak, he was subjected to a farce that someone later called the trial of the Night of the Redemption. Someone. Atris, of course. Feeling anger boiling within, Revan hurried to clear his thoughts and calm himself. Giving in to his emotions and feeding his inner darkness, which should be hidden for now, was not the wisest course of action. Pretending a welcoming expression, the former Jedi approached the masters who greeted him. He knew the Mirialan personally, but he had never seen the tall, gray-haired man before. He was dressed unusually for a Jedi. He wore a finely crafted tunic made of anduli fiber, a fiber quite hard to obtain on Coruscant, tight trousers tucked into knee-high boots, and a deep hooded cloak covered his shoulders. All were dressed in sober, dark tones. His straight back and proud posture, with his slightly upturned chin, marked him as an aristocrat. If not for the curved hilt of his lightsaber at his waist, Revan would have mistaken the man for a representative of some monarch sent by the Senate. That's right, the former Jedi guessed. It must be Dooku, the Count of Serenno, who never took the title because of his training in the Order. The gray-haired man's stern gaze swept over Revan appraisingly, noting the armor beneath his clothes. This was clearly indicated by the momentary twitch of his eyebrows. "Master Luminara, glad to see you." The former Sith was the first to greet the Jedi. "And you, Master Dooku." If the fact that Count Sereno's name was known to Revan somehow embarrassed the aristocrat, he did not show it. "Avner Van," Unduli responded with a slightly sad smile. "I'm also glad to meet you, even if it's under these circumstances." Dooku nodded politely. The guards, meanwhile, had formed a ring around the guest, not too tightly, but tight enough to immediately thwart any attempted attack. "Hand over your sword," one of the guards with light pikes said in a commanding tone. Now that's going too far. A Jedi only parts with his lightsaber if he's exiled or has been judged by the Order.
Neither happened to Revan. "No," he answered calmly. "What?" The Guardian was taken aback, clearly not accustomed to such a calm, yet at the same time defiant, reaction. "I will not give up my sword until the Council makes the appropriate decision. That is my right." Dooku smiled faintly, clearly approving of the guest's actions. The same couldn't be said for the convoy. The unknown knight exuded a sense of danger. The Force warned against entangling him. At the same time, the darkness in this man wasn't so pronounced as to call him fallen, much less a Sith. The Count wondered what the Council wanted from this stranger, and how he'd managed to entice Qui-Gon to ask his master for a favor, something Jin hadn't done since that incident with Xanatos. "These are the Council's orders," the head of the Guardian squad tried to insist. "That's not up for discussion," Revan snapped. He knew this was provoking conflict, but he wanted to get it straight. The reaction of these Jedi would reveal what was expected of him. Did they view him as an enemy? Was the Council planning to set a trap and take him into custody? If so, escaping from the temple platform would be much easier than fighting his way out of the labyrinth of corridors. There was a tense silence. One of the guards lost his composure and ignited his weapon. To Revan's surprise, it wasn't a pike, but a double-bladed lightsaber. The golden blade sliced through the air with a distinctive hum, and its wielder assumed a fighting stance. However, the former Jedi didn't react to the Guardian's actions. Only his hand remained frozen on the hilt of his lightsaber, ready to snatch the weapon from his belt at any moment. Revan stood and stared at the shimmering blade, speechless. For a moment, sadness flickered in his gaze. The lightsaber reminded him of his lost love. But the former Jedi quickly pushed those thoughts aside. "Guardian, calm down," Dooku said in a cold tone. "This knight is within his rights." "That's right," the Mirialan supported him, hiding the handle of the blade reflexively pulled from her belt in the folds of her robe. "There's no point in provoking a conflict when there's no reason for it." The head of the Guardians turned his masked face towards his subordinate, gesturing for him to put his weapon away. The yellow blade disappeared and the convoy's ring widened slightly as the guards stepped back a little. "Follow us, Knight Van," Luminara Unduli said, returning the smile to her face. Revan adjusted his cape and quickly followed Dooku and the Mirialan. No one noticed the tiny comlink in his left ear, hidden by his hair, which had grown considerably over the past month. Hearing 3 quiet clicks in his headset, the former Jedi smiled faintly. The signal meant, "I'm inside." As they made their way through the temple's corridors, a rather colorful group, 2 Jedi Masters, a young knight in strange armor, and a squad of Guardians, made the members of the Order they encountered turn around and stare. It wasn't every day that one saw such a procession. Many wondered, what's going on? However, no one dared stop the convoy and inquire about the cause. The more experienced members of the Order reacted much more calmly, contenting themselves with a brief glance at the Masters leading the procession and a silent dialogue with them, consisting of gestures and nods. But the younger generation quickly succumbed to their own curiosity and hurried to their peers to discuss the strange phenomenon and find out if anyone had heard what was happening. "Look, Mac,"
One Padawan nudged his friend.
The dark-haired boy, who had received a sharp poke in the shoulder, was distracted from reading an interesting article about the intergalactic banking clan's intensified foreign policy, as well as the strange actions of the company Damascus Capital, which led to a drop in its shares on the galactic financial exchange.
What happened, Theo? The Padawan, forced to tear himself away from the news channel, asked his friend who had pushed him. The friend silently pointed at those passing by. Wow! The economics and finance news enthusiast marveled at what he saw. This is the first time I've seen so many Guardians in one place. You better take a look at that knight. His friend pointed at the armored figure. He looks like he stepped out of a holovid from the archives about the formation of the Order. The armor is somewhat reminiscent of the Mandalorian Neo-Crusader armor, Max said thoughtfully.
Oh, come on, you nerd.
Theo waved him off, continuing to watch the procession with admiration. That's real Jedi Knight armor. They don't wear that anymore. That's for sure, agreed Mac. I wonder where he's from, and why the Guardians are with him. I don't know, the Old Republic-era fan mused. Maybe it has something to do with that new guy. Are you talking about the youngling that Master Jin and Obi-Wan brought? Yeah. What's his name? Skullworker? Skywalker, Mac corrected his friend. But why did you think so? Well, he said something about how he already had a mentor, and that he promised to come for him. Do you think it's him? Why not? I was expecting something like this. Remember how the newbie described his teacher? Theo persisted. I hardly talked to him. You're the one suffering from an insatiable thirst for communication, Mac chuckled.
And access to the guest wing has been temporarily restricted.
A skilled warrior, a hero of Naboo, and so on, Theo recalled, not at all embarrassed. His interlocutor merely shrugged, indicating that the conversation had passed him by, and he had returned to reading the news about the rise in plasma prices due to the sudden disruption of supplies from Naboo. The Royal House of Naboo hasn't commented yet, Mac muttered under his breath, and not a word about the blockade. But Obi-Wan mentioned it a couple of days ago, didn't he? But Theo didn't seem to be listening to him at all. We need to find the teachers. They're probably in the know, the restless boy urged his friend on, not caring at all about Mac's opinion. Two Padawans, who had been younglings just a week ago, rose from the bench where they had been resting after training and hurried to find their mentors. No one paid attention to the shadow that slipped under the ceiling.
Revan walked with a calm, confident gait, his shoulders squared proudly, practically mimicking Dooku's movements.
The hereditary nobleman liked it. Few members of the Order could demonstrate such a feat. Of course, all Jedi were trained in diplomacy and the basics of etiquette across cultures, but, unfortunately, only a few masters could move with such dignity. The unknown knight Wang was becoming increasingly interesting. The subject of Dooku's observation was acutely aware of the attention directed at him. This was expected. Back on Naboo, Qui-Gon had managed to provide brief information on his former mentor, the other masters willing to assist in legitimizing the talented and gifted Avner Van, and most of the council members. At this point, their support meant everything. There was a chance to take Anakin without resorting to force. Suddenly, Revan caught another bright flash of attention directed at him. The undisguised joy of the encounter quickly gave way to embarrassment.
The source was quickly found.
Hidden behind a nearby column stood a young Zabrak woman named Rina, familiar to the former Jedi. Revan smiled at the girl and nodded slightly in greeting. The Zabrak woman beamed back and wanted to wave, but met Dooku's stern gaze and quickly disappeared into the nearest corridor. The former Jedi followed the receding echo in the Force, lamenting that he had come today for a very specific Padawan, but he would not have minded taking this youngling. To Revan's surprise, he felt two more responses in the Force, clearly reaching out to him. And while one was clear, it was Anakin. But where did the other one come from? And not just any response, a calling.
Almost breaking stride, the former Jedi concentrated on his senses and tried to track down the source. The calling was coming from the temple archives and felt rather strange, as if it weren't a living mind, or, on the contrary, so alive and powerful that it could confuse even such a trained, gifted being. This matter needed to be sorted out. But first, a meeting with the council. At the next fork, Revan slowed and looked down the corridor that led to Anakin's signal. A slight nod, and the ancient Jedi, under escort, turned in the other direction, heading for the council tower. There was a short click in the headset. Accepted. Revan's behavior did not go unnoticed. You have a very good sense of young Skywalker, Luminara Unduli noted with surprise, having preferred until now, if possible, to remain silent and not to talk with the possible renegade. You could say the Force itself brought us together, Revan shrugged. Are there bonds between you? The Mirialan realized. They are still weak, but yes, they exist. Incredible. It's rare for a bond to be formed so quickly, especially with someone who hasn't undergone basic training, the woman said quickly. And yet, the Council prefers to ignore this fact, focusing on the personality of Nightvan. Dooku shook his head, suddenly joining the conversation. According to Jin, his mentor had long harbored doubts about many aspects of the Order's policies and disagreed with the Council's actions in most cases. It seemed Revan wasn't alone in noticing that the Order had lost its former glory. Having limited their numbers, abandoned their army, and allowed themselves to be bullied by the Senate, the Jedi had ceased to resemble the Knights of Light described in the chronicles of the Republic's rise. The Order was not taken seriously. Politicians often considered it their plaything, not hesitating to weave intrigues around the temple and its inhabitants. Dooku experienced this firsthand when he and a group of young Jedi were tricked into slaughtering Mandalorian warriors on Gallitran. Count Serenno was kept from leaving the Order only by the combined persuasion of Qui-Gon and Grandmaster Yoda himself. But faith in the Council and the course it guided all Jedi was shaken. Such beliefs resonated with the Ancient. In the past, disillusioned Jedi had made loyal allies. It's no wonder, with the exception of Mitra, that no one returned to the Order after the end of the Mandalorian Wars. Meanwhile, the convoy reached the doors of the council chamber. Jin was waiting for them at the entrance, leaning on his Padawan's shoulder. Qui-Gon, it's too early for you to get up. And how did Master Che let you go? Dooku was indignant, seeing his former apprentice. Thank you for your concern, Master, the wounded Jedi chuckled, emphasizing the last word. But I can't miss this meeting. After all, I was the one who brought Avner into the Order. Kenobi looked at his mentor with disapproval. Apparently, he'd been partially privy to the plan, and he wasn't thrilled with it. However, he wasn't going to contradict his master, which was a good thing. I assume the Council has given permission for you to attend? Dooku asked. Of course, Qui-Gon nodded. Well, in that case, I'll leave you here. Unlike my former student, I wasn't invited to the hearing. Count Sereno nodded politely, turning to the guard. See you later, Knight Van, Master Unduli. See you later, Master Dooku, the Mirialan said goodbye. See you later, Master Dooku, the Ancient bowed. The nobleman walked away at a measured pace. To Revan's surprise, Luminara remained with them. I must introduce you to the Council, the Mirialan explained, noticing the bewilderment on the faces of both Avner Van and Qui-Gon. So Dooku was sent as support and combat reinforcement in case I decide to start acting up, the Ancient One concluded mentally. Let's not keep them waiting, suggested Genie. Of course, the woman agreed. At that moment, the tall doors with the Order's symbol carved on them swung open, letting the entire group inside. The hall looked much as it had thousands of years ago. A simple circular room, wide windows, 12 chairs facing the center. Everything was simple and tasteful, in the best traditions of the Order.
The guards spread out around the perimeter of the hall, standing near the columns behind the council members. Incidentally, there were significantly fewer than 12 of them. Only 6 seats were occupied. According to what Revan had read in the archives, the Masters had decided to take up his case. Plo Koon, a male Keldor, Mace Windu, a Korun, Ki-Adi-Mundi, a native of Syria, Even Peel, a one-eyed Lannic, Oppo Rancisis, an unpleasant-looking Thespian, and the only woman present, Adi Gallia, with a rather atypical appearance for a Talothian. Well, decisions regarding the acceptance or expulsion of a member of the Order were sometimes made by a smaller council, especially since 3 lifelong members were present. However, the Grand Master's absence raised certain questions. Yoda would not have missed the meeting where Avner Van's fate was being decided. Or was their conversation a mere formality? No, Revan was certain the council leader had sensed the ancient knight's true dual nature. But then why wasn't he here? "Dear Council," Luminara began as soon as they reached the center of the hall. "At your command, a gifted one named Avner Van has arrived." "I can speak for myself," Revan interrupted her, for whom what was happening was too reminiscent of the trial of Mithra. Most of the council members looked at this intervention with disapproval. Only Adi Gallia raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Keldor's face was difficult to read beneath the respirator and goggles characteristic of their race. "These are our traditions," Ki-Adi-Mundi drawled, folding his fingers into a steeple in front of him. "But you don't know that!" "After all, you are an outsider, self-proclaiming yourself a Jedi Knight," Rancisis almost hissed. "Let's not jump to conclusions, Masters." Windu, apparently enjoying a certain authority among the council members, called for silence. "Avner Van, you were called here to clarify several points regarding your abilities and level of training, which seem quite unusual to us for someone who has not been trained in the Order." Noticing that Qui-Gon wanted to intervene, Korun continued. "The Council also found it strange that you were accepted into the Order without our approval." He turned his gaze to Jin. "Even though your candidacy was supported by several Masters, including a former member of the Council." There was silence, which was broken a few seconds later by the Syrian. "Could you tell us who you are and where you are from?" Revan stepped forward, placing himself in the very center of the room, while the others moved closer to the exit. "My name is Avner Van, and I hail from Deralia. However, I spent a long time on Dantooine," the ancient began his story. The council's emotions were difficult to discern, as all the Masters had chosen to erect protective shields around themselves. After all, they were about to meet the unknown gifted one. Revan approved of this move, but the execution itself irritated him. The shielding was riddled with holes, and it didn't completely conceal the Jedi from view. Focusing, Revan could sense the distrust and irritation he evoked in the Masters. Smiling to himself, the ancient decided to demonstrate what it meant to hide one's thoughts and emotions. With a soulful expression and completely honest eyes, he began to tell the prefabricated story of Avner Van, who lost his parents at an early age and set out on a journey across the galaxy, driven by a strange feeling he couldn't explain. A certain call led him to Dantooine, where he spent several years. No one sensed even a hint of deception. "Where did you learn to use a lightsaber and the Force?" Windu interrupted. "I was trained by Jedi Master Jar Lestin," Revan answered calmly. "Nonsense," Rancisis snapped. "There is no master by that name." "More precisely, no. Not at the present time. And for several thousand years now, for sure," Ki-Adi-Mundi corrected the emotional Thespian. "However, I have come across this name in archival records." "I remember that too," Adi Gallia supported him. "He was a member of the Council in the Enclave on Dantooine." "And how did the dead man teach you?" Windu asked, a hint of disbelief breaking through his mask of impartiality. "Or," I found the holocron. Revan stunned everyone. Judging by the reaction, Qui-Gon did not inform the council about Avner Wan's training in advance. What? It seemed like everyone present blurted out. I found Master Jar's holocron, the ancient repeated. The masters began to murmur indignantly, and Windu had to raise his voice again. You can't learn fencing from a book, Ki-Adi-Mundi remarked. So the holocron isn't a book at all, Revan chuckled. Master Jar himself taught me. He showed me the basics of several styles and also told me how to build my own lightsaber. You mean the holocron contained not only information, but also a keeper? Plo Koon asked. Revan nodded. Where's that holocron now? Windu asked after he had restored order. Unfortunately, I lost it after the crash on Tatooine, Revan answered, with sadness in his voice. The masters sighed with disappointment. An intact Jedi holocron, especially one with a guardian, was a rarity. Well, those who participated in the liberation of Naboo from the Trade Federation blockade highly value your fencing skills, as well as your abilities in the Force, Karun continued. But not all, the Syrian interjected. That's true, Windu agreed. According to eyewitnesses, you repeatedly used Force lightning and demonstrated excessive cruelty in combat. Lightning is a technique of the dark side, Plo Koon continued, and it is used only by adepts of the dark side, fallen Jedi, or Sith. Revan showed shock on his face. What? But Master Jar was a Jedi, he exclaimed. Or perhaps those who merely impersonated him, Windu countered. It's impossible to say anything with certainty right now. The holocron is lost, and with it, the evidence. But I'm a Jedi, Revan protested hotly. We still have to decide on that, Ki-Adi-Mundi answered instead of the corona. I don't sense any darkness in him at all, Adi Gallia said. How could he use lightning? It's impossible without the dark side. There are brighter analogues, Windu dismissed. Only emotions are important. I studied some similar techniques when I created Vapad. Esteemed Council, Qui-Gon interrupted the discussion. With all due respect, Avner has been vouched for by the Masters of the Order. He was trained by a Jedi, albeit one who has long since passed into the Force. There is no darkness within him, and he fights only to protect those in need. What more proof do you need that he is a true Jedi? He didn't receive the Council's approval, Korun objected. But he was supported by the Grand Master himself, Vagini finished off. This was news to some of those present. Windu, however, didn't look surprised. We haven't been able to confirm this information. Contact with the Grand Master has been lost. He's currently in a region where communication is quite difficult. That's it, Revan said mentally. So this whole farce was orchestrated by the Masters present here, without Yoda's approval. Were they playing at hunting a Sith? To expose an enemy who had infiltrated the Guardians of the Peace? At that moment, two quiet clicks came through the hidden headset. Target acquired. A few moments later, Anakin's face erupted with joy and anticipation. Revan chuckled. It was time to end this diversion. Dear Council, there is one more question I was planning to ask you, he said. What kind of question is this? Gallia asked with interest. I would like to take Anakin Skywalker as my Padawan. Revan stunned everyone. Impossible! Windu was indignant. The other masters also supported him. You're in no position to take on apprentices. First, you'll have to undergo full training in the Order yourself, and then the trials to become a knight, the Syrian chimed in. But there are bonds of power between us, the Ancient One tried to press. Nonsense, Oporensis dismissed. It takes years to form bonds like that. You met less than a month ago. Windu cut short any further discussion, announcing that the Council had decided to accept Avner Wan into the Order as a Padawan, and would soon determine who would serve as his mentor.
There was no question of him taking the chosen one as his apprentice. Especially since he already has this horned Sith as an apprentice, Obi-Wan muttered, unfortunately not quietly enough. What did you just say, Padawan? Rancisis latched onto the very specific word. Sith? The guards along the perimeter visibly tensed. The slam with which Revan imagined his palm slamming into his own face should have shattered even the tower's armored glass. A second earlier, he would have nodded sagely and left the council chamber, avoiding an unnecessary conflict. The moment Maul was accepted as an apprentice was not mentioned in the mission reports. Jin even managed to persuade Kenobi to keep quiet about it. Apparently, not for long. Now, Revan literally felt the only exit closing. The door leading out of the chamber was locked, secured by the guardians. The masters gathered and the tension in the force grew. The ancient Jedi cursed silently. If he had to fight his way through, he'd be in for a rough ride. He hadn't planned on killing or maiming anyone, and that made things considerably more difficult. He could bet he could handle any of the masters present one-on-one, but all of them at once? If he allowed himself to kill them, but that was pointless. Senseless cruelty and bloody slaughter were the preserve of beasts, madmen, and the fallen, slaves to their desires and the dark side. Revan was different. He conquered the darkness, not it him. Repeat what you said, Padawan, Windu demanded. Qui-Gon, leaning on his apprentice's shoulder, nearly crushed his hand, clearly overdoing it in his attempts to signal Obi-Wan to keep quiet. However, Kenobi did not understand the hint, or did not want to understand. That's not in the mission reports on Naboo, the Padawan began. After Master Jin was wounded in a fight with an unknown Zabrak, Avner Van came to our aid. He dealt with the enemy easily, almost too easily. So far, this only speaks of young Van's skill, Plo Koon noted. Ki-Adi-Mundi nodded in agreement. Even Rancisis felt a wave of interest, mingled with respect. That's not all, Kenobi continued. He didn't finish off the Sith, but offered him to become, he offered cooperation. A deal with a Sith? Windu was indignant. Did he let him go? Oppo Rancisis supported his colleague. But Qui-Gon's report says the Sith escaped, Adigalia reminded him. Apparently realizing that he had just set up not only Avner, but also his teacher, Kenobi tried to justify Jin. The teacher was seriously wounded and delirious. He could have missed this moment. Oh, Qui-Gon, you raised a righteous man to your own detriment, Revan lamented mentally, preparing himself for the fact that the situation could soon escalate. The former Jedi called upon the Force to aid him, strengthening his body and erecting barriers ready to intercept or weaken any attack aimed at him. This would have gone unnoticed in any other situation, but here and now, the Force was already surging in the room, masking any manipulation. The Masters debated heatedly over Kenobi's words. They debated whether to trust the Padawan's words, even though he could have been mistaken, in shock after a fight with a dangerous opponent. Could this really be a Sith, or just another copycat who had found the dark holocron? Opinions were divided. Some insisted on detaining both Avner Wan and Qui-Gon. Others focused solely on the young prodigy. But everyone agreed on one thing. Avner Wan, Windu declared loudly, the Council suspects you of collaborating with the Sith. Effective immediately, you are to surrender all weapons in your possession and proceed to your assigned quarters on the temple grounds, where you will await trial. Silence fell. After a few painful seconds, the guards activated their blades. Luminara Unduli, whose presence the Masters had apparently forgotten, retreated to the door, unwilling to interfere. Revan glanced at Jin. Jin looked at the Ancient with a pleading gaze, as if urging him, "Don't do this." In response, the former Jedi slowly shook his head from side to side and looked up at the council members. No. The short answer thundered like a shot from the main caliber of a star destroyer.
The next moment, a wide wave of force pushed from Revan towards the masters, ripping their chairs, as well as the guardians behind them, from their seats and sending them flying towards the nearest wall or window. The one-eyed Lannick found himself pinned under his own chair, unable to react to the sudden attack.
The other masters were more fortunate and were already rising to their feet. The Ancient One was already engaged in combat with the guardians who had rushed into battle. His lightsaber flew from his belt in an instant, splitting into 2 blades in mid-air and sliding into the wielder's hands. The silver and black blades collided with the yellow ones, filling the hall with a deafening screech. Pushing one of the lightsabers aside, Revan twisted and severed the other at the fighter's wrist, then delivered a powerful kick to the latter's stomach. A force attack by one of the spearmen was unsuccessful. The wave that should have knocked Revan off his feet merely dissolved in the barrier he had erected, releasing some of its energy for a counterattack. The Guardian, attempting to attack from behind, encountered the former Jedi's half-open palm, clutching a black blade. A force push sent the unfortunate man flying backwards, slamming him into the wall with a crash. The temple's last pair of guards, consisting of their commander and the same guardian with the lightsaber, decided to attack together. Their execution was excellent. One came from above, the other lowered his blade, aiming for their legs. It would have worked had Revan not been armed with 2 blades. Capitalizing on the attacker's momentum, the Ancient deflected his staff and took the slash of lightsabers that rained down on him with a sliding block. Pirouetted between the 2 guardians, Revan barely brushed their ribs with the blades of his lightsabers, and at the same moment sent a bolt of force lightning through them. In less than 5 seconds, the convoy assigned to restrain the defendant, no matter what skills he possessed, was defeated. Jin had been holding Obi-Wan in place the entire time, as he'd suddenly imagined he could help the temple's defenders. Luminara stood in the doorway with her blade ignited, unsure what to do. This had never happened in the council chamber before. A blast of compressed air, forcing Revan to take a few steps back to regain his balance, reminded him that the masters still posed a threat. Noticing an object flying toward him out of the corner of his eye, the former Jedi leaped forward and sliced through the massive chair Plo Koon had hurled at him. The next instant, the Karun lunged forward with lightning speed, closing in on Revan. The violet blade scraped across the silver blade, then collided with the black one. Then the master's blade streaked through the air like purple lightning, cutting at an impossible angle beneath the Ancient's right arm. However, the attack missed, and a silver flash was already flying toward the Karun, its black counterpart slithering dangerously in its shadow. Vaipad clashed with Juyo. A style based on the 7th form was pitted against its prototype. The masters, watching the hurricane of blows, didn't risk intervening, as they could easily strike an ally. After all, the fighters moved with incredible speed, never breaking contact. Flashes and screeching sounds filled the hall, creating a wondrous yet terrifying symphony of combat. The force raged. Both opponents fueled themselves with emotion, walking the very line between darkness and light. Both demonstrated mastery beyond comprehension. But the Ancient also had years of battle experience on his side. The Master of the Order, which had not fought in conflict for over 1,000 years, could not boast of such a feat. A battle-hardened, battle-scarred centurion and a civilian yacht. The outcome of the duel was a foregone conclusion. Windu was afraid of losing his temper and constantly held himself back. For him, the dark side was something terrifying, dangerous, and unknown. For Revan, on the contrary, it was an old familiar. The former Jedi could clearly feel the Karun passing along the edge, but the next moment he closed his emotions, and his speed instantly dropped. A boat during a storm, thought the Ancient One. Revan smirked at his thoughts and picked up the pace. His blades practically disappeared from view, turning into smeared ribbons marking the trajectory of their deadly blades. And, just a moment later, Windu dropped his lightsaber, taking 4 precise thrusts to his wrists and shoulders.
Stunned by his friend's defeat, Plo Koon missed the moment when the Karun's body hurtled toward him at the speed of a speeder. The masters collided and collapsed against the far wall. Adi Gallia, Oppo Rancisis, and Ki-Adi Mundi attempted to simultaneously attack Revan, trapping him in stasis. But the experienced fighter prevented them from doing so. Acting preemptively, he hurled one of his lightsabers in an arc, distracting the Jedi Masters from the threat. Then he lifted the chair behind the Syrian into the air and knocked him down. Rancisis, attempting to protect his ally, found himself exposed to a powerful force push. Adi Gallia, deflecting a flying black blade, was struck by a silver blade clutched in the hand of Revan, who had leaped toward her with lightning speed. A plasma loop burn on the back of his hand and a shallow wound on his back temporarily incapacitated the last master. Revan summoned a second blade into his hand and moved towards the exit. "Coming?" he threw at Qui-Gon, who was forced to stun his apprentice so that he wouldn't do anything stupid. "My place is in the Order," the genie shook his head. "But not that," the Ancient One objected. "They won't give you answers here, won't teach you anything new. They'll just chain you up and throw you in the archives. And after today, they'll take away what's most precious to you and throw you away. Believe me, I've seen this more than once."
Eras come and go, but this same rot continues to destroy the Order. Not just this one. This fate has befallen them all. The Jedi split, the Sith destroyed themselves, and the Jedi are following the same path. Revan didn't know why he spoke those words. They seemed right and appropriate for this moment. He felt like that young knight again, standing before a group of Jedi, convincing them of the Council's error of judgment and the need to wage war against the Mandalorians. But where should I go? I've spent my whole life in the Order. This is my home. And here is my Padawan. Qui-Gon pointed at Kenobi. "Follow me," Revan said firmly. "Where?" "To the future." "But," Jin glanced sideways at the Padawan again. "Everyone must make the decision for themselves." The old Jedi hesitated. He wanted to go with the one he'd read so much about in the archives, the one he sincerely admired. There, beyond the temple walls, he could find answers to his questions. He could understand the Force as no one had before. But the responsibility for his apprentice held him firmly in his grasp. The Order won't let go. He clutched at straws, realizing that a little more and he would spit on his principles. "But it won't stop," Revan objected, seeing the struggle going on inside Jin. A rustling and groaning sound came from the far end of the hall. One of the masters was coming to his senses. "Decide," Revan said, realizing that there was no more time. "I can't." Qui-Gon shook his head sadly. "Then, until we meet again." The Ancient One turned towards the exit and added without turning around, "May the Force be with you." A Mirialan blocked the exit, shocked by the swift reprisal against the most powerful Jedi. Meeting Revan's gaze, she chose to lower her blade and go to the aid of the wounded. She couldn't win a fight with this monster in human form. Rushing out of the hall, the Ancient One came face to face with two more Guardians, apparently rushing to the Council's rescue. This meant the temple had already raised the alarm. Reaching the exit would be difficult. The next moment, both guards fell face down, like reeds blown down by the wind. Behind them, two figures appeared, a woman and a child. "I was just about to get you out," the girl in shiny Mandalorian armor said cheerfully, playing with a pair of blasters. Catching Revan's eye, she added, "Everyone's alive and well, just stunners as agreed." "Vader!" Anakin jumped out from behind Tira and ran up to his first mentor. "Hey, buddy," the Ancient One ruffled the guy's hair. "Time!" Nomad reminded, changing the batteries in the blasters set to stun. Revan nodded, and the three of them rushed into the temple's labyrinthine corridors. The former Jedi led the way, ignoring the Mandalorian's objections as she used her armor's navigation system.
"We're going the wrong way,"
she screamed.
I know better, he replied.
Power was a much more reliable conductor than electronics. A turn, another turn, a brief skirmish with the temple guards, running again. And finally, a dead end? So what now? Tira asked sarcastically, patting the blank wall that ended the corridor. Wait, Revan said quietly, the Force telling him that something was about to happen. We have guests, Nomad announced, pressing herself against the wall and aiming her blasters at the corner at the end of the corridor they had come running down. The next moment, one of the wall panels slid aside, revealing a passage. A gray-haired figure in a black cloak emerged from within. Here, the unexpected benefactor said curtly, turning out to be none other than Master Dooku. Is he with us? Tira asked incredulously. Yes, Revan nodded, reading something in the Count's gaze. The passage led to the technical rooms of the temple, through which one could get to any part of the complex, bypassing the main corridors. Accompanied by Dooku, the former Jedi, the Mandalorian, and the promising young prodigy raced toward the backup landing platform on the western side of the temple. Did Jin send you? Revan asked as he walked. No, but I heard your conversation, the Count answered after a few moments. A surveillance system? The former Jedi guessed. Dooku nodded. And what do you think? Your beliefs are close to me, and I would be happy to go with you. But I can't abandon my student, Count Sereno chuckled, realizing that he had just repeated the words of his former Padawan. Master and student, Revan shook his head. They both learn from each other until they become one in spirit. That is true, Dooku agreed. Look after him, asked the Ancient One. He is a good man. Certainly. Fortunately, the Guardians didn't expect the fugitives to be so knowledgeable about the building's architecture. They avoided any surprises along the way. But at the site itself, they were already waiting for them. A dozen Guardians led by Swordmaster Chin Dralig and 5 knights. We've arrived at the second Galidron, Tira muttered barely audibly, marking the targets through the visor of her helmet. I won't help you here, said Count Sereno. I won't kill my brothers. And you won't have to, Revan replied. The roar of engines came from the sky, and right behind it, a maroon freighter, bristling with a pair of rapid-fire laser cannons, swooped down onto the platform like a scarlet comet. Attention, meatbags, came the call from the ship's external speakers, hovering above everyone. Use the last of your meager organic brains and retreat, threateningly, or we can proceed to a more intense program of chaos and bloodshed. Several Guardians wavered, lowering their blades. Drallik stood his ground, as did the knights and spearmen closest to him. Revan gripped his weapon tighter, preparing for battle, when suddenly... Let them through! The familiar voice of the Grandmaster suddenly creaked loudly. Behind the fugitives, a small platform flew out of the doors, on which sat a green-skinned dwarf, who was the head of the Jedi Order. A misunderstanding occurred here. Some council members made hasty decisions, Yoda announced, addressing Revan. I overlooked it and arrived too late to prevent it. A reward should have awaited you, young knight. Instead, you received threats and exile. The Ancient One demonstratively hung his swords on his belt and adjusted his cloak. It's not the first time for me, he chuckled. Our opinions with the Council often differ. Can't say it more precisely, The Grandmaster supported the joke. Grandmaster? Sindralig spoke up. Is everything all right? Yes, the green-skinned man turned to the swordsman. There was a misunderstanding, but now everything is resolved. The guards were satisfied with the answer and relaxed a little. However, they were in no hurry to leave the platform. We must meet again when things have calmed down a bit. Much hard feelings have arisen on both sides today, Yoda addressed Revan again. Anakin will fly with me now, the Ancient One firmly stated. The green-skinned old man pretended to be sad, but nodded. I see the bonds of the Force have bound you. Going against them would be a mistake for the Council. Thank you, Grand Master. But we still have to talk. Revan nodded at this. Indeed, there are still many unresolved issues. I would like there to be no animosity between us. As do I, agreed the Grand Master. In that case, I'll arrive here in a month. Then we can discuss everything and the Order will calm down a bit after today. Yoda nodded, agreeing with the proposal.
May the Force be with you, the Grand Master proclaimed, the standard Jedi wish, and finished much more quietly. Redeemed Knight. Chapter 16.5 The Alliance of the Droid and Contemptuously, a meatbag who fancies himself a warrior. Chapter 16.5 The Alliance of the Droid and Contemptuously, a sack of meat who fancies himself a warrior. The Scarlet Starship floated leisurely through the flow of freighters in low orbit above Coruscant. Its compartments were empty, and silence reigned everywhere, broken only by the steady hum of engines and the beeping of instruments. Only the small cabin was unusually crowded. For this small ship, 4 sentient beings in one room, even 2 of them droids, was considered a crowd. In the center of the room, near the holoprojector, stood a tall young man in light Mandalorian armor, concealed beneath a light cape with a deep hood. He stood silent, arms crossed over his chest, his frowning gaze shifting from the strange, reddish-haired protocol droid to the female figure clad in full Mandalorian armor. And although neither the droid's helmet nor faceplate had any moving parts that could reveal the couple's emotions, the mutual dislike they felt for each other was palpable. A droid? The Mandalorian snorted derisively. Contemptuously. A sack of meat? The Iron Soldier did not remain in debt. The R2 series astromech droid, fiddling with the wall-mounted power distribution panel, let out a mournful trill in binary and returned to work. Calm down, both of you, Revan growled. You're even shorting out the astromech circuits. The constant jabs and verbal sparring between the galaxy's finest assassin, HK-47, and the Hutt cartel's self-proclaimed best mercenary, Tira Nomad, had been going on since Revan and the Mandalorian emerged from that ill-fated cantina on Coruscant. The ancient Dark Lord was already wondering whether he really needed allies. But he easily dismissed the thought, reminding himself that HK had proven his usefulness and loyalty time and again, and the Mandalorians. Revan had developed a special relationship with them. Forgive me, but following your idiotic and undoubtedly suicidal plan, Nomad replied, I'll have to stealthily infiltrate the Jedi Temple. Jedi, damn them Hutts. And for support, I'll have a rusty tub with a couple of equally rusty tin cans, one of which doesn't even have arms or legs. R2 squeaked indignantly. Don't yap at me, bucket with a light bulb, the girl snapped, arrogantly. For a brainless sack of meat, you talk a lot, NK said, slightly bowing his head. Feigned surprise. Could it be that the liquid that so resembles bantha shit and fills your skull suddenly started to form complex sentences of more than 2 words? Oh, you. The Mandalorian jerked her hand toward her holster. But before her fingers could close on the handle of the blaster, the barrel of a rapid-fire carbine, easily held in the manipulator of the assassin droid, pressed against the visor of her helmet. Calm down, I said. A wave of force threw the participants of the conflict in different directions, but they both remained on their feet. Revan turned first to the Mandalorian. You work together with NK and R2. This is a condition of our contract, understand? Yes, Nomad nodded reluctantly. Although I can understand how the protocol officer and the astromech will help me. These 2 will help you sneak in and get out alive, the Ancient explained calmly. R2, unlike his brethren, has an advanced decoding database for hacking security systems. And the one you mistook for the protocol guy was and remains the best assassin droid in the galaxy. And believe me, He has far more experience fighting gifteds than all the mercenaries combined. NK lifted his metal chin proudly. The astromech squeaked mockingly, appreciating the menacing killer's pose. "Shut up, waste disposer." Revan, accompanied by R2's angry trill, slapped his forehead with his palm. "It's a madhouse," he stated. The Mandalorian just snorted and turned her head to the side. "NK, R2, your task is to assist this esteemed person." He pointed at the representative of the Nomad clan. "You know the plan. That's an order." "Yes, Master." The assassin droid immediately got ready. The astromech droid, just like its older brother, clearly beeped out a confirmation in response, and even seemed to salute with a plasma torch. "Circus," the Mandalorian said contemptuously. Revan didn't respond to this, and once again went over the main points of the plan. "So I'm heading to the meeting with the Council on a speeder. NK, is the transport ready?" "Affirmative. Everything is ready, Master. A high-speed, compact speeder is waiting for you in the cargo bay right next to the loading ramp," the droid reported. "Excellent. I'll land on one of the platforms near the main entrance." The Ancient pointed to the temple hologram. "You'll enter through the service entrance on the upper level of the main building on the western side. There's a transport highway nearby, and a passing freighter won't arouse suspicion." "Is the site guarded?" Tira asked. "No. From what I've learned, the sites are guarded solely by automated security systems," Revan replied. "That doesn't negate the presence of turrets. The area is open, and getting close without making noise will be difficult." Contemptuously. "Amateur," NK said at the minimum power of his vocoder. The Mandalorian heard and wanted to protest, but the ancient Jedi again attracted her attention. "The system ignores emergency situations and opens access to the pad for ships requesting landing for repairs. You'll take advantage of that," Revan said loudly. "R2, recode the primary beacon to emit a distress signal, but limit the radius. We don't need rescuers coming here." The astromech squeaked happily, ready to happily carry out its new master's orders. "After landing, Tira, you step forward and access the temple's service channels here." The former Jedi pointed to a hatch near the landing pad. "R2 will connect to the service terminal near the emergency landing struts, which should automatically deploy to cushion the landing. Before Tira reaches the hatch, it must be open and the turrets disabled. Is that clear?" "The order is clear," the adventurous astromech responded enthusiastically in binary. "NK, you're covering them." Revan turned to the assassin droid. "It's quite possible that someone will decide to check out what's going on at the site." "Forced consent. Accept it, Master," the Iron Maniac responded in a sad voice. "Bite me," Nomad muttered quietly. Revan noticed that despite his outward calm and stillness, NK was hurt by this outburst. This meant that the Mandalorian, who still hadn't realized who she was teasing, would suffer a rather unpleasant fate. Like an accident, in which the assassin droid would have absolutely no part. "NK, the safety of Tira Nomad is on you," Revan ordered. The ancient Jedi thought he heard a distinct crackling sound in the area of HK-47's processor as the droid turned its scarlet optical sensors to look at him. Query: what percentage of the said meat bag would be acceptable to preserve? The droid asked slowly, as if struggling to put the words together. The higher the better. She must survive, Revan decided to clarify. The former Dark Lord knew full well that NK would find a way to take it out on the Mandalorian, but he would never disobey a direct order. This meant that Tira Nomad's life was in no danger. At least not from the assassin droid, and no one spoke of her health being in jeopardy. Apparently, the NK also came to a similar conclusion, because after confirming the order, he clearly perked up. Request: clarify countermeasures against the Jedi Master. Non-lethal. That goes for you too, Tira. Accepted,
The droid nodded. As you say, Nomad agreed, shrugging her shoulders. Mentally wishing the temple's inhabitants not to bother with the northern landing pad, Revan continued the briefing. I'll keep the channel open on an encrypted frequency. Passive security systems won't detect it. But Jedi have very sensitive hearing, so try to keep conversations to a minimum. I can use Mandalorian non-vocal commands. My people used them back in ancient times. Tira tapped her finger on her helmet near her ear, causing a distinct clicking sound in Revan's headset. I am familiar with them, the Ancient One agreed. As is Enka. R2 squeaked indignantly and requested an information packet from the assassin droid with this unknown form of communication. Irritated refusal. Leave me alone, NK-47 waved him off. Repeated beeping and whistling, much more insistent. NK, be a good boy, Revan asked with a slight smile. Forced agreement. Okay, I'll give you an information packet with a list of encrypted commands used by the Mandalorians. Nomad didn't ask where the Jedi and his droid had gotten such information. From the very beginning, this Vanner Shan was too strange and unpredictable for someone trained in the order of diplomats and peacekeepers. He had a military bearing, confident and precise movements, a knowledge of tactics and strategy, obvious experience in sabotage operations, and even the armor he rarely took off. If Tira hadn't seen him wield a lightsaber with her own eyes, she would have said with certainty that this young man was her kin, not by blood or race, but by the training Mandalorians impart to their children. Let's move on, Revan returned to the hologram. Your task is to find Anakin Skywalker and bring him aboard the Eagle while I entertain the Council with negotiations. They're most likely holding him in the part of the temple where the guest quarters are located. I can't say for sure. And what about your Jedi tricks? Nomad made an uncertain gesture. I'll only be able to sense it once I'm inside the temple. These ancient walls are imbued with the Force and reliably conceal the auras of the inhabitants. Yes, I see. As I was saying, your Jedi mystical things. Revan shook his head disapprovingly. In any case, I'll try to find out where they're keeping him. So, listen carefully, I'll give you a sign, he said. I'll use the network of tunnels under the ceiling. Nomad pointed at the hologram. I'll try to intercept you here. Do you need help? I'll get out myself. The Ancient One waved it off. Your task is Anakin. It didn't take long to discuss the main points of the plan, and when Revan exited the Eagle 10 minutes later, the pair of droids and the mercenary were ready to act, although they weren't thrilled with the forced cooperation. While the temple security officer was intently watching the small speeder carrying someone the council had ordered taken into custody, on the opposite side of the complex, a small freighter, belching black smoke from its left engine, was descending smoothly toward the service landing pad. A signal flashed persistently on the comm panel. Finally, the officer noticed the light and opened the channel. Transport NKT 33827-2 calling the Jedi Temple. Emergency. Requesting landing permission. A female voice came over the speakers. That's all we need, muttered Gluto Dean, whose quiet life had already been disrupted by the sudden arrest order. Just a couple of months ago, the temple was so peaceful. Peace and quiet. The occasional skirmishes between younglings or overly rowdy Padawans didn't count. No one in Gluto's entire service had ever dared attack the Jedi compound. And then, suddenly, everything went upside down. The Masters were alarmed. After a couple of Jedi departed for Naboo, security was stepped up. They had to take extra shifts. Dean was one of those security personnel who hadn't been trained at the temple, but was recruited from the civilian population, like most of the support staff. His potential in the Force was very weak, and he didn't participate actively in security's activities, like the Guardians. However, even sitting at the control panel of the surveillance systems, he sincerely believed he worked harder than everyone else, and therefore his foul mood was entirely justified. The surveillance cameras showed a disturbing picture. The freighter, which had requested landing, was swaying from side to side. The pilot was clearly struggling with the aircraft, trying to keep the poor, smoking craft aloft. Gluto grimaced. He had enough to worry about. But if this thing collapsed somewhere nearby, and word got out that the temple had refused to help someone in need, everyone in the Security Council would be in trouble. Transport NKT 33827-2, you are clear to board. Service Platform 3, you are not allowed to enter the complex. Will you call for repairs yourself? Yes, thank you. We can handle it ourselves. You've been a great help. Thank you. I thought we were done for. A girl, who was obviously the truck's pilot, began babbling. Yeah, that could have ended badly, Dean thought, remembering Coruscant's dense traffic flow. They definitely wouldn't have made it to the landing pad on the lower levels. Oh, I need to remember to send a couple of guards to oversee the repairs. Meanwhile, on board the Eagle, the invasion of the temple was being prepared. Don't swerve so much, you'll damage the supports, Tira shouted at the assassin droid sitting in the pilot's chair. Condescendingly, I know this ship's capabilities better, and I can accurately depict the damaged ship's behavior in the air. The main thing is, don't ruin this very ship, Tin Can. Helpful advice. The main thing is not to cleanse your stomach without removing your helmet. Oh, you. Nomad didn't have time to finish because the freighter touched the platform surprisingly softly. Recommendation. We should begin the operation immediately before the security service comes to its senses, the droid advised. I know, the Mandalorian muttered. Hey, Astromech, get to the cargo ramp now. As soon as the loading ramp touched the platform, an R2 series droid glided down it and, without wasting any time, drove to the service terminal and connected to it. The procedure was quite standard for an emergency landing. It required manually entering the ship's data into the terminal and, if possible, requesting repairs. Or rather, this is how any other ordinary astromech would operate. R2-D2 was anything but ordinary. So, instead of registering the ship, he took control of the surveillance systems and looped the last 5 seconds of the recording, creating the illusion that an astromech droid was peacefully working on the platform. The Mandalorian stepped out of the freighter, looked straight into the nearest camera, and, with an approving grunt, hurried to the service hatch. Now the entrance, she reminded the droid. R2 whistled in confirmation and began breaking down the door. Long seconds of waiting dragged on. You're taking too long, Nomad hissed discontentedly, still considering the whole idea terribly stupid. In response, the astromech squeaked something unintelligible. For surprise. How come my vocabulator didn't melt from those words? NK apparently commented on the astromech droid's statement. What did he say? Tira asked. Explanation. I merely assessed the intellectual capabilities of a useless sack of meat who is simply incapable of understanding the complexity of the process of cracking the fractal encryption used in this security system, replied the assassin droid, shamelessly taking advantage of the fact that his faceplate remains motionless. He was quite pleased with this fact, for if he had been able to grin, he would have been deprived of the pleasure of seeing the whole gamut of emotions that passed over the faces of the dumb sacks of meat while they realized what had been said. Nomad exhaled loudly in an attempt to control her growing anger. As soon as we finish this matter, then we can talk, she whispered angrily. The next moment, the terminal next to the door, which was on the opposite wall from the service hatch and led to the storage rooms, beeped. 2 men in the gray uniforms of temple security emerged from the passageway. They clearly weren't expecting to see a mercenary and 2 droids on the platform, as they moved slowly and casually, their hands off the weapons hanging from their belts. What the hut? One of them managed to shout before he was hit by a stun gun fired by Tira. The second guard managed to grab a shock stick from his belt, not the most logical choice in such a situation. The result was the same as his partner's, a shock charge and loss of consciousness. The Mandalorian didn't lower her weapon, keeping the still open door at gunpoint. NK-47, taking his blaster off safety, walked over to the unconscious bodies and checked them. Conclusion: not dangerous, he commented, accompanying his words with a light kick to the ribs of the nearest security officer.
I don't miss, Nomad said smugly, returning the blasters to her belt.
At that moment, the guard who was lying closer to the door with a shock stick clutched in his hand moved and let out a quiet groan. Observation: the stun gun's discharge is insufficient. There are some weak, gifted individuals among the guards. While they are not quite up to the level of Jedi, these meat sacks are much tougher than their brethren, NK explained, approaching the groaning fighter. Recommendation: increase weapon power or use other methods of neutralization. With these words, the assassin droid sent the poor fellow into a deep and prolonged sleep with a blow of his metal leg. "Hey, what's going on here?" a voice came from the open doorway. Apparently, someone heard the noise and decided to check it out. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a Jedi. Tira realized this as soon as the edge of the brown robe appeared from around the corner, and she prepared herself for a protracted fight.
However, to her surprise, NK stood fearlessly in the path of the young member of the Order. The Jedi, noticing the weapon in the droid's hands, immediately activated his lightsaber and took a stance. "Who are you, and what happened here?" the gifted one asked sternly. NK instantly dropped his carbine. "A frightened remark. This is not mine," the assassin droid rattled, imitating the stuttering manner of many protocol officers. The carbine fell with a clang onto the stone surface of the landing pad. The Jedi was distracted, and the droid took a long step towards him. When the gifted one looked up again, NK turned slightly to the side, revealing a view of the mercenary and R2. "Surprised remark. Look, there are Mandalorians here," the Iron Maniac shouted, feigning panic. "What?" the Jedi stared at Tira. And the next moment, a light adept who had decided to investigate a strange noise on the landing pad received a powerful electric shock from the NK stun gun mounted on his forearm. The shock was powerful enough to instantly knock the man unconscious. NK knew perfectly well how and with what to neutralize Jedi. Contemptuous comment: they think even slower than they did 4,000 years ago. Turning around, NK saw Tira Nomad clutching a flashbang grenade. She carefully removed her finger from the detonator and returned the dangerous ball to the pouch on her hip. Despite all the hostility that NK-47 felt, to the best of his ability, he noted the correct choice of weapon for a duel with a gifted one. "I thought your master was just praising you in vain, in order to inflate his own value," the mercenary said slowly, carefully examining the droid as if she had just seen it. "But I see that you really have encountered Jedi before." Statement of fact. Just like you. Just like many mercenaries in the galaxy. But few survived to tell of such encounters, right? Condescendingly. Life is worth nothing if the Master's order is not carried out. They looked at each other for a few seconds. A mocking question. "Are you going to keep staring at me, you sack of meat? Or are you going to help me tie up these three?" "I hope the Jawas sell you to the farmers," Nomad muttered angrily, taking out flexible self-locking handcuffs. "Sincere wish. Immediately after you are sold into slavery to the Colicoids." The pair of killers, half sparring and forced to act with extreme humaneness, made sure that for the next hour, the guards and the overly curious Jedi sat quietly and didn't make any noise. By this time, R2 announced that the lock had finally given in. The passage to the service channels was open. "I'm going inside," Tira informed her allies. "Confirmation. R2 and I will remain with the ship," the assassin droid replied. The astromech squeaked something about how he would continue to sabotage the temple's security system and hide the mercenaries' presence. Nomad nodded and slipped into the hatch. Instruction: turn left at the fork. NK transmitted via an encrypted channel.
A moment later, a scream and an angry hiss from the Mandalorian was heard, interrupted by curses in Mandoa. Clarification. To the left, relative to the ship's current position, the droid clarified with barely concealed mockery in his voice, to which he received a new portion of curses in response. Having once again revised her opinion of the red-haired, impudent droid and assigned him the personal status of malicious tin can, Tira began to move along the tunnels located between the residential levels of the temple, listening to what the inhabitants were talking about. R2 hacked into the new student records and found information about Skywalker, which he promptly reported. Vanner was right. The boy was being held in the guest wing. However, the room number wasn't listed, so the search area was still too large. Having signaled to her employer that she was inside, Nomad continued moving towards the central hall, through which one could enter any part of the temple. Along the way, through one of the service hatches, the mercenary saw Vaner's escort. Seeing the Jedi's attitude toward him, the girl chuckled. The image of a dozen guardians, holding light pikes and supported by a pair of masters, following the boy with obvious apprehension, struck her as extremely amusing. The guards' movements betrayed fear. They seemed to follow their escort, not lead him. Vaner's proud gait made it clear who was setting the pace of the procession. Poser, the mercenary snorted good-naturedly. Deciding to follow her employer in hopes of discovering the location of her primary target, Nomad exited the service channel and, activating her personal optical camouflage device, continued along the ceiling. Her route was well concealed by steel and stone beams and supports, which were also unlit, so she had no fear of detection. However, the optical camouflage system, unlike a cloaking field generator, did not provide 100% invisibility, leaving a blurred silhouette in space. And then, luck smiled on the mercenary. In one of the halls, she overheard two Padawans discussing Skywalker's location. In response to Vaner's signal, Tira followed the Padawans, making sure her employer noticed her movements. Catching up with the two students wasn't difficult, but finding the moment when they were alone proved problematic. However, after a few minutes, the mercenary had a chance to obtain more precise information about the target. Jumping from the ceiling onto the teenagers who were not expecting the attack, Tira knocked one of them unconscious with a precise blow to the back of the head, and then knocked the second one to the floor, pressing a shock stick, borrowed from the guards on the landing pad, to his neck. A brief discharge disoriented the Padawan enough to prevent him from concentrating and using the Force. Interrogating more senior members of the Order in this manner would have been dangerous, but these mere children hadn't been properly trained. "Where's Skywalker?" the mercenary asked quietly, bringing the visor of her helmet almost right up to the paralyzed teenager's ear. "What?" the student asked, frightened. A gloved hand clamps over the victim's mouth, and a shock stick discharge follows. The Mandalorian armor's insulators do a good job of preventing the shock from harming the executioner. "Where's Skywalker? The boy who came from Naboo," Nomad repeated. "I don't..." Another discharge, this time longer. "No need," the teenager moaned pitifully. "Tell me what I need and the pain will stop." It took several more sessions of persuasion, but the boy finally gave in. He lacked both the knowledge and the fortitude to withstand the experienced bounty hunter's interrogation. Having received the target's coordinates, Nomad returned to the maintenance tunnels to avoid taking any risks, especially since the interrogation had wasted precious time and it wouldn't be possible to completely cover her tracks. These Hutt Jedi sensed the pain of those around them. So the corridor where she interrogated the Padawan would soon become jammed with guards and worried masters. She was lucky that the masters and the most powerful fighters, capable of sensing even her presence within the temple's walls, were either away on missions or busy meeting with Vaner. Otherwise, the mercenary would not have been able to reach Anakin's room so easily. "Who are you?" The fair-haired boy, who perfectly matched the target's description, cried out in fear as the Mandalorian jumped to the floor right in front of him. A wave of force erupted from the child, causing Nomad to stagger and jump back to maintain his balance. The boy looked at the stranger with distrust, and was clearly wondering whether he should call for help. "Calm down, Skywalker." She raised her hands, demonstrating peaceful intentions. "I'm a friend. Vader sent me." "Vader?" Anakin asked joyfully, instantly forgetting about caution as soon as he heard the name of his friend and mentor. "Where is he?" "Not far. He asked me to get you out of here," Tira replied, simultaneously signaling through her headset that the target had been detected. The boy was happy, but then became wary. "How do I know you're really a friend?" Tira smiled kindly at the question. The employer had anticipated it. "He asked me to give you this." Nomad took out a small, curved cylinder from her pouch, covered in soot and oil stains. A detail that the boy couldn't help but recognize, since he and his friend had installed it with their own hands the evening before the Bunta Eve Classic races on Tatooine. "The connector is from my car!" Skywalker exclaimed in surprise. "It's definitely him! You really are from Vader!" Remaining with R2 on the landing platform, NK-47 also received a signal to meet the target. "R2, let's go," the assassin droid ordered, starting the next part of the plan. They and the astromech were supposed to drive the Eagle to the meeting place and pick up the mercenary and Anakin, and then help the Master escape. The freighter, as if by magic, stopped smoking and, pretending to be a wreck, briskly rose into the air and, at a low altitude, began to smoothly fly around the temple in an arc. Suddenly, R2, who had been remotely tracking the mercenaries' movements through an open communication channel with the temple's video surveillance systems, let out an alarming whistle, attracting the attention of his older brother. Irritated, "What do you want, a bucket of bolts?" A new series of beeps and clicks of binary language. Anticipatingly, "So that's how it is? Take control." With these words, NK stood up from the pilot's seat and, grabbing a carbine, walked to the airlock on the starboard side. Opening the hatch and activating the magnetic grips on his feet to avoid the strong winds common to Coruscant's atmosphere, the assassin droid raised his weapon and aimed at the temple wall. It looked as if he was about to fire at the stonework of the central pyramid, but his intentions were far more subtle. Tira Nomad, who came face to face with a pair of Jedi in the corridor, cursed everything in the world, and especially the moment when she agreed to this crazy adventure.
Anakin couldn't navigate the ceiling, and the service ducts would have taken too long.
And judging by the roar in his headset, Vanner didn't have any time. An attempt to take a shortcut resulted in an unexpected and extremely unpleasant encounter. The odds against two gifted people at once, especially in a confined space, were already not in her favor, and with the no-killing condition, they began to approach zero. "Surrender," one of the Jedi said in a calm tone, pointing a glowing blue blade towards the mercenary. "Hata with two," Nomad answered just as calmly, trying to find a way to quickly escape. The ballast in the form of a boy made the situation worse, but when the mercenary was ready to make a desperate breakthrough to the nearest service hatch, something happened that she never expected. From the open observation deck, a blaster bolt flashed like a crimson arrow, striking the thin cable that suspended a heavy light fixture from the ceiling. Forced to avoid the falling light source, the Jedi missed the moment the Mandalorian tossed a pair of grenades in their direction. Having covered the boy with her body and waited for the explosion, Nomad turned to the disoriented knights and, for good measure, gave each of them 3 stun bolts. Mockingly, "Don't thank me," the voice she had previously hated rang out through the speakers of the helmet, suddenly seeming like music. "We'll settle up, Tin Can," she answered as she ran, grabbing Anakin. And literally around the next corner, she had a chance to help her employer, who was fighting his way out of the council chamber. When, a quarter of an hour later, Tira, accompanied by Vader and Anakin, boarded the Eagle, all she could squeeze out before heading to her assigned cabin and passing out right in her armor were the words, "Don't forget your promise." "I remember," Revan answered her back. "A favor for a favor."
The mercenary fell asleep with the feeling that she had done the right thing by associating with this strange Jedi. If anyone could help her clan, it was him. The descendants of Clan Ordo would restore their former glory. Chapter 17. Hospitality of Darkness. Chapter 17. Hospitality of Darkness. The captain's cabin of the Dawn Eagle was as quiet as its occupant had become accustomed to. The lights were dimmed, filling the room with a pleasant semi-darkness. Revan sat on his bed in a meditative pose, his half-disassembled lightsaber hovering in the air before him. The main focusing crystal hovered separately from the cloud of smaller components, slowly rotating on its axis. It was on this crystal that the former Jedi was focused. In the council chamber, during his duel with the dark-skinned master, Revan clearly felt resistance from the crystal in the hilt of his own sword.
The stone he had once received from Master Jar was no longer suitable for the reborn ancient knight, and required tuning. This had happened before. For the crystal to resonate harmoniously with its owner's power, it required a kind of cutting. Meditation sessions and infusing the mineral with the force, channeled by the gifted, helped the stone remember its owner and attune itself to them. However, as the owner's power and experience grew, so did the crystal's adjustments. Opening his eyes and gazing at the facets of the nearly transparent, green-veined stone, Revan smiled warmly. The crystal once again felt like a part of his own body. Over the millennia this mineral had spent in the star map cave on Tatooine, it had changed greatly, including its current color, translucent, from emerald green. Yet, Revan felt a strong connection to it. The same one forged over years of fighting for the Order during its redemption. It was a shame this wasn't the stone the former Jedi had worn in the hilt of his blade during the Mandalorian Wars. However, it would no longer suit the reborn knight, for he was no longer a Jedi. Just like the scarlet crystal, gifted by the Emperor and lost aboard the flagship, for Revan was no longer a Sith. At the will of its owner, the blade came together again and smoothly descended into the outstretched hand. "Do you even use this power of yours to monitor your weapons?" Tira's voice came from the door to the captain's cabin. Revan, who had sensed her approach a few minutes earlier, only slightly turned his head towards the Mandalorian and mentally raised his second lightsaber into the air. "A Jedi's weapon cannot be assembled properly without the use of the Force," he replied. "Nonsense," the girl dismissed. "I've seen toys like this put together many times. A pretty primitive design. A battery, an emitter, and a lens. Oh, and a crystal shard instead of a prism. Nothing complicated." The former Jedi merely chuckled at the mercenary's ignorance. An uninitiated person couldn't understand all the intricacies of the process. After all, the design of the lightsaber hadn't changed for centuries, and the pair of blades he himself used were over 4,000 years old. Each component is processed and welded together at the molecular level, Revan finally tried to explain. The crystal is cut in the same way. The arrangement of the internal components requires extreme precision. Even a single nanometer of deviation is unacceptable. Incorrect placement of the focusing element or a weak weld will destabilize the plasma loop and cause the power source to explode. Why bother with such complications for a sword that doesn't even have weight? Nomad snorted. As you probably know, a lightsaber blade easily deflects blaster bolts.
Tira nodded in response. However, that's far from the limit. A standard lightsaber in the hands of an experienced Jedi can even deflect a salvo from a heavy laser turret fired from a tank like an AAT, and, in theory, even a small-caliber cruiser cannon. Now imagine the strain on the plasma loop, emitter, and receiver circuit. Even without taking into account the gyroscopic effect of the loop's cyclical motion, the kinetic energy from the collision is still there. Even the best tools can't ensure sufficiently strong connections. Essentially, the hilt must be a monolithic structure, which is impossible to achieve, as the materials being joined are often radically different. However,
With the help of the Force, such an effect is entirely possible. The Mandalorian stood, head tilted slightly to the side, listening to the Jedi's explanation.
Her face was hidden by her helmet, but Revan was sure his impromptu lecture had sparked genuine interest.
The properties of the material imbued with the Force are significantly enhanced, which gives the entire structure additional strength and durability. It sounds too... The Mandalorian tried to find the right words. Well, too much. I don't like all this magic and mysticism. Like all Mandalorians, Revan chuckled, remembering his acquaintances from the Ordo clan. But not all Mandalorians have encountered Dathomiri witches, the girl shrugged. Dathomir witches? The former Jedi asked. Yes, the mercenary nodded. It's a cult on the planet Dathomir. The women, nicknamed witches, use strange magic. They like to cast illusions and curses that don't kill immediately, and they recruit servants from the Zabrak who live in several settlements on the planet. Revan considered this.
Every manifestation of mystical ability he'd encountered so far had turned out to be a manifestation of the Force in one way or another. In the case of the Dathomiri witches, it was most likely also connected to the Great Force.
Stop, Zabraks. A thought suddenly flashed through the ancient's head. Isn't my old friend Maul one of them? I once took on a contract to retrieve some trinket that a senator had foolishly promised to give to the head of the cult, Mother Telzin, Tira continued. He gave it to her, but then immediately wanted it back. 6 mercenaries accepted the order. Only I returned. But the order was completed. Was it hard? The girl nodded. We weren't trained to fight ghosts, she said after a moment. Candorus would have answered differently. Revan chuckled to himself. How's Anakin? The former Jedi decided to change the subject, making a mental note to learn more about the Dathomir witches.
The question was unnecessary, since the Ancient One already knew perfectly well where the boy was. The connection between them grew stronger and stronger, and it was simply impossible for the Gifted One to miss such a bright clot of power.
He's sleeping in the next cabin, Nomad responded in a displeased tone. And I didn't sign up to be a nanny. But she didn't object much, the Jedi smiled, receiving a portion of curses in Mandoa in response. Tira had indeed agreed without any argument to help the boy settle in on the ship, where she herself was a guest. Revan wasn't sure what prompted the mercenaries' behavior, but he could guess. Several factors played a role, the first of which was maternal instinct, reinforced by Mandalorian upbringing, which places great emphasis on the clan and caring for its future, the next generation. Moreover, as Revan had previously noted, Tira was not a born Mandoade, but rather adopted into one of the clans.
In fact, the girl could have been from any planet in the galaxy and any humanoid race. Under the helmet and full suit of armor, nothing was visible. All that could be said with certainty was that her body structure was fairly close to human. Otherwise, the montrals, leku, and other exotic body parts would have prevented her from wearing a standard set of Mandalorian armor. "Where are you from, Tira?" Revan suddenly asked, realizing he'd been silently examining his interlocutor's helmet for a minute. The mercenary tilted her head slightly to the side, showing surprise at such an unexpected question. "Dshun," she answered dryly. "The one near Onderon?" the Jedi clarified. The mercenary nodded.
"My clan has a lot of ties to this planet," she added. "It's a legacy that every member of the Nomad clan is proud of." From what Revan had learned about the clan that had sheltered his interlocutor, it appeared that Nomad was a seceding branch of Clan Ordo, having separated from it some 3,000 years ago. Therefore, the legacy the girl spoke of was most likely an outpost of Mandalore the Guardian. It's truly a small world, the former Jedi thought. Or is it because of me? This is the second time the Force has brought me into contact with the Ordo clan. There would be time to think about this later, though, especially since Revan now owed Tira a debt, and the favor Nomad had asked for promised some very interesting developments. "But where are you from?" the former Jedi asked. "Where did you live before joining the Mandalorians?" "It doesn't matter." The girl waved her hand dismissively and finished, stumbling a little. "Before the house disowned me."
Now I'm a nomad from Manduade.
"You can't even name the race?" "No." Tira crossed her arms over her chest. Revan wanted to continue the conversation and still try to find out the details of the girl's past, but this had to be postponed until a more appropriate time, since NK entered the cabin with unexpected news. Responsible note. "Master, you asked to report if a signal is received from your communicator, given to that bag of meat on Naboo," said the droid. Revan perked up. He hadn't expected Maul to contact him so quickly. However, the moment seemed opportune to meet the other side. What was in the message? Indifferent quote. "He agrees to a meeting, today, at 8 p.m. Coruscant Standard Time, Level 1321, Sector A733, Block H22, Abandoned Cantina. Come alone," the droid replied, reading the message aloud. Revan's lips stretched into a slightly sinister grin.
Some part of him, hidden deep within, eagerly anticipated meeting someone who had dared to follow the path of the dark side. The competitive spirit inherent in all Sith suddenly resurfaced, calling to test the insolent one who had dared to assume the title of Darth. But above all, the ancient gifted one wanted to meet the one who had managed to raise an apprentice under the very noses of the Jedi, and to boot, orchestrated the near-successful takeover of Naboo. And there was no doubt that this was the work of Maul's former mentor. "Any invitation that ends with the phrase 'come alone' turns out to be a trap," Tira chuckled, interrupting the former Jedi's thoughts. "A meeting with a Sith is always a trap," Revan echoed, "and if someone the Sith considers a rival is invited to this meeting, then the probability of a trap becomes 100%. "Why do I have a feeling you're still planning to go there alone?" the girl asked, her tone slightly stern. "Haven't you forgotten you still owe me? Who's going to pay it off?"
"Oh, what touching concern from a Mandalorian," the former Sith grinned. "With disgust, sentimentality. I'm going to be sick," NK-47 muttered barely audibly. A sharp whistle and something resembling laughter were heard from the R2 cabin as it passed by. With a threat. "First learn to walk, you runt of a garbage collector, and then you can talk about the limitations of my design," the killer droid almost growled towards the astromech. The little mechanic chose to quickly leave the 47th's line of sight. Instructive. However, the meat sack female is right. You should not go alone. "Hey!" Nomad said indignantly, not liking the dismissive way she was being addressed. "Proposal. Take me with you. Droids are much harder for a Force user to detect," NK continued, ignoring Tira's threatening stance. "No, I'll go alone," Revan shook his head. "This meeting will be a mutual test."
Therefore, I wouldn't want to disappoint my potential opponent. However, you will wait nearby and organize a safe retreat if things get out of hand. Request. What is the acceptable level of destruction during the waste preparation? The assassin droid asked hopefully. Moderate, Reva replied. Question. Is the use of combat weapons and explosives permitted in addition to stun guns? The NK asked cautiously. The former Jedi thought. There's still nothing but rabble living on this level anyway, Nomad interjected. The girl shook her head in surprise, because it seemed to her that the droid nodded gratefully in her direction. I give permission, Revan finally answered. 47th transformed in an instant, straightening his shoulders and clicking his servos. Joyfully. Thank you, Master. I will begin preparations immediately.
Fine. The droid, almost sparkling with anticipation, left the cabin, leaving Revan alone with Tira. "What do you require of me?" the Mandalorian asked.
"As I understand it, I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the meeting place?"
"That's right," Revan nodded. "Even a weak gifted being can, with a fair degree of probability, sense a threat directed at them. I don't even know what to expect from the one who invited me to this meeting, so it's better to be on the safe side."
"And?"
"And I'll ask you to organize our cover. NK is good in combat, but he can't be everywhere alone. I know we're short on time, but it would be good to bring in some mercenaries, the kind who don't ask questions. Their help at the lower levels would be useful."
I have a couple of debtors in mind."
Nomad thoughtfully rubbed the bottom of her helmet.
"They walk under the black sun, though, so they'll demand payment anyway."
"Within reasonable limits and exclusively in credits," Revan warned. "The service limit has already been exhausted."
"I'll see what can be done."
Revan nodded, and the mercenary hurried out of the cabin to get to work.
The former Sith himself began preparing for the upcoming encounter. Experience from his past life had taught him never to underestimate an opponent. Therefore, Revan took the unknown Dark One more than seriously. For the meeting, he decided to wear the full suit of Mandalorian armor he'd acquired earlier, and a light thread cloak with a hood. The mask also took its rightful place. After all, appearance and ambience were always important to the Sith. First impressions were crucial, and Revan concluded that it was worth remembering the image he'd naturally developed during his reign as the Empire. A grim presence, dark robes, and the terrifying aura of the dark side. The former Sith took a deep breath, releasing some of his suppressed strength. The almost forgotten, intoxicating feeling of his own power washed over him like the waves of a refreshing mountain stream. Strength, power, permissiveness. "An illusion," Revan whispered quietly, habitually taking control of his emotions and driving away the obsession caused by the influence of the dark side. Someone weaker would have been intoxicated by their power and become a slave to their desires, as often happened to unprepared light beings who unknowingly crossed over to the other side. The Jedi were quick to label such beings as Sith, but those who fell to the dark side had little in common with true adepts of the dark side, those who bend the Force to their will, and not the other way around. The riot of darkness around the ancient gifted one gradually subsided, leaving only a thin shroud that enveloped the man's figure like a second cloak. However, any gifted one would be able to tell at first glance that this was no mere upstart with a few tricks up his sleeve, but a Sith Lord. One who once held both the title of Jedi Master and the title of Darth. Revan spent the rest of the time before the meeting in meditation, trying to look into the future, or at least catch some hint from the Great Force. However, he couldn't sense anything concrete. A sense of danger hovered around him, but it was too vague. The images the Force sent seemed blurred, as if something had destroyed all the most likely futures, and the future was still uncertain. The former Jedi even considered that he himself might have been the cause of this. However, the Force clearly hadn't brought Revan back to life for no apparent reason. It was only logical that he would be at the center of these changes. Visions of Anakin that the former Jedi had previously seen surfaced in his memory. Now he had no doubt that these were possible futures. But which one was he moving toward by taking Skywalker as his apprentice? What would this boy become? And how would this threaten the balance? Time flew by as he pondered these questions. Awoken, Anakin attempted to make his way to Revan's quarters, but was stopped by the watchful HK-47, who, in his usual manner, explained to the boy that it was best not to disturb his master with various potential troublemakers. Along the way, the droid assessed Skywalker's physical and mental abilities and predicted his imminent death, or, alternatively, the death of anyone who would become his mentor. And since the Iron Maniac's beloved master had volunteered to be his mentor, the promise of swift reprisal was added to the droid's already cheerful monologue. The assassin droid's almost polite rebuke forced the former Jedi to interrupt his meditation and leave the cabin to calm the child, who was on the verge of tears. This, however, was accomplished quite easily. All it took was keeping the boy occupied. Concentration training was perfect. The young fidget needed to be taught to focus on the task at hand before beginning the real training. And so, for the next 3 hours, the boy built a giant pyramid of Pazak cards. R2 was assigned to babysit this time, which NK was incredibly happy about. By the appointed meeting time, Revan was leisurely strolling through the deserted streets of the less than favorable sector A733. Although the Ancient himself would have called this place a veritable dump. Even the underground city on Taurus was cleaner, and the stench that filled the air around him made the former Jedi increasingly consider sealing his mask and switching to his reserve armor. The dim light from the smoke-blackened lanterns hanging from the high ceiling, which served as a substitute for the sky, barely allowed the residents of this block to discern their surroundings. The wrecks of burnt-out speeders, like monuments to a bygone civilization, lined both sides of what could have been called a street. Shabby walls streaked with rust and stained with black-green mold completed the picture of devastation. How anyone could have lived here remained a mystery. The relatively intact building of the abandoned cantina where the meeting had been arranged had barely appeared ahead when a burst of blaster fire struck the steel slab beneath Revan's feet. The Ancient One stopped. He'd sensed surveillance 3 blocks ago. That's when he'd dropped his disguise, assuming they'd send him a welcome delegation. Still, not checking out his opponent before meeting would have been the height of stupidity for a Sith. Or even disrespect. The Ancient One grinned beneath his mask, watching as a motley group of young people surrounded him. Apparently, a local gang hired by the meeting's organizer to entertain the guest. A select group of riffraff, their emotions and echoes of thoughts made the former Jedi feel nauseous. 7, 9, 11 intelligent beings, Revan counted mentally, feeling his surroundings with the Force.
"Take off your armor," barked a man in dirty and rather battered gear,
Vaguely reminiscent of the Senate Guard's armor. "Give us your credit chips and account numbers. In the meantime, we'll consider whether to spare your life." A retiree or a deserter, the former Jedi thought. Or maybe he took it from a corpse. "Have you gone deaf?" shouted the same representative of the local criminal underworld. One of his gang tried to jump up to Revan and hit him in the back of the head with the butt of a blaster. However, he froze a step away from his potential victim, dropping his weapon and clutching his throat. "Carrion," the ancient Sith said quietly, closing his eyes. A shot rang out. However, the bullet went off somewhere into the ceiling, as the shooter suddenly lost the ability to breathe. Revan had neither the time nor the inclination to toy with these losers. And so, just moments later, 11 figures hovered a meter above the ground around Revan, held in place by the Force. The Ancient One clenched his fist, and a nasty crunching sound signaled the end of the adventure for the group of criminals who had been unfortunate enough to accept the offer of the strange man in the black robe. The job should have been quite simple. Intimidate the masked dandy, rob him, and, if desired, kill him. But things went drastically wrong. An interesting test, Revan thought, stepping over the body of the gang leader. A Jedi would definitely not pass it. The next moment, the former Sith sensed the powerful aura of a dark side adept somewhere within the cantina. It seemed the owner was inviting the guest inside. Finding the room where they were waiting for him was not difficult. The Force clearly pointed the way to the source of the sinister clot of darkness, in which the essence of a Sith was easily discerned. A true Sith. Cold hatred, locked in a cage of self-control. A ruthless predator, obsessed with personal power, might, and authority, but hiding behind the mask of sentience.
This is how the members of the Dark Council on Dromund Kaas once felt. This was vitiate. The memory of the Sith Emperor made Revan shudder, the most dangerous adversary he had ever faced. Listening to his senses, the ancient corrected himself. The one who awaited him ahead was more restrained than the madman who had turned Nathema into a dead world, bereft of even a shred of living force energy. But he couldn't read him further. The unknown Sith skillfully closed his mind. Finally, Revan reached the right door and, listening to his senses, entered the room. There was no sign of a trap anywhere. At the far end of the room, which apparently had once been a VIP box for the most generous patrons, was a long oval table. At one end of it sat a figure in a black robe with a deep hood that concealed his face down to his lips.
The stranger pointedly placed his hands on the table, demonstrating that he wasn't concealing a weapon. However, Revan clearly felt the wave of the Force that swept through the room as soon as the former Jedi entered. He was being tested again. In response to the greeting, the Ancient One released the Force slightly, allowing the raging dark side to envelop his figure, blocking the opponent's influence. The stranger stirred slightly, clearly surprised by the reaction. However, another presence suddenly became apparent in the room. The Ancient One concentrated and reached out to the Great One for help. The outline of a familiar Zabrak appeared in the dark corner. Revan mentally praised Maul. He was truly good at hiding, almost on par with the assassins of the Old Republic. However, there was someone else present, a third one. But he wasn't here. At least, the sensation felt more like observation than presence, as if someone were observing the meeting from afar. However, the fact that the stranger would not come to the meeting alone was never in doubt. So Maul's presence was expected. "Why are you frozen?" The stranger's deep voice rang out in the complete silence. "As a good guest, I await an invitation from the organizer of the meeting," Revan replied, not taking his eyes off the hooded face. "Well, first, I think we should introduce ourselves," said someone in a black robe, leaning forward slightly. "It's not often you meet a Sith on Coruscant, after all." Revan chose to remain silent at this remark. Renounce his Sith title now would be foolish. The Ancient One intended to extract as much information from his interlocutor as possible, which would be much easier if he, too, was considered an adept of the dark side. "So," the stranger asked impatiently, "what is your name, young Sith?" "Oh, you could even calculate the body's age? Or was it just a guess?" the former Jedi thought. "First, I'd like to understand who I'm talking to," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. The other man flared with irritation. However, he quickly regained control of his emotions. "I am Lord Sidious." The Sith straightened his shoulders, demonstrating a proud posture. A wave of darkness washed over the room following his words, chilling him to the bone. The Ancient One noted with surprise that his interlocutor's title of Master was well deserved. The power Sidious concealed was truly immense. He was the first gifted being the former Jedi could compare to his contemporaries without bursting into laughter. The question of his training remained. However, Revan would prefer not to explore that for now. As his short training with the Masters had shown, the former Republic Army General was a bit rusty, or perhaps his new body simply wasn't yet ready for the same strain. Another flash of discontent, mixed with impatience, came from the interlocutor. Revan, the Ancient One said his name.
"Revan?" Sidious asked, with undisguised sarcasm in his voice. "Not Master Revan or Darth Revan?" "No, just Revan." The Sith suddenly burst into a hoarse laugh, without taking his eyes off his interlocutor. "I was hoping to meet an equal,"
he said through laughter. But what I got was a visit from yet another undereducated youth who decided to appropriate the name of an ancient lord. Revan tilted his head slightly to the side, waiting for the end of his interlocutor's speech. Even if you call yourself Revan, Revan, or even Bane himself, the Sith continued, it won't change your essence. I wonder what you're getting at, the Ancient One thought in the meantime. The knowledge you probably gleaned from the holocron is not enough to understand the full power of the dark side. Sidious slowly rose from the table. So he decided that I found my own holocron? But I can show you the path to greatness and power, the Sith continued his speech. Become my servant. Revan felt his interlocutor begin to concentrate the force, and was able to quickly identify the technique. Bow down before your lord. By the time the forked force lightning erupted from Sidious's fingertips, the former Jedi had long since prepared to parry the attack. Deciding not to risk taking the blow with an open palm, as he had in the battle with Vitiate, Revan unleashed his own lightning to meet the enemy's attack. The bolts collided in the center of the chamber, triggering an explosion that tore a wide hole in the floor and ceiling. Both opponents were forced to scramble to shield themselves from the shockwave, but both managed to stay on their feet. If Sidious was surprised by such a rebuff, he didn't show it. Instead, he calmly pushed the overturned table back into place and settled into the comfortable chair from which he had risen only a moment earlier. I assume we're done with the greetings, the former Jedi chuckled. Yes, the Sith nodded. Please, sit down, Lord Revan. Darth Revan, the ancient ruler of his own empire, automatically corrected. As you wish, Sidious responded with a barely noticeable smile. For several minutes of tense silence, the two interlocutors studied each other. Revan clearly felt the growing pressure of the Force caused by the other's concentration. He, too, felt it. Each sought to learn as much as possible about their potential adversary, but they encountered skillful barriers and camouflaging veils. The sudden change in his interlocutor's behavior was alarming. Although the Sith had always been known for their eccentricity, there was something else here. It was as if someone had ordered Sidious to stop, or, conversely, he had sensed a foreign presence, for the invisible third party was still present on the edge of sensitivity and had decided to determine the extent of the threat. So, you wanted to talk to me? Revan was the first to break the silence. Funny. I got the impression that you were the one seeking a meeting with me, Sidious responded. Otherwise, why did you leave my apprentice alive? Out of curiosity, the former Jedi explained. I was thinking something like that. But still, what did a fallen Jedi who vanished thousands of years ago need from me? Subtle, Revan thought. A perfect jab at any Sith's pride. Imply he's just a Jedi playing the villain and wait for a reaction. A fallen Light Lord with a shattered psyche would have snapped by now, like Juhani, who sincerely believed herself to be the embodiment of darkness until we met. Our meeting is just a result of chance, the Ancient tried to explain. I just happened to be in the right place at the right time. Whether it was a coincidence or not is irrelevant, but it would be best for you not to interfere with the events to come, Sidious replied, his tone changing slightly. Revan grasped the message's meaning. A great game was being played, and the target would most likely be the Senate or the Jedi. The Sith's presence on Coruscant was a clear indication of this, and given the Dark Lord's long-standing hatred for the Knights of Light and the Republic they defended, the conclusion was obvious. But Revan also has specific goals, and the Force is increasingly setting them before the Ancient One, which means it's time to get it straight. I have my own interests on Coruscant, Revan said thoughtfully, and perhaps they will intersect with yours. This is unacceptable, Sidious hissed. Then we're at a dead end. Not at all necessary. Sidious made a barely perceptible gesture with his hand, and the next moment, literally out of thin air, the figure of a Zabrak appeared in front of Revan. The Ancient One didn't move a muscle, though he was mentally preparing for battle. However, one question still remained open. To whom was Maul's loyalty? "Command me, Master." The red-skinned Zabrak knelt before Revan. "Still, I've made up my mind," Sidious chuckled, apparently expecting his student to betray him. "Well, you can solve two problems at once." The room was filled with the sound of assassin droids falling from the ceiling and activating mid-flight. At least 50 iron soldiers, strikingly different from the mindless B-1s Revan had encountered on Naboo, surrounded the former Jedi and his now certain apprentice. "Master," Maul hissed, taking a stance with his light staff activated and preparing to defend his mentor. "To battle," Revan said dryly, dispersing his consciousness and body. And on the other side of the galaxy, in a fortified bunker, a Mune stared wildly at the images being broadcast from numerous hidden cameras in an abandoned cantina on Coruscant. "It worked," he exhaled, looking at the fruit of his experiments, rushing into battle with a horde of droids. Chapter 18. Negotiations. Chapter 18. Negotiation. Sector A733 has always been a dangerous place, even by the standards of the less-than-prosperous Level 1321. Dozens of small gangs gave not a moment's peace to the few lucky ones forced to live in the surrounding houses. Illegal trade in weapons, drugs, and sometimes even slaves flourished in the decaying heart of the Republic's capital. Shootouts between criminal groups were a frequent occurrence, and so locals became accustomed to ignoring the noise of gunshots and thunderous rumbles of explosions. However, what was happening now in the abandoned cantina of Block H-22 forced even the most steadfast residents to flee in fear. The building was shaking, accompanied by the eerie grinding of collapsing floors. Periodically, a burst of high-caliber blaster fire pierced the walls, or the explosion of something resembling a thermal detonator created a new entrance into the twisted and crumbling structure. Nearby, an aircar belonging to one of the blind gang's combat groups was burning, hit by a stray shot after the fighters had flown in to investigate what was happening on their territory. The locals were all wondering who could have carried out such a thing in broad daylight. Which of Coruscant's criminal underworld kingpins suddenly had the idea to settle scores in the long-suffering sector A733? The question was answered when a mangled droid carcass burst from the breach in the wall, immediately slammed into another. The next moment, something silver flashed through the darkness of the gap in the wall and pierced the chest plate of the iron assassin, who was already rising to his feet. Few had seen Jedi in this sector, so only one curious onlooker, hiding in the building opposite the cantina, was able to recognize their traditional weapon. But his terrified cry, "Jedi!" was heard by many. The onlooker darted away from the battle, trying to get as far away and as quickly as possible. No one knew why the petty thief running down the street was so afraid of the Jedi. However, when lightning struck the lightsaber hilt protruding from the assassin droid's chest, a chilling terror was felt by everyone. And soon, not a single sentient being remained in the vicinity of the long-suffering cantina. Everyone chose to follow the example of the frightened thief. NK-47, who was watching all this, only snorted, not forgetting to add, contemptuously, before that. "Assessingly, Master is having fun," the droid stated, assessing the flight of another metal killer, which Revan launched into the air with the help of a force push through 2 walls. "Hey, Psycho, what's the situation over there?" Tira's voice came over the comlink. "There's a crowd of people running like they're fleeing a herd of rancors." A condescending reply, "There's no reason to worry. The owner is busy negotiating," NK replied. I see," Nomad responded after a moment of confusion. "Then we wait," I confirm. Meanwhile, within the building itself, the battle continued.
In the first minutes of the battle, Revan managed to repel most of the attackers with a radial shockwave, which narrowly missed Maul. However, this bought him an extra split second to launch his next attack. The human and the Zabrak darted around the hall like blurred shadows, deflecting blaster bolts and turning the metallic assassins into useless piles of scrap metal. The crimson blades of the lightsaber merged into a bloody whirlwind, protecting their wielder and bringing death to his enemies. And the black lightsaber, barely visible in the dimly lit room, along with its periodically flaring silver counterpart, quickly decimated the droid population, creating the impression that they were being wielded by an invisible, evil spirit. Revan was enjoying the fight.
He hadn't had the chance to stretch his legs like this in a long time. By unleashing droids against him, the Sith clearly hoped the former Jedi would have trouble against such an opponent. Metal soldiers weren't alive. They had no feelings, no emotions, no connection to the Force. Reading them, anticipating an attack, or using their anger to fuel one's own was impossible. And the more of them there were, the more dangerous they were. And combat foresight wasn't always helpful. However, Revan was accustomed to such opponents. In his time, he had destroyed hundreds, if not thousands, of droids. The Starforge churned out 500 of them an hour. And how many of them the former Sith eventually encountered in the corridors of the Rakata space station, Revan preferred not to recall. The ancient Sith noted, not without surprise, that Maul was holding his own against the droids, despite the indecently numerous tin cans around, all of whom were armed with automatic weapons, not to mention the fact that a dozen droidicas were also present among the attackers. But the Zabrak deftly evaded their shots, forcing the enemy to crossfire on their allies. Periodically, Revan had to move his lightsaber aside to avoid hitting the young warrior, who was unaccustomed to working in pairs. And a couple of times, the ancient Sith was forced to cover Maul's back while he was engrossed in the fight. Overall, however, his presence didn't seem to hinder the ancient Sith, indicating that his apprentice had chosen well. The two fighters continued their mesmerizing dance of chaos and destruction, gradually reducing the droids' numbers. A dash, a strike, a rebound, a roll, and a couple more tin cans fell to the floor in a useless heap of scrap metal. By the will of the Force, several ceiling slabs fell upon a group of droidicas, overloading their shields and crushing the Colicoid's hideous creations. The trap was perfectly prepared, and if any other gifted person had fallen into it, they would have had little chance of escaping. The barrage was too intense. Only swordsmen, especially those with talents for enhancing their bodies and accelerating their perceptions, stood a chance of success. The organizer himself left the room. However, Revan still felt his presence nearby. Apparently, the Sith had decided to make sure the droids were up to the task. A wise move. However, in his place, the Ancient would have gotten involved personally. He wouldn't have trusted even the NK to eliminate two gifted beings at once. The current state of affairs, as well as the meeting's organizers' utter carelessness, played into Revan's hands. The former Jedi still had plans for Darth Sidious, and it was time to put an end to the tin cans. "Cover!" Revan quickly commanded, dropping to one knee to give the Zabrak more room to maneuver. Maul, despite the heat of battle gradually clouding his mind, instantly responded to the order and found himself behind his new mentor. Revan, however, took advantage of the momentary respite to concentrate the Force and, just a few moments later, thrust his hands forward. Forked bolts of lightning erupted from his palms, striking a pair of droids directly in front of him. But the bolts didn't stop there, jumping from one mechanical soldier to the other, frying their processors and melting their armor. It had been a long time since Revan had used the technique of mass destruction against droids. The last time had been aboard the Starforge. Therefore, the technique had been costly. But the wave of fatigue that had washed over him was quickly dissipated by the Force, summoned to the former Jedi's aid. Maul watched in shock as the last assassin droid fell to the floor with a loud clang, its arms flailing helplessly. Then he looked at Revan with admiration. "How?" he breathed out. "I'll teach you later," the ancient Sith replied. We still have business here.
At that very moment, the door to the hall swung open with a screech, or rather, it was torn from its hinges by the Force. "Sidious," the Zabrak hissed, getting back into position. Revan gestured to his new apprentice to remain calm. Throughout the battle, he kept an eye on the Sith who had arranged the meeting, simultaneously monitoring for any disturbances in the Force that might indicate the intentions of a potential adversary. And everything indicated that Darth Sidious had no intention of engaging in combat. At least, not immediately. Revan attracted the Zabrak's attention and gestured for him to remain calm and do nothing. Sidious laughed hoarsely and quietly.
"Excellent, Lord Revan." He clapped his hands several times. "I have heard a lot about you, but I did not expect that one day I would personally meet a legend of the Sith." The former Jedi merely frowned slightly in response and said nothing. On the contrary, Mogul couldn't help himself. Hatred seethed within him like magma ready to erupt.
"Why this change of heart?" the Zabrak barked at his former teacher. "Just a minute ago you were going to kill us."
Sidious laughed again. "What have I taught you all these years, my stupid, treacherous student?" "I suppose pain and hatred," Revan answered for Maul. "As is the custom with the Sith. Understanding oneself and one's capabilities through suffering, cultivating the darkness within, burning out one's own essence until there remains neither pity nor doubt. The perfect tool for mastering the dark side, capable of resisting its temptations." A grin appeared on the lower half of Sidious's face, barely visible from under his hood.
"Almighty," Revan continued, "but at the same time, so limited." The smile turned into a grin. The undisguised mockery in the ancient Sith's final words angered the ambitious dark-side lord. However, he was too smart to give in to his own anger. The former Jedi silently applauded his interlocutor's restraint. They hadn't fallen for his ruse. He'd almost thought that the Sith of this era had become pale imitation of their predecessors. "And such a move," Revan gestured around the half-destroyed cantina hall, littered with droid debris. "Fits perfectly with the favorite greeting of the dark side. Get to know your opponent by making them fight for their life. The Sith have always valued strength." "Bravo, Lord." Sidious clapped his hands several times again. "I couldn't have said it better myself." A smirk appeared on his lips again. "Besides, your former mentor's master is no longer watching us."
"Which means there's no one holding the leash anymore," Revan added, trying to make out the face beneath the hood. The man was clearly using force concealment, preventing the light from revealing his identity. However, the part of his face that was visible was enough for the former Jedi to understand that Sidious was furious. However, the Sith quickly managed to regain his composure. Only the floor beneath his feet creaked pitifully as the metal plates of the flooring buckled in the wake of his clenched fists. "You are right, Lord Revan," Sidious replied calmly. "My master has indeed ceased surveillance, and yes, it was he who ordered me to attack you." Revan raised an eyebrow slightly in surprise, something that went unnoticed under the mask. He'd guessed correctly about the mentor. However, he hadn't expected his interlocutor to suddenly admit it, let alone reveal his master's plans. Apparently, Sidious had decided to toy with his master and viewed Revan as a valuable asset. "My
master," the Sith stumbled again over the title of his mentor.
"Although he is quite strong and intelligent, he is already old and has lost his grip. His obsession with his ideas, to which he forcibly drew me, will lead to our destruction. And by us, I mean all Sith." Revan grinned to himself. 4,000 years, and the Sith were still the same. Intrigue and betrayal. "Go on," he nodded to his recent opponent. "The mentor will clearly try to draw you into his plans," Sidious obeyed. "As if you don't have plans for me,"
flashed through the ancient's mind. But no matter how much I would like to get rid of the crazed teacher, I can't cope with him alone. Oh, now we get to the point, the former Sith chuckled. Sidious continued to spin his words, painting a bright picture of the prospects for their collaboration. But Revan suddenly began to feel a strange sense of unease about everything. Something was wrong. Why was this Sith trying to fool someone he considered stronger?
Did he really expect Revan to take him at his word and run off to chop off the heads of his enemies?
Sidious knew perfectly well that this was just another Sith, albeit one from the past. The one who founded his empire 4,000 years ago and successfully conquered half the galaxy. The one who held Vitiate at bay for 300 years. And he was suddenly expecting submission from such a being. Who does he think he is? Thought the former Sith, and again tried to get a good look at his interlocutor. He suddenly remembered how, on the very first day after his rebirth, he'd discovered his ability to see through the Force. Something he'd inherited from the Miraluka, to whom his new body was likely related. The Ancient One concentrated, called upon the Force, and tried to see what was invisible to the human eye. Sidious's face was obscured by a black shroud. As the former Sith had suspected, his interlocutor had used Force cloaking techniques. However, there was something else.
Fine, dark grey threads stretched from Sidious to Revan, entwining the latter's scalp.
A subtle itch at the back of his neck suddenly became distinctly noticeable. The former Sith had somehow not noticed this unpleasant sensation until now. However, the Ancient One had already understood everything. His interlocutor had masterfully concealed his influence, but now Revan felt it clearly. The attempt to force the Jedi's mind with Force persuasion had failed. After the incident with the Order Council's personality change, the former Sith was highly susceptible to such techniques. A mind twice crippled was vulnerable. And although Revan could resist even the most powerful telepaths, the influence had yet to be detected. Together we can bend the galaxy to our will, Sidious concluded his speech pompously. Nearby, Maul was snoring tensely, awaiting his new teacher's response. He didn't seem to be under mental attack.
The former Sith, meanwhile, reflected that he'd been in a similar situation once before. The Sith had urged him to go and conquer the galaxy, and he'd given in that time, albeit briefly. But not now. "I tried to take over the galaxy once," Revan replied, shaking his head slightly, "and I have no desire to do it again, especially at someone else's behest." Sidious's lip curled, as if wincing from a toothache. He'd planned to sort this out right then and there, but it looked like he'd have to change his plans. But first... "Then what do you want, Lord Revan?" the Sith asked. "Peace," the interlocutor answered seriously. "What?" "I wish to live in peace. Last time I was deprived of such pleasure," the former Jedi continued in an even voice. "What about the Republic?" Sidious asked cautiously. "And the general situation in the galaxy? There has been no peace here for thousands of years." "A safe haven can always be found. As for the Republic, that's the concern of the Senate, the Chancellor, and the Jedi Order."
The corners of his interlocutor's lips twitched slightly at the mention of the Chancellor, which didn't escape Revan's notice, prompting him to consider Sith control over the Senate. Direct control, in fact. "The Order is weak," Sidious said with contempt after a few seconds of silence. "And the Republic and its Senate are rotten to the core." "There has never been unity among the peoples of the galaxy," the Ancient One chuckled, recalling the endless conflicts and wars of his time. "Unity," the Sith almost spat. "The senators don't even know the word. The Republic has never been so fragile. Just one push, and it will crumble to dust. It's hard to believe it ever stood up to the great empire." Revan chuckled in agreement. He had had similar thoughts himself. "And the Jedi?" Sidious continued. "Obedient banthas who carry out every order of the Senate. And this is our ancient enemy?
Force users?
A disgrace. Stagnation, concluded the former Sith. Over centuries of peace, intelligent beings have forgotten how to develop.
Because growth is only possible in battle, the interlocutor perked up.
A conflict at the very limits of strength and possibility. Only by knowing one's limits can one transcend them. That's what the Sith teach. Revan nodded unconsciously. Some part of him agreed with Sidious's words. He would never have mastered the Force so deeply if he hadn't gone to war with the Mandalorians. If he hadn't come into conflict with the Republic, and then with his own empire. If he hadn't clashed with Vitiate.
And you speak of peace?
The Sith asked mockingly. Don't deceive yourself, Revan. You are the same as me. You are a Sith. The thirst for power is in your blood.
Perhaps, Revan said in a low voice, checking again just in case for any hidden influence on his mind. However, this power is achieved precisely in the struggle against one's desires. So your answer is no?
No,
the former Sith shook his head. But don't be so quick to label me as your adversary. It's foolish to divide the world only in two. Sidious snorted. Weakness. Wisdom, Revan countered. Silence reigned. The opponents stared at each other, each trying to read the other, but both failed. Revan was intrigued by Sidious's unusual actions. He lacked the arrogance typical of the Sith of the Old Republic. He was cunning and very intelligent. Dry and calculating, not an ounce of unnecessary emotion. In this way, the Sith reminded Revan of himself at the beginning of the Mandalorian Wars, when the young Jedi general showed the Mandalorians that the Republic army, too, was capable of acting harshly but effectively.
However, Sidious craved power. It was palpable.
Changes are coming, the Sith said, breaking the silence. The Republic will have to change, or fall. So, conflict for the sake of change? Development? For the sake of the future, Sidious replied. For the Sith? For everyone. What do you mean? I've already said more than I should have. The Sith began to retreat backwards towards the exit at the far end of the hall. Master! Maul stared invitingly at Revan, awaiting the order to attack. Let him go. The ancient stopped the Zabrak with a gesture. Already at the door, Sidious turned and threw over his shoulder, Dromund Kaas. All the answers are there. The next moment, the Sith left the room, and soon his presence in the Force ceased to be felt nearby. Revan stood for a few more seconds, considering his interlocutor's words. Why had he mentioned the ancient world of the Sith Empire? What could he have learned there? More and more questions, he said quietly to himself.
Teacher? Maul didn't hear the words of his new mentor.
Let's go. The former Jedi waved his hand. It's time to go back. Yes, teacher. The Zabrak obeyed without asking for directions. Having received the signal to withdraw, the NK was already waiting for its master outside. The prudent droid had commandeered an air car from one of the local gangs. In its words, they don't need it anymore. Along the way, they picked up Tira Nomad, who was wary of the Zabrak, her blaster in her hand the entire way. The droid didn't care about the addition of more useless sacks of meat. His master had brought him, so it had to be that way. The best assassin in the galaxy could tolerate this horned nuisance at his side until his master gave the order to eliminate him. And he would do that quickly. Very quickly. The group boarded the Arel just an hour later.
The NK prudently made several false turns and stops in case they were tailed.
Vanner, Anakin greeted his friend, and recently also his teacher, joyfully. Hello, Annie. Revan ruffled the child's hair.
How are things on board?
Excellent, the boy reported happily. R2 and I have adjusted the starboard engine. Now there will be no power surges. The astromech, rolling out of the side corridor after the child, beeped a confirmation in binary.
Well done, the former Jedi praised the boy and the droid. Skywalker turned his gaze to the newest member of the team. The red-skinned Zabrak, covered head to toe in black tattoos, visible through the holes in his clothing, stood glaring menacingly at the child. Moreover, judging by the scorch marks, the holes in his clothing were clearly caused by blasters, which aroused the admiration of the adventure-hungry Anakin. Maul wasn't exactly blazing with enthusiasm. His teacher's attitude toward this child was baffling. Who was he? A son?
A student? But why then was the mentor so kind to him? And shouldn't the student show more respect to the master? Revan noticed the Zabrak's gaze and hastened to explain the situation, while also adjusting Skywalker's training plan. Like, this is Anakin. He's my apprentice, just like you. However, unlike you, young Skywalker has only just begun his training and still has a poor understanding of how to wield the Force. Not to mention wielding a lightsaber, the former Jedi began, causing a puzzled expression on the Zabrak's face. I'd like you to take charge of his physical training. We'll leave fencing for now. I'll teach Anakin the basics myself, then you can step in and help him get started. Yes, teacher, but... Maul said doubtfully. Something wrong? 2 students, the Zabrak reported. Yes, and what's wrong? This goes against tradition. Which ones? There must always be 2, the master and the apprentice. One to embody power, the other to crave it. Such is the tradition.
The rule, Maul said, clearly remembering something. Revan was surprised to recognize his own words, written down in the holocron back on Lehan. He never imagined he'd face the consequences of his own observations 4,000 years later. However, the meaning of those words wasn't a ban on more apprentices, but rather on the level of their training. Although, if the Sith had made this a rule, then it would be clear where all the dark side adepts had disappeared to. But that could be dealt with later. Like, I'm not a Sith, at least not in the way you understand it, and I will train you as I see fit. The same applies to Anakin. You are both my students, equals. Accept that. Humility will be the first lesson. At first, the Zabrak flared up with indignation, ready to develop into anger, but, under the stern gaze, felt even through the visor of the mask, he managed to pull himself together in time. I understand, teacher. He bowed his head in a humble bow. Anakin, Maul will now work with you on physical training. I will work on force skills and the basics of swordsmanship, Revan informed him. Maul, your lightsaber skills are quite advanced. Therefore we will spar daily, except on days when I have more pressing matters to attend to. Oh, okay, Anakin responded slightly hesitantly, casting wary glances at the grinning Zabrak. The new team member no longer seemed so interesting to him. Rather, he seemed dangerous. Yes, teacher, Maul said confidently. I'm not finished, Revan said, drawing the Zabrak's attention back. Your knowledge of force control leaves much to be desired. Apparently your previous mentor didn't explain much to you. We'll correct that oversight. Thank you, teacher. Cabin B on the starboard side is free. You can stay there. Training starts tomorrow. You can go. Maul bowed again and headed deeper into the ship. Annie, you should rest too. Your first training session is tomorrow morning. It's going to be tough. And believe me, no one will feel sorry for you, the former Jedi said sternly. The boy swallowed hard, nodded, and ran off to his room. R2-D2 followed him. NK, get the Eagle into orbit. It'll be safer. Join the flow of merchant ships and disappear. It's possible they were able to track us after all. Joyfully, Yes, sir, master.
The assassin droid walked briskly, clanking toward the control room, leaving Revan alone with Tira, whose tense posture betrayed her mood. "Do you want to ask something?" The former Jedi turned to her. "Not here." The Mandalorian turned and headed towards the cabin she had occupied on board without permission. Revan shrugged and followed. Finding himself in the mercenary's cabin, the ancient warrior took the offered chair near the small table. Nomad, meanwhile, locked the door and activated a small device. Revan guessed it was a radio signal and surveillance jammer. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Revan asked as the girl took the chair opposite him.
"About our agreement," she began sternly. The voice, distorted by the helmet's modulator, sounded rather ominous.
"So what?"
The former Jedi was not at all embarrassed. "When will you fulfill your end of the bargain?" Tira asked. "For now, we carry out your orders and do what you need. Have you forgotten about payment?"
"I remember," Revan nodded. "I owe you a favor in return."
"And when?"
"You still haven't named her," the man reminded. "So I can't answer you."
"As soon as I lay out the terms, you'll begin fulfilling them as soon as possible, okay?" The girl was clearly nervous. Something was bothering her. Apparently her request suddenly had a deadline, or perhaps something had happened that drastically reduced her available time.
"I can't promise anything until I know what is required of me."
The girl cursed in a vaguely familiar language.
Revan understood the general meaning of the expression, but it was clearly not Mandalorian.
Which further confirmed the suspicion that Tira was not a native Mandoade. However, the words stirred something in the ancient's memory, something important, and not the most pleasant. He clearly knew this language, but he was at odds with the people who spoke it. "My clan," Tira interrupted his thoughts. "Save him." "What?" "I need help saving my clan," the girl repeated. "You know a lot about our culture, and you should understand what a clan means to a Mandalorian."
"Life and honor, literally," Revan replied.
"Exactly," Nomad agreed. "We are a clan of wanderers, and have always tried to stay away from internal strife between clans. After the Mask of Mandalore disappeared, we lost our leader. Again. Infighting broke out. Each tried to unite our people, but instead they twisted everyone to their own clan's side, forcing others to abandon their own customs. And not long ago, another schism occurred between the clans. As a result, Vizsla and Fett nearly killed each other. At the mention of the last name, Revan reflexively clenched his fists. Memories of Cassius Fett's crimes and the ashes of Cathar flashed before his eyes. Fett lost, and only one warrior remained from the clan. Which, however, didn't help Vizsla much. "I heard Mandalore is now a peaceful planet," Revan interrupted the mercenary. "Yes and no," Nomad continued, considering her answer. "Officially, the young Duchess rules. But the Vizslas founded Death Watch and claim that Satine Kryze has no right to lead Mandalore. They call for the revival of ancient traditions. Who weren't known for their humanity, the former Jedi recalled the times before, that very war. Which doesn't stop him from recruiting more and more supporters, some by persuasion, some by force. And now the time has come for the Nomad clan to choose a side. And what then? The Nomads will never bow to anyone but the true Mandalore, the girl said proudly. Which doesn't exist and won't exist until there's a mask, right? Yes, Tira nodded. My clan has been searching for her for centuries. I can't help you here, Revan raised his hands. I don't know anything about the current location of the mask. I'm not asking you to look for her, but help me protect the clan. We are few in number and scattered across the galaxy. And what's the problem here? The former Jedi asked in surprise.
Finding you and subduing you is practically impossible. Unless we capture something important for us. Hut, Revan cursed. What did they take? One artifact, considered a relic of my clan. And? The children of the ruling triumvirate who were hidden. In one place? No, on different planets. Yeah, Revan said. You did a professional job. So, will you help? The girl, who had completely lost her confidence, asked with hope in her voice. Revan was lost in thought. On the one hand, this added to the problems already present.
On the other, having a loyal Mandalorian clan, and potentially their entire people in reserve. A compelling argument. Besides, Tira. There was something about her that caught my attention. A Mandalorian by spirit, but not by birth. With clear ideals and concepts of honor and morality. Unusual for an off-worlder adopted into the clan. Surely she hadn't been taught this since childhood. One question, the former Jedi suddenly asked. At what age did you join the Nomads? What does this have to do with anything? The girl asked, alarmed. Just answer. I was 8. Revan nodded to himself. That was the source of the accent, which he hadn't managed to fully decipher. His speech was already established and accustomed to another language. He remembered the girl Sasha, who had hidden aboard the Ebon Hawk and been enslaved by the Mandalorians from early childhood. She spoke exclusively Mandoa and without an accent, having fallen into the clutches of her tormentors as a child. So where did Tira get such a desire for honor and glory? A thought flashed through his mind. He'd met a race with similar principles. Long ago, back in a past life. I will help you, he began. But without giving the mercenary time to rejoice, he added, on one condition. Which one? No secrets or omissions. Okay, the girl agreed, having thought over her answer. Then, take off your helmet. What? I want to see the face of the one I promised to help. The mercenary was silent, looking at Revan through the visor of her helmet. Okay, Nomad nodded, bringing her hands to the mask fastenings. And tell me your full name, demanded the former Jedi, already guessing the girl's true appearance. Your real name. Tira froze, barely touching the latch on her helmet. Then she exhaled loudly and pulled off the head armor. Have you figured it out for a long time? She asked. I'm not sure of anything yet, Revan replied. Her fiery red hair fanned out over her shoulders, creating a stunning contrast with her deep blue skin. My full name is Aru Tir Anude of the Nomad clan, named Mandoade. The girl flashed her blood-red eyes with a brightly glowing golden pupil. Chiss, the ancient said with a smile, confirming his guess. Chapter 19. Paths and Crossroads. Chapter 19. Paths and Crossroads. The Dawn Eagle had been orbiting Coruscant for 2 days now, amidst a stream of transport ships awaiting landing permission at one of the Republic capital's spaceports. During this time, no signs of surveillance had been detected, and no one had attempted to attack the small freighter with its rather motley crew. However, anyone attempting to storm the Eagle would quickly regret it. It's rare to find a former Jedi Master who had once become a Dark Lord of the Sith and founded his own empire on a single ship. 2 of his apprentices, one of whom is a trained Sith assassin, a Mandalorian mercenary who had long worked for the Hutt cartel, and, of course, the best assassin droid in the galaxy. Such a ship would be easier to destroy outright, and preferably from as far away as possible. However, with a skilled and gifted pilot in the cockpit, that wouldn't be easy either. However,
At the moment, the ship was piloted by the droid HK-47, paired with the astromech R2-D2. Seeking to occupy his computing power and suppress the kill protocols, HK was plotting an attack on every merchant ship he encountered. The freighter's meager armament severely limited his freedom of action, but the metallic assassin was a highly creative thinker. In the midst of yet another simulated massacre of useless meatbags, a Mandalorian entered the cockpit.
Her face was again hidden by her helmet, so only Revan knew of her identity aboard the Eagle. The day before, the girl and the former Sith had been unable to have a proper conversation, as the mercenary had chosen to leave immediately after Revan had unmistakably identified her species. Tira was surprised that the one she had asked for help knew about the Chiss race, and, apparently, not by hearsay. The Chiss Dominion had clashed with the Republic on numerous occasions, and not always peacefully. However, after the end of the war between the Old Republic and the Sith Empire, whose official allies the Chiss were, some 4,000 years ago, contact between the blue-skinned schemers and the hotbed of bureaucracy, as the two galactic governments like to call each other, was reduced to a minimum. The Chiss were well aware of the Republic, while the Republic apparently decided to forget the Chiss existed.
Information about this race, of course, has been preserved in the archives of Coruscant and the Jedi Temple. But who reads them? There are no diplomatic relations between the Senate and the Dominion government, save for a few minor trade contracts with Outer Rim worlds. And this arrangement suits both sides. The galaxy is big. "Where's Vaynor?" the Mandalorian asked from the doorway, deciding to continue yesterday's conversation so as to leave no misunderstandings. Condescendingly, "The owner is busy," NK answered without turning his head. "I didn't ask about his daily routine. Where is he?" Tira asked irritably. The astromech answered the question by squeaking something unintelligible. "I don't speak binary." R2 let out a long, frustrated squeak and displayed the translation on one of the monitors. "The ship's captain is in the second cargo hold," the text read. The Mandalorian left the room without saying goodbye.
A sarcastic instruction. "I don't recommend opening the door abruptly and walking in," the assassin droid said, not particularly trying to warn the mercenary, somewhere towards the ceiling. Meanwhile, in the cargo bay, young Skywalker, huddled in a corner and protected by a deflector shield, watched in fascination as two Force adepts fought. Maul and Revan moved so fast the eye couldn't follow their figures. Their silhouettes blurred in space, accompanied by the flashes of lightsabers and the flashes of their clashes. The Zabrak made the most of his youth and strength, increasing his pace and constantly attacking his opponent. His crimson lightsaber swirled relentlessly, seeking to catch his opponent. The more experienced Revan used only one of his lightsabers, moving sparingly and deftly avoiding direct attacks while delivering precise counters. The silver blade barely brushed the opponent's red blade, but the effect was impressive. Maul, hoping to impress his new mentor, struggled to establish a rhythm, constantly thwarted by Revan's thrusts. It was as if Revan knew every combination the young Zabrak had learned and predicted the next move. Very soon, Maul realized that this was indeed the case. His mentor swung his staff aside, then cut off the nascent knee attack with a sharp kick, and finished it off with a sharp backhand strike to the Zabrak's face. The young dark adept lost his balance, and missed the moment when Revan knocked him off his feet with a single movement. The silver blade hovered with a menacing hum, hovering just inches from the Zabrak's throat. "Good," the former Jedi praised, turning off the blade and extending his hand to Maul. The Zabrak accepted the help and, rising to his feet, bowed respectfully to his mentor. "Thank you, teacher. However, I have failed you." "Nothing of the sort," Revan countered. "Your lightsaber technique is at a decent level, as is your physical fitness, but you lack flexibility." "Flexibility?" Maul asked. Yes, his mentor nodded. Not in terms of agility, but in terms of mental flexibility and adaptability to combat conditions. You trained with droids, right? Yes, teacher. I thought so. It's noticeable in the way you move. Although, in that little brawl on Coruscant, it came in handy. The former Sith chuckled. Maul allowed a moment of surprise to creep into his expression at the man's assessment of that difficult battle with several dozen droids in the abandoned cantina, but quickly regained his composure. "Excuse me, Master, but what's wrong with my movements?" the Zabrak asked, a hint of irritation in his voice. The brief flash of emotion, as well as the suppressed anger, did not escape Revan's notice. The horned warrior possessed remarkable qualities for a Sith. His ability to control his rage and emotions in general was particularly pleasing. "Watch carefully." Revan activated the blade and stood in the basic stance of the first form. Let's take the simplest straight strike from above. The silver blade cut through the air and stopped short of reaching the floor. All beginning swordsmen practice this move, hundreds of thousands of times, developing muscle memory and bringing the technique to automaticity. But even a master of the first form can perform this move exactly the same way, even 10 times. Unlike a droid. It will execute the attack perfectly, strictly vertically, checking with the gyroscope and targeting systems. It will follow the programmed algorithm and will always strike the same way. Even if it has a sequence of blows memorized, time after time, it will be perfectly precise. "What are you getting at, teacher?" Maul frowned. A living opponent gets tired, scared, angry, experiences a whole range of emotions and feelings, and is incapable of striking consistently. Your movements are very precise, and rigid. They are designed to parry a specific blow at a specific point, and then counterattack. And that's generally true. The only difference is that you're not prepared for the blow to be executed incorrectly. If the blade deviates even slightly, the block will be uncertain, and the entire sequence will fall apart. So that's why it was so hard for me to parry your attacks? True, Revan nodded. I deliberately made mistakes, striking a little harder, a little weaker, or with an irregular trajectory. You had time to react, but your body's reflexes tried to respond to the blow in the usual way. As a result, there was a delay, and in combat, even a millisecond is enough to lose your life. Maul was silent, considering his master's words. Part of him was indignant, reacting with hostility to the criticism. He'd killed Jedi before, and they were all pathetic weaklings, trapped within their own self-imposed limitations. Morality, duty, service. Cowardly dogs. Weak. None of his opponents had survived, except his master, and those two. However, another part of the Zabrak greedily absorbed his mentor's wisdom. Maul understood that he faced a far more experienced opponent despite his youthful appearance, and none other than Darth Revan himself. The Sith legend returned from oblivion and given a body. How many living opponents have you had? Not counting me and Qui-Gon and his apprentice. Revan interrupted the Zabrak's thoughts. Enough, the dark side adept answered evasively. No, it's not enough, the former Sith said in a stern, instructive tone. Believe me, experience isn't acquired in a day or even a year. The training never ends. Only the mentors change. Eventually, sooner or later, you yourself become the mentor. I understand, teacher, Maul said uncertainly. If you think so, then you don't understand. Revan shook his head. But that's not a problem. From now on, I will be your mentor, until your answer satisfies me. But how? The Zabrak glanced sideways at Skywalker. Revan followed the gaze and smirked.
I see. That's the second reason for your inattention. Maul momentarily revealed a terrifying grin, which his mentor dismissed as childish. To anyone who has seen a Terran-Terek's mouth a hand's breadth from their face, even the most terrifying grimace will seem like a sweet smile. You were trying to impress me, but instead you kept getting distracted by Anakin.
The rule of two.
That's complete nonsense, Revan interrupted his student. But it's based on your holocron. The Ancient One nearly groaned with indignation and, exhaling loudly, removed the Mandalorian mask from his face. How tired he was of how time distorted certain events and actions, not to mention words, especially those taken out of context. It just means that some fool who found the holocron failed to understand the meaning of my message.
And all this misunderstanding has led to the fact that now the number of Sith in the galaxy can be counted on the fingers of one hand. The ancient Sith's eyes turned gold. The anger that had suddenly overwhelmed him subsided only a moment later. However, Maul managed to sense his mentor's flash, but only for a split second, and he was amazed at the degree of control. Remember, Revan's voice still held a growling edge, though even his eyes had returned to their normal color. It doesn't matter how many students I have. I will train each and every one of them. Yes, teacher. The Zabrak bowed before his mentor. The former Jedi exhaled slowly, driving away the remnants of anger, and returned the mask to its place, anticipating the quick outcome of the conversation. Your third mistake is that you do not use the dark side the way the Sith did. What? Maul was surprised. You have only two states. Either you suppress your anger, distracting yourself with control, Or you fall into a rage that clouds your judgment.
Don't even try to deny it. Revan didn't let his apprentice finish. You may think you're in control, but you're not. I'm trained in control, Maul growled. Then prove it, the former Jedi barked. The Zabrak lunged forward, activating his staff's blades. His eyes blazed gold, and his face twisted into a bestial grin. The blow was powerful. Maul poured all his anger and hatred into it, but it was all in vain. Revan was no longer at the point of attack. The ancient Force adept slipped past his attacker, jabbing him in the ribs with the hilt of his deactivated lightsaber. Had this been a real fight, it would have been over. But Maul refused to give up. He spun and attacked again. A lunge, a miss, a swing, a block and a sweep, a roll, a strike, another miss, followed by a powerful blow to the chest from his nimble mentor. Rise, gather yourself, attack, transform anger into strength, kill. The scarlet staff became a pair of blurred, jagged lines, between which a black shadow in a Mandalorian mask slid. It took Revan less than a minute to calm his apprentice. The staff, after another unsuccessful thrust, had slipped back into the master's hands, leaving the Zabrak weaponless. Now the latter knelt, breathing heavily, his neck caught in the crosshairs of the scarlet and silver blades. You could have died 14 times in this minute, Revan commented calmly. Do you need more proof? But my rage has always been my ally, Maul said quietly, disappointed with his own abilities. This only shows that the level of training of your opponents was even lower. The Zabrak remained silent, his head bowed. The blades hissed as they shut off. You have potential, and I will help you realize it. Teacher? Maul asked hopefully, unaccustomed to such an attitude from his mentor. Yes, I will help, the former Jedi repeated again. The staff was returned to its owner.
Revan, meanwhile, pondered the results of his new apprentice's brief testing.
Maul was talented in swordsmanship. He had a good command of Form 7, especially when adapted for staff use. His concealment skills were also impressive. But the rest... The Zabrak clearly hadn't been taught Force techniques, limiting himself to basic telekinesis and dark side augmentation. And that was bad.
Maul was clearly a close-range fighter, focused on lightsaber mastery. Force attacks from a distance were secondary to him. The main problem could be that Maul was already too old, and his mind wasn't flexible enough to retrain him in the use of the Force. Besides, the brutal training methods typical of the Sith inevitably warped the psyche. However, something could be done. Teaching him light side techniques was futile. He was too accustomed to feeding himself on anger and hatred. Combat foresight will also be hampered, as with such weak emotional control, the Zabrak will simply be unable to discern the future. It's not for nothing that they say anger blinds. However, in the long run, everything can be corrected. First, Maul will need to learn an ancient set of meditations and exercises to strengthen his mind. His ability to fuel himself with rage is impressive, but it lacks control. Meditation will help him achieve this. He won't become a master of the dark side, of course, but he could easily develop into a skilled inquisitor. "Let's summarize," Revan said, breaking the prolonged silence. "You'll need to learn to control your anger much better. I'll teach you the necessary techniques." "Thank you, teacher." "We'll also work on your swordsmanship," the instructor added, and seeing the confusion on his student's face, he explained, "The richness of the seventh form's techniques is determined by the knowledge gained from the remaining 6 forms.
Believe me, when Juyo relies on its little sisters, it's a completely different level of swordsmanship." "I already noticed," Maul muttered, bowing his head in respect. Then, straight to the first lesson, your stance. What's wrong with her? Don't get me wrong. A straight stance with a staff extended forward looks intimidating. However, it's less effective than other options. For example, the basic side stance. But the side stand limits maneuverability. That's a misconception. Revan shook his head. Yes, the attack sector shifts slightly, opening the side for an attack. But the reaction speed from this position is much higher. How? Very simple. In a frontal stance, with the lightsaber extended in one hand, no matter how strong your muscles, you won't be able to block a powerful blow. And you must admit, dealing with the resistance of 2 blades with one hand is no easy task. And if your opponent is someone like a Jedi Guardian, capable of closing within striking distance in the blink of an eye, you'll have problems. To successfully block, you'll need to grip the staff with both hands, and that takes almost a second. Revan, clasping his blades into a staff, demonstrated first the front stance, then the side stance. In the second case, you hold the hilt with both hands and can direct the lightsaber blades in any direction with a twisting motion. Or you can launch a surprise lunge from behind your back, just by twisting your torso slightly. You instinctively switch to this stance anyway. The Zabrak nodded thoughtfully. The speed will increase exponentially, and a confident grip will provide the necessary power for your blocks. Remember, a staff is not a sword. The strikes will be wide, arcing. Yes, it has 2 blades, but they're fixed in a straight line, and direct attacks are only possible if you're standing sideways. No other way. It seems...
"No, I understand." Maul corrected himself in time, noticing how the mentor slightly bowed his head at the first word. "I hardly think about defense, and that's why I didn't notice the shortcomings of my basic stance before. You can't win a fight with one attack. Every swing gives the enemy an opportunity to kill you. Move. Don't lose your head. Stay focused. The staff can become your impenetrable shield, giving you time to plan your attack." "I understand, Mentor." "Good. Then you'll spend the rest of the day practicing Makashi. From now on, you'll have to try to adapt it to your fighting style. And starting tomorrow, you'll work with Anakin on his physical training in the mornings. But remember, you're responsible for the boy." "I understand, Mentor." "Then you're free to go. The 3rd cargo bay is yours." "Yes, teacher." Maul bowed politely and headed towards the exit.
He collided with the Mandalorian in the doorway, nearly colliding with her.
They both reacted simultaneously, dodging each other. Revan noted out of the corner of his eye the grace with which Tira avoided the collision. In full Mandalorian armor, she managed to move surprisingly smoothly. The former Jedi had always respected Mandalorians. They were his first serious opponents, and it was from them, in part, that he gleaned the knowledge that helped him become one of the most successful Jedi generals in the history of the Order.
"Vader, we need to talk," Tira literally demanded as she approached him. At the same time, Skywalker, having turned off the deflector shield that protected him from accidental injury, ran up from the other side. "Sorry, but you'll have to wait," Revan answered the mercenary, removing the Mandalorian mask from his face. "Right now, we have our first lesson scheduled with Anakin." "It's important," the girl insisted. "Just like the lesson." "As if you haven't already taught this lesson?" The girl crossed her arms over her chest.
You didn't just spar with the Horned One in front of a boy for no reason, did you? Did you want to show him what he should strive for? It was a lesson for Maul, Revan replied dryly. The former Jedi's gaze made it clear that arguing now was pointless, so Nomad was forced to retreat. "Okay, I'll wait here. I don't mind." "I'm ready," Skywalker said immediately, trembling with impatience. Revan smiled. This anticipation of knowledge was familiar to him. "So, Anakin, starting today, we will begin your training." "Hooray!" "Don't be so quick to rejoice," Revan interrupted his student. The mentor's gaze became stern, indicating the seriousness of his words. "Usually, the apprentice is much younger, because it takes a tremendous amount of knowledge and skills to become a fully fledged Force user. But there are special cases. Yours is one of them." Tira chuckled, involuntarily recalling her own mentor's speech when she'd first joined Clan Nomad. Revan hadn't noticed, or pretended not to. "You'll need to learn meditation and Force techniques, and skills in handling various weapons, and not just a lightsaber. Believe me, you'll have to use a blaster sometimes, too." "Why should I know about weapons? There's no war now." Anakin was surprised. Revan shook his head, which happened surprisingly in sync with the Mandalorian, who mirrored the gesture. "Anakin, the galaxy is vast, and conflicts rage within it every day. I think the Naboo incident should have been a perfect example for you, no?" Probably." The boy scratched the back of his head, still not fully understanding the meaning of the words. There will always be someone who craves conflict. No matter what their ultimate goal, if they choose to fight, it's best to be prepared. A blaster can lie in a holster for 100 years, but if it saves someone's life even once, you didn't carry it in vain, Tira suddenly added. Revan nodded approvingly, though he looked surprised. My mentor, Severus Nomad, loved to repeat this phrase when I started to get indignant, the mercenary explained. And he's absolutely right, the former Sith continued. Take the Jedi, for example. They always called themselves the defenders of the Republic and the keepers of peace. But they were also considered some of the most dangerous fighters. Why do you think that is? The boy thought. Probably because they had to fight a lot to protect the Republic, he suggested. That too, Revan agreed. But the main reason is that those who choose the path of conflict don't immediately respond to words and diplomacy. At first, most such individuals prefer forceful solutions. And for such individuals to listen, they first need to be prepared. You can achieve much more with a kind word and a blaster than just a kind word, the Mandalorian added with a grin. Well observed, Revan smiled. Even through the opaque visor of his helmet, the Force adept could feel the girl's surprised gaze on him. You're some kind of wrong Jedi, the girl noted. Because I'm not a Jedi. Skywalker stood there, not understanding what was being said. Sorry, Anakin, we got distracted. The former Sith turned to the boy again. As you can see,
you need to be prepared for anything, which means you'll have to study hard."
"I understand," the child said, filled with enthusiasm again.
Revan chuckled, remembering how a blue-skinned Twi'lek had bounced impatiently in the same way back on the Ebon Hawk. Pushing aside a sudden feeling of nostalgia, the former Jedi called his faithful droid on the intercom. Anakin didn't know why, but he was perceiving the situation with a fair amount of apprehension. During their last conversation, NK had threatened the annoying little sack of meat with a trip to the Sarlacc's stomach. "Vaynor, and why—" the boy began, but Revan anticipated this question.
"You won't find a better weapons expert." The mercenary drew attention to herself.
"Be well," the former Sith said good-naturedly, ignoring the obvious attempt to be indignant.
"A cheerful address. Do you have a purpose for me, Master?" The droid, entering the hold, inquired cheerfully.
Anticipatively. To kill someone? To frighten them? To drive them mad? To carve a message into the hide of another sack of meat? Or to make them beg for a quick death, gradually grinding their brittle bones into dust?
Even the Mandalorian took a half step away from the droid after hearing this.
"Yeah, you've been standing around for a while, buddy,"
Revan, accustomed to this kind of behavior from his droid, said, not at all embarrassed.
"Tired and dramatic. Oh yes, Master. My chains crave the action I've been deprived of for millennia of confinement in a filthy, dark cave." "Less theatrics," the former Sith rebuked the droid.
"With readiness, of course, Master." NK immediately changed his intonation. "Requesting orders. What do you require of me, Master?" "NK-47 is ready for duty, Master." For a few moments, Revan hesitated to entrust the droid with this task. However, deciding that Anakin would only benefit from such an experience, he spoke, addressing the best assassin in the galaxy. "NK, your task will be to teach Anakin the basics of handling the most common types of weapons in the galaxy." The droid froze. It seemed as if even its power core had ceased making any sound. Then, with a soft whir of servos, it slowly tilted its head to one side. "Confirmation request. Confirm the order, Master?" NK said in an almost pleading tone. "You will train Anakin in the use of weapons," Revan repeated. The droid's head jerked, its eyes flashed red several times, and several sparks crackled from under its chest plate. "Did he short out there or something?" Tira took another step back. "No," Revan shook his head. He knew perfectly well what was happening to his droid.
NK was struggling. The matrix of emotions and personality had come into conflict with the logic unit. The voltage in the circuits was jumping uncontrollably, causing short circuits and twitching drives. Yes, when giving this order, Revan had a rough idea of what the killer's reaction would be, but he was counting on the fact that he would be able to control himself. And so it happened. A few minutes later, the NK, which was smoking a little in some places, began to show signs of adequate behavior again. "An irritated request. Clarify the boundaries of my authority," the droid said sullenly, not even trying to hide his attitude towards the order. Revan considered the wording for a minute, in order to give the 47th a certain freedom of action without killing his student. "The boy must be alive and able to continue his studies," he finally said. The droid's eyes flashed, and he seemed to straighten up. If his faceplate had been capable of conveying emotion, Revan was willing to bet it would have revealed a truly devilish grin. Anakin must have sensed something too, because his knees began to tremble treacherously. He'd fearlessly raced carts against ruthless opponents. He'd jumped into combat in a Naboo fighter without hesitation. But the thought of training with the NK was terrifying. He was alone with a droid, an armed assassin droid who didn't like him. "Mommy," a plaintive groan of self-preservation instinct flashed through the boy's mind. "And why did I then try to act like a hero, disobeying the NK?" HK-47 himself felt something he would describe as a joyful anticipation of the imminent destruction of this annoying little sack of meat. His personality matrix and logic unit had finally come to an agreement. Surely his master hadn't forbidden him from using this sack as a target. No.
And how else could he explain the shock blaster's effect more clearly? After all, he needed not only to explain it, but also to demonstrate its effect on a living target. Otherwise, what kind of training would this be? The subject must be alive and able to continue learning, the logic block reminded. Oh, he will live. Badly, painfully, in constant suffering. But he will. The personality matrix waved off. NK, Revan called, noticing that the droid was getting deeper and deeper into his thoughts. With readiness. Yes, master. No self-harm. Disappointed. Even slightly? For educational purposes, master? If only for educational purposes, Revan agreed. Skywalker seemed to hear the droid's terrifying, evil laugh in his head. A shiver ran down his spine, or a herd of ice rancors. Anakin, the man addressed the boy. Study hard and diligently. I understand, the boy answered hesitantly. NK will now conduct an introductory lesson for you. These words brought a look of complete horror to Skywalker's eyes. But Revan continued, paying no attention. This evening we will practice meditation. Well, and tomorrow, as you remember, you have a morning physical training lesson with Maul. Can I go back to the temple? The boy asked hopefully. Revan put a predatory smile on his face and looked at Anakin with burning golden eyes. The choice has already been made, the voice of the ancient Force adept seemed to echo somewhere in the chest. You are now my disciple. This is your path from now on. Skywalker suppressed a startled squeak with difficulty and managed to pull himself together. Yes, teacher, the boy answered, much more firmly than he thought. Dash. NK, your apprentice. Dash. Revan patted the droid on the metal shoulder, passing by. Dash. Tira, you wanted to talk. Yes, the mercenary nodded and followed the man out of the hall. The conversation this time took place in the cabin that had been allocated for the residence of the representative of the Nomad clan. After making sure the door was locked, the girl removed her helmet. There was no longer any point in hiding her face from Revan. So, what did you want to talk about? Asked the former Jedi, already guessing the topic. Last time they couldn't discuss anything. The girl left Revan's cabin too quickly. About my origin, the scarlet eyes focused on the ancient Force adept. You agreed to help my clan. Nomads have always honored honesty between allies, and I was taught that there should be no secrets in matters of great importance. Secrets revealed at the wrong moment can destroy an alliance and lead to the death of all its members. And what could be more important than saving a clan? The girl was clearly trying to convince herself of the need to reveal her story to an outsider, rather than explain to Revan the motives that had led to this conversation. The former Jedi didn't rush her. He understood perfectly well how difficult it could be to reveal something from your past that should have been kept secret. He also understood that secrets can truly kill if revealed against your will. When the Hawk's crew learned that their friend, commander, and comrade all along had been the dreaded Dark Lord of the Sith, Darth Revan, their team nearly met their end. It was only by a miracle that they managed to hold everyone together, and Karth's well-earned trust was never fully restored. So, the girl took a deep breath, suppressing the trembling in her voice. It was obvious that it was difficult for her to speak. Let's start with what you already understood. I am Chiss. Revan nodded.
I was born on the planet Copero.
Although I'm probably starting from the wrong place. Tira lightly massaged her temples. Are you familiar with the government structure of the Chiss Dominion?
In general terms, the man shrugged. For you, it seems everything is tied to ruling families, the aristocracy? Aristocra, the girl corrected. That's not entirely true, but yes. We have a ruling elite, but we also have a Senate and Parliament. However, I won't go into details. Revan nodded encouragingly at the girl. The point is, I was born into the Myth family, one of the ruling families. However, I didn't receive a name at birth. Why? Revan asked in surprise. My mother was expelled from the family immediately after my birth, the girl answered, grimacing as if in pain. The former Jedi didn't have time to ask his next question. I'm not a purebred Chiss, Tira continued. My father was a mercenary from Republic space who, by chance, found himself in Dominion territory. I don't know much about his personality. My mother never even revealed his race. I've tried to find out myself, but all the genetic tests have been practically useless. My father was of a race close to human, and there are quite a few of those. From indirect signs like altered hair pigment and iris color, I concluded he was Echani. Revan's eyebrows shot up. He knew these people well. He'd even fought their leader once. The fight had ended disastrously for his opponent, but the former Sith had genuinely enjoyed it. Fighters as skilled in close combat as the Echani were few in the galaxy. Tira had a point. The Echani were distinguished by their fair skin and hair, as well as silvery irises. The interbreeding of their genes with the Chiss could have resulted in Tira's scarlet hair and golden eyes. My appearance immediately caught my eye. Such lineage was unacceptable for a member of the Mitt family, the girl continued. However, they couldn't simply expel a representative, even a collateral one like my mother.
It would have cast a shadow on the family. Ultimately, a fictitious marriage was arranged with the youngest son of the Anude family, who wasn't even 5 years old yet. My mother married into another family, and I received the name Tir Anude. Revan shook his head. He'd never liked caste systems in society. Birth shouldn't determine destiny, only actions. Life wasn't easy for us. Everyone understood my mother's situation. She was in exile, albeit unofficially. A seat in Parliament was out of the question for her. The path to the Senate was also closed. However, she was a good analyst, and she found a place in the tactical planning corps of the Dominion expansionist forces. Talent will always find a way, Revan nodded. Perhaps, Nomad shrugged. But in the Dominion, things are more complicated. In any case, we moved to Napora, where the fleet headquarters were located. My appearance was no longer so conspicuous after I started dyeing my hair, and they stopped picking on me. My mother had achieved some success and did everything she could to ensure my future in the Dominion. At 6, I entered the military academy, and the teachers repeatedly noted my abilities. Outstanding analytical skills, excellent physical fitness, and leadership qualities. They predicted I would receive commander's chevrons as a senior, although I only completed 2 years. My mother even managed to arrange for such a talented me to be accepted into the Aru family, which was related to one of the ruling families, the Nuru Ordo. Yes, the connection was distant, through 5 generations. However, this could have served as a good springboard for my future career. But it didn't work out. What happened? Revan asked with interest. A mandatory medical examination before spacewalk training began at the beginning of the 3rd year. It included a genetic test for predisposition to nervous system disorders and other factors that could affect adaptation to zero-gravity conditions.
Guess what they found?
What, you're not Chiss?
Exactly. The girl smiled sadly. My entire life was washed away in a single moment.
I was quickly cowed and nominated for expulsion. Counterintelligence suddenly became interested in my mother. There was almost a scandal, but the family intervened. The same family, one of the ruling ones. We were simply thrown out of the Dominion. Just like that? Of course not. Formally, Mum was transferred to a reconnaissance expedition heading to uncharted regions. But in reality, she was given a small shuttle with a third of a tank and a month's worth of army rations. And then, 24 hours to get out of Dominion space until the ship's ID was transmitted to the patrol fleet with orders to destroy it. And how did you end up on Duxon? I still don't understand this. In what sense? Revan was surprised. In a straight line, the girl shrugged. We were flying in the opposite direction from the Republic, since we couldn't have crossed the distance to the Dominion border, which was closer to the Republic, in a day. But our hyperdrive suddenly malfunctioned, triggering a jump to random coordinates. By all the laws of hyperspace navigation, we had a 1 in a million chance of a successful transition. We were lucky. We survived. But the drive simply ruptured, which led to our emergency landing on the nearest planetoid. That turned out to be Duxon. How we covered a distance in a day on a Class 2 hyperdrive that even a Class 0.5 hyperdrive couldn't cover remains a mystery. The Force, Revan thought, its influence is everywhere. The former Jedi distinctly sensed a wave of melancholy emanating from the girl, and quickly guessed the reason. Is your mother dead? He asked bluntly. Not right away, Tira responded quietly. My condolences. Thank you. The girl's eyes glistened with moisture, and she quickly turned away, wiping away her tears. Hut, I thought I'd dealt with everything a long time ago, she whispered angrily, quickly pulling herself together. Sorry. This is the first time this has happened to me. Revan smiled sympathetically. However, he was suddenly struck by the suspicion that it was all an act. Very good acting. The sadness was real, but the tears. Mom died a week later. Predators, Tira said, her voice almost regaining its former firmness. And a week later, the nomads found me. They almost shot me, but somehow the squad leader caught my eye. They took me with them, and so I began living with a squad of mercenaries from the Nomad clan, who were also searching for artifacts of ancient Mandalore. And a year later, they offered me the chance to join them. That's the story. A silence fell which neither of the interlocutors sought to break. Revan spoke first. Thank you for telling me your story. I appreciate it, he said, nodding his head politely. Frankness for frankness, Tira responded. You're some kind of wrong Jedi, and you say you're not a Jedi at all. I don't understand much about all your magical and religious stuff, but there's clearly something wrong with you. The former Sith chuckled. You can't even imagine how much. Tell me, the girl demanded. Well, what can I say? Let's start with the fact that my name is not Vaynor. I already understood that. Few mercenaries call themselves by their own names. My real name is Revan. The girl frowned, as if remembering something, and then her eyes widened, displaying shock on her blue-skinned face. And I'm a little over 4,000 years old. The mercenary's jaw slowly began to drop downwards. Even though I was technically dead and returned to life, I remain the one once called Darth Revan, the man continued. I am the one who fought the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders on the side of the Republic. The one they called the Butcher. The one who defeated Mandalore the Ultimate and took his mask. And the one who later passed it on to Canderous Ordo, Mandalore the Guardian. The savior of the Republic, and also its conqueror. And my story will take more than one day.
The girl whispered something obscene in Mandalorian, not taking her eyes off the ancient Force adept. And I was still worried about my secret. Microchapter 19.5. Study, study, heal, study. Microchapter 19.5. Study, study, heal, study. Assassin droid HK-47 was never known for his good fellow man, patience, kindness, or courtesy. He didn't need them. He was created for only one purpose: eliminating the Master's enemies. Hunting and killing, that was his true purpose. That's how he was programmed. Or perhaps the droid, having acquired his own independent personality over the years of service, simply believed it.
Serving his master was the meaning of his existence, as was purging the galaxy of foolish and imperfect meat sacks. Of course, to accomplish the task at hand, the NK could successfully disguise itself as a regular protocol droid. Its design, unlike most robotic assassins, allowed for this. Apparently, this fact was the reason why the Master allowed this to happen. On the way to the left auxiliary cargo bay, located in one of the Eagle's tail wings, the droid once again ran the received order through its logic circuits. Train Anakin in the use of weapons. Teach. Not to kill, but to teach. NK endlessly taxed the processor, examining the order of his creator from different points of view, which created the impression of his personality splitting into several opposing sides. Hint. Perhaps the order was not pronounced clearly, insisted the logic module linked to the killer's protocols. Negative. The order was confirmed several times, the analytical module countered.
Request. Why? Why is a killer droid being brought into training? Request cancelled. Question deemed rhetorical. Proposal. Conduct a visual demonstration of the destructive power of blaster weapons of various types and power, the Hunter-Killer module issued. Objection. The object of study should not be harmed. Objection correction. The object must not receive permanent damage and must also retain the ability to learn, the analytical module corrected. Suggestion. Minimum charging power. Approved. Following the droid, the boy suddenly felt a sense of danger wafting off the NK, and when the mechanical assassin turned its head in his direction, Anakin's motionless faceplate seemed like a wicked, anticipatory grin. The growing sense of unease almost reached the point of panic when HK-47 carefully tossed his new student into the cargo bay and locked the door, cutting off all escape routes.
The left auxiliary hold had been painstakingly converted by the assassin droid into a workshop and arsenal.
NK was short on time and not everything was ready yet, but a couple of workbenches and a few crates of weapons were present. Anakin, looking at the droid with apprehension, moved to the far wall. At that moment, NK realized how convenient it was for the target to have positioned itself within firing range. After all, this very bulkhead had been reinforced with durasteel armor plate during a brief repair at the Coruscant docks. A tense silence fell. The assassin droid and the human child stood frozen, facing each other. This was the furthest thing from a training session, but only a complete idiot would argue with the droid now. Anakin didn't consider himself one. NK was very responsible when it came to following his master's orders, so he decided to give him a brief briefing first. Query. How much do you know about firearms, meatbag? The droid asked emotionlessly.
Skywalker hesitated.
Well, I had a small ion blaster at home. Conclusion. As expected. Nothing, NK interrupted the student. Hey! The boy was indignant. I know that the blaster shoots a laser. Mockingly. "The answer is incorrect," the droid interrupted again. Instructively, "Listen carefully and remember, you stupid sack of meat. Blasters operate on more efficient principles than archaic lasers. Instead of a coherent beam, a blaster fires a highly compressed bolt of energy, lethal to most animals. The energy used to form a blaster charge depends on the type of blaster. The charge is created by pumping energy into the particles of a specific substance. One such substance is Tibanna gas. When an atom of the substance absorbs energy and becomes excited, its electrons move to a new energy level. Upon stabilization, the electrons return to their previous level, emitting bolts of energy capable of causing damage."
The droid walked over to one of the weapons crates and pulled out the Westar 30 blaster pistol, acquired through the Hutt cartel. Addition: less common is the plasma blaster. Plasma is suitable for destroying any target, but is most effective against droids due to its nature as a superheated ionized gas. Droids are vulnerable to ion energy, and the plasma blaster is the obvious choice for combating them. NK continued his lecture. However, noticing the expression of absolute incomprehension of the information he had heard on Skywalker's face, the assassin droid was forced to rephrase the information he had voiced. Sympathetically, "Shooting is pain. Blaster is killing," the droid drawled, as if explaining something to a complete idiot, which, in NK's opinion, was precisely what was happening. "With pleasure. Killing is good." The boy frowned, offended. He didn't like being taken for a fool. Meanwhile, NK-47 was about to begin a new lecture regarding safety precautions when handling weapons, but changed his mind, deciding to simplify everything again. The mechanical maniac pulled a blaster carbine out of the box and showed it to Anakin. Explanation: barrel, forend, grip, butt, he quickly recited, pointing to the corresponding parts of the weapon. "You don't need to know more." "But..." Addition: the battery is located inside the buttstock. The gas tank is in a protected block to the left along the barrel. Strict warning: don't even try to disassemble the weapon until you've thoroughly studied its design, meat sack, the droid reminded. Instructions: weapons safety, the droid recited, ignoring the boy. "Always point the barrel at the enemy and only when ready to fire. The rest of the time, the barrel should be pointed at the floor or the sky, no exceptions." "Yes, I understand," Skywalker shouted. The droid tilted his head slightly to the side. Sarcastic clarification. "Really?" NK said in the most mockingly affectionate voice his vocabulator was capable of. In the next few seconds, the assassin droid loaded its weapon and released the safety. A subsequent burst of 20 shots passed directly over Anakin's head, causing him to instinctively duck. "Order! Catch!" NK commanded loudly, throwing a blaster with spent ammunition into the boy's hands. Skywalker reflexively caught the object flying at him and immediately screamed in pain as the overheated barrel burned his left palm. Demonstration: when firing at high rates, the gun barrel overheats. Safety recommendation: avoid contact of exposed skin with overheated parts of the gun, or wear gloves with a heat-insulating layer. While the howling boy pressed his injured arm to his chest and slowly crawled towards the exit of the compartment, NK took a spare power unit for a hand blaster from the ammunition box and hit it against his thigh several times. "Order! Catch!" the droid shouted again, throwing a sparking blaster power source at the boy. "No!" Skywalker shouted in panic, trying to deflect the power unit flying at him. At the moment of contact, a bolt of electricity shot through the boy's arm, causing Anakin to arch his back in convulsions. Demonstration: damage to power core insulation may result in electrical shock. Warning: maintain proper power supply integrity and wear insulated gloves, NK said instructively, as Skywalker writhed and twitched on the floor. Warning: Master has forbidden permanent injury to the training subject, the logic block in the droid's personality core reminded. Noted:
The NK sensors continuously monitored the vital signs of the young meat sack to ensure that it did not cease functioning during the learning process. To the assassin droid's surprise, the boy recovered fairly quickly and, choking on sobs, crawled toward the door.
However, his memory archives quickly reminded the former gifted hunter of instances in which his targets had called upon the Force and demonstrated phenomenal endurance. The boy, apparently, was subconsciously doing the same. Therefore, NK decided there was no point in taking a break mid-session. Additional information. Most plasma blasters are capable of firing stun ion charges. Hitting a droid with such a discharge will overload its electrical circuits, resulting in a brief shutdown of all systems until an automatic restart. Clarification. If older models are equipped with this feature, the droid said with a hint of pride, as if implying that it possessed a similar option. Skywalker tensed as soon as NK spoke. He was no longer sure the droid wasn't going to kill him. Quite the opposite. But the escape route was just a few steps away. Addition. Organic opponents are also extremely vulnerable to the stun charge, since the latter causes an overload of the nervous system and, as a result, pain shock and loss of consciousness. The droid continued broadcasting, taking out a new blaster. The short beep that signaled the weapon's transition to stun mode spurred Skywalker on more than a stimulator. A smile crossed his face as he realized that freedom and salvation from this mechanical sadist were near. But the door turned out to be locked. Horror. Anakin experienced this feeling for the first time, although until now he sincerely believed he had been in many dangerous situations. How wrong he was. Even that flight on a Naboo fighter in the thick of battle didn't seem as dangerous to the boy as the droid standing behind him. The embodiment of death itself was now 5 steps away, with the blaster in his hands. "Not for..." Skywalker managed to whisper through a sob. The next moment, a discharge from a plasma blaster hit the boy, knocking him unconscious. Belated warning. We are about to demonstrate the destructive power of a concussion shot from a DH-17 blaster. Recommendation: grit your teeth, NK said mockingly, approaching the boy's unconscious body. Admonition: and never neglect safety instructions, you disobedient little sack of meat. As the droid flipped Skywalker over and grabbed him by the collar of his shirt to drag him back to the makeshift firing line, a call came over the comlink from Revan. Politely, "Yes, master," unceremoniously releasing Anakin's body, causing the latter to hit the back of his head on the metal floor, he answered NK's call. "What's going on there?" Revan asked sternly. Answer: "Training." "Really?" It became clear from whom NK copied his mockingly affectionate tone. Was it during his training that Anakin suddenly started emitting waves of fear throughout the ship? His cries for help will soon be heard, even on Coruscant. Clarification: no irreparable harm, Master. Only educational measures to instill a sense of discipline in the subject, the droid added, sensing its creator's mood. A long sigh was heard. "Slow down," Revan said more calmly. "Confirmation. Accepted, Master," NK responded immediately. The connection was lost. The assassin droid stood over Skywalker for a few more minutes, tapping his finger on the trigger of his blaster, checking its stroke, and simultaneously running the Master's command through his logical circuits. As sad as it was to admit, killing the little bastard was absolutely forbidden, and the training program would have to be relaxed. NK clicked his manipulators in irritation and put away the blaster, taking a small container of Bacta instead. After quickly treating the burns on his hand and where the discharge hit, the assassin droid leaned the boy's back against one of the weapons crates. NK himself dropped to one knee next to the unconscious body of his student and began to wait for the latter to awaken. But he was in no hurry to regain consciousness. Eventually, The droid got tired of wasting time.
Anakin, Anakin, wake up, darling. Shmi Skywalker's gentle voice echoed throughout the compartment. The boy stirred. Get up quickly, Annie. It's already been light for a long time. You'll be late for Watto.
Skywalker stretched. Just a minute, Mum. 5 minutes.
No 5 minutes.
Shmi's voice became stern. Okay, I'm getting up, Anakin said discontentedly. With a drawn-out groan, the boy opened his eyes and blinked several times. His eyes grew wider as he realized where Skywalker was now and who stood before him. Are you awake? HK-47 asked in Anakin's mother's voice. The ability to imitate voices was extremely useful for the assassin droid's craft. It came in handy now, too.
The boy took a deep breath, preparing to scream, but his mouth was quickly covered by a metal palm.
Warning. If you scream and panic, I'll stun you, the droid said in his synthesized voice with a metallic echo. Skywalker tried to flinch, but a blaster barrel pressed against his forehead. The boy froze. Question. Have you calmed down? Anakin nodded vigorously. Question. Will you continue to disregard safety precautions or the advice of a more experienced mentor? The boy shook his head vigorously. Joyfully. Excellent. That means we can get to work. NK released the boy and jerked him to his feet. Wasn't that a lesson? Anakin asked warily. Explanation. Of course not. It was a briefing. Then what will the lesson be? The boy muttered in a dissatisfied tone and immediately bit his tongue, remembering that in front of him was an assassin droid equipped with sensitive audio sensors. Query. Can you dance, meat sack? NK asked threateningly.
What? What does this have to do with it? The boy didn't understand.
A joyful explanation. Oh, once upon a time on Nar Shaddaa, there was a wonderful pastime known as the Death Dance. The droid pointed the barrel of the blaster at Skywalker's feet. Question. Teach? No need. Anakin jumped up in place. Direction. Then, close your mouth, take the blaster in your hands, and aim at that square on the armor panel. The boy, realizing his situation, quickly began to follow the instructions. The droid stood behind Skywalker and corrected him, eliminating the rookie's mistakes. Correction. Raise your arm, tighten your grip. Irritated. No, that's not it. Use both hands if it's too heavy with one. Confused. The target's motionless. Why do you need a lead? Mocking. Where are you pointing the barrel, you brainless sack of meat? This isn't artillery. The round will fly along a flat trajectory. Threatening. I'll shoot your elbows off if you keep spreading them that wide.
Admonishing. There's no recoil here. You're the one flinching from the sound of the shot. Don't pull the trigger, or the barrel will pull to the side. Even a millimeter's deviation at this distance will result in a miss.
Sneering. Oh, looks like someone decided to use the Force. We'll see. And this is only the first lesson, Anakin thought with horror. I want to go to Tatooine. Chapter 20. Frank Conversations. Chapter 20. Frank Conversations. Evening ship time. The stars drifting slowly past the transparisteel porthole. The dim light of an old lamp in the freighter's cramped cabin, and the frank conversation, all of this was familiar to Revan and evoked nostalgia. Once upon a time, thousands of years ago in fact, the disgraced Knight of the Order loved to sit and chat like this with the crew of the Ebon Hawk. Back then, aboard the transport was noisy but interesting. The endless chatter of Mission echoed, emotionally describing her life on Terrace. A shaggy giant from Kashyyyk, Zalbar, echoed her in a growling, howling shriek. Yuhani quietly whispered mantras to herself,
trying to find inner support and stop fearing the dark side. A stern man on the outside, but a very warm man on the inside, the Mandalorian Canderous, if coaxed, could talk about his military exploits and service under Mandalore the Ultimate. And somewhere in the control room, Karth and Bastila were always arguing. Bastila. She was the one Revan missed most, his only love. The former Jedi missed those times, his friends and his beloved. Perhaps this was one of the reasons he agreed to tell his story to Tira. The revelation that Vanner was the very same Revan shocked the mercenary and prompted her to literally explode with questions. She was interested in everything, from the former Knight of the Order's birthplace to how he ended up alive 4,000 years later.
Revan was initially reluctant to answer, but eventually gave in, warning that the story would be long and likely take more than one evening. This didn't deter the mercenary. "Well then listen," the former Jedi began. Even at the beginning of his story, Revan realized that he needed this retelling of his own fate even more than his listener. It was a chance to organize his memories and try once again to recall what his treatment by the Order Council had cost him. After all, he still couldn't recall everything that had happened to him before Malak's betrayal. Who was he before joining the Order? Where was he born? What were his parents' names? Hutt, and not even his real name, the one he'd been given at birth. He couldn't even remember that, no matter how hard he tried. Revan. Not a name, not a surname, but its essence. A title invented and appropriated by a renegade who would no longer tolerate the Council's injustice and inaction. A challenge to the galaxy. Vengeance in human form. Revan couldn't remember why he'd given that name back on Cathar. All that came to mind when he thought back to that day was the Mandalorian mask he'd found in the ashes, and those very words. His oath. The promise that had flown from his lips, seemingly of its own accord. The idea that had been ringing in his head for months finally broke free. Never before had he felt so confident, so right. The Force itself echoed in his words at that moment. Revan realized with a sad smile that even then the great Force had been guiding him, pushing him forward. Tool or pet, one didn't exclude the other. "It doesn't matter," he suddenly said to himself mentally. The Force had been his faithful companion and ally for many years. He'd known power and greatness. He'd saved hundreds of planets, billions of sentient beings, become a hero, but most importantly, eased his conscience, if only briefly. He'd achieved everything he could have dreamed of.
And if, through him, the Great One somehow influenced the galaxy, well, that was a price worth paying. Shaking his head to clear away any unnecessary doubts, Revan continued his story. He told Tira that after being seriously wounded, he couldn't remember many things about his life. For example, his homeworld or his family. His memories began in the temple. "Even though I don't remember my parents, I vividly recall the sadness and loss I felt during my first months in the temple on Coruscant. But I found solace in knowledge. I could spend hours in the archives, poring over ever-new books. It didn't matter whether they were works on history or diplomacy, the teachings of past masters, or military manuals. I was interested in everything. The Force didn't deprive me of talent, so I coped with the youngling training program without difficulty, which gave me quite a lot of free time. And I studied. I literally devoured everything I could get my hands on. Force techniques, blade forms and fighting styles, the peculiarities of natural and artificial crystals and lightsaber design, combat tactics and strategy on planets and in space, the basics of survival in adverse environmental conditions. Useful skills, the mercenary was impressed. Yes, I've had occasion to confirm that more than once, the Jedi smiled sadly. Be that as it may, my efforts didn't go unnoticed. Jedi Master Kreia took an interest in me, and soon I became her Padawan. Revan was silent for a moment, collecting his thoughts and going through his memories of that time. Master, she was a strange Jedi.
and her views on the Force became increasingly unusual and contradictory over the years. But it was she who taught me, above all, to think and evaluate my actions.
Before doing anything, I had to consider all the possible consequences of my decision.
It sounds like she was teaching you to predict the future, like some kind of fortune teller, Tira snorted. Revan ignored the comment. Those not sensitive to the Force would never understand all its properties. The teacher really could see the future, he said with a smile, and she was very good at it. I even think she knew what I would become from the first day she saw me. Not without pleasure, noticing the girl's surprised look, the former Jedi continued his story. He told the mercenary about his strange training with Kreia, how she loved to ask him unusual and morally challenging questions. The gist of her lessons was that everyone should be prepared to find their own way out of difficult situations without outside help. And Revan quickly grasped this essence, but in his own way.
He understood that solving other people's problems wasn't the answer, but you could motivate others to solve them, lead them forward, be a leader, a symbol. You should have seen how the teacher laughed at my point of view then, Revan chuckled. But just a moment later, his face returned to its serious expression, continuing his thought. And how respectfully she spoke of her later. The former Jedi also told Tira that his training with Kreia, which to him was more like philosophical debates, left him with plenty of free time, which he spent on independent training and studying with other mentors. A Padawan could turn to any master of the Order for help and advice, and they were happy to help, especially for such a talented young man as Revan. And Revan took advantage of this shamelessly. He had been trained by many, and their wisdom was not wasted. Revan especially singled out Master Arin Kai, who, based on the amount of time and effort she devoted to training one inquisitive Padawan, could have been a contender for the title of his official mentor, along with Kreia. This woman taught the young light side adept the importance of physical training, lightsaber skill, and force techniques. Under her tutelage, Revan learned the basics of all 7 lightsaber forms, mastered Jar Kai, and developed a love for the unique reverse grip of the Xian form. If Kreia developed his mind, then Arin Kai trained his body, and to both, Revan was infinitely grateful. The story had to be interrupted when the former Jedi suddenly felt a powerful wave of fear, the source of which was Anakin. A cry for help was clearly felt in the Force. The boy was panicking. The fear, in turn, attracted the dark side, which was already reaching out to the boy. But suddenly, everything stopped. Revan foresaw this outcome when he assigned NK to train Anakin. The droid disliked holding back, and the boy, in turn, needed to feel vulnerable. The sense of superiority that Skywalker had developed after winning the race and then destroying the Trade Federation station troubled Revan. Excessive pride was a significant hindrance to his training. Yes, Anakin was incredibly lucky, and in the long run, equally incredibly powerful. The Force favored its chosen one, but without proper training and guidance, the boy might not live to reach his ultimate potential. He needed to be knocked down a peg or two, and it needed to be done by someone who wasn't a Force user. So, NK did a great job. The main thing is not to overdo it, Revan thought, and took out his comlink to contact the droid. "What's going on there?" the former Sith asked sternly when the connection was established. "Answer, training," the droid immediately responded. "Really?" Revan asked in a deceptively gentle tone. Was it during Anakin's training that he suddenly started emitting waves of fear throughout the ship? His cries for help will be heard even on Coruscant. Clarification. No irreparable harm, Master. Only educational measures to instill a sense of discipline in the subject, the droid added, sensing its creator's mood. The former Jedi let out a long sigh. NK was incorrigible. However, everything worked out as planned,
Slow down, Revan said more calmly. Accepted, Master, NK responded immediately. The connection was lost. Did something happen? Tira asked, surprised by the sudden change in her interlocutor's mood. No, Revan shook his head. Everything is fine. I sensed strange emotions from Anakin and decided to check. The mercenary snorted. Your power again. The ancient gifted one ignored the comment, deciding to return to the story. So, where were we? Your mentors, Tira reminded. Yes, of course. Meanwhile, somewhere on the island of Abora, Moonilinst. The Abora Tower complex, located on the island of the same name in the western sea of Moonilinst, belonged to the Damascus clan for many years, officially serving as a small vacation residence. However, in reality, deep beneath the complex, in a labyrinth of tunnels that led to the very heart of a now dormant volcano, was the secret refuge of the current head of the clan, Hego Damask, whom few also knew by the name Darth Plagueis. In one of the halls of the complex, more reminiscent of a laboratory, a moon, wrapped in a black robe, thoughtfully examined a frame of a holographic recording in which someone in a Mandalorian mask and a cloak with a deep hood destroyed a group of battle droids at once, releasing something resembling lightning directly from the fingers of his left hand. The room was silent, broken only by the low hum of the holo projector and the hiss of the transpirator, which Plagueis needed after being seriously wounded during one of the attempts on the moon's life. The Sith was confused. He could have sworn the recording was of his latest test subject, the fruit of an experiment he'd considered a failure. And yet, there it was, the dead man who had escaped from the incinerator bay of one of Plagueis's secret bases just weeks ago. That day, Damask once again attempted to revive the gifted one. The specimen was chosen based on the midichlorian density of his cells. The experiment site was built at a focal point of force energy. Plagueis himself had been preparing for the ritual for several months. The Sith himself had nearly perished, channeling vast amounts of dark side energy through his body. But it was to no avail. The dead remained dead. It was all in vain. And yet, how much hope had been laid on this very experiment, and the risk. Oh, the Force! How he'd exposed himself then. Not only had the ritual weakened him for several weeks, opening the door to another attempt on his life, and yet the apprentice was already ready to become a teacher. But the victim chosen for the experiment could also complicate his relationship with the Jedi Order, and with one council member in particular. After all, the test subject was his son, albeit a secret one. Mizar Mar. The Sith ran his hand over the hologram, barely touching the weaving streams of light. Old Sifo was ready to give his life for you, but I will demand much more. Moon laughed hollowly. Tracking the fugitive wasn't easy. However, credits open many doors and provide a wealth of opportunities for those who know how to use them. Mizar himself, however, left a fairly clear trail, a smuggling ship. Identifying the owner through Justice Corps records and a network of informants among the Hutt cartel smugglers proved relatively simple, albeit expensive. For some reason, this particular vessel was of particular interest to the cartel's representative on Tatooine. Jabba the Hutt, with whom the Moon occasionally did business, tried to conceal the fact that the ship had recently changed hands. Just a week after the incident in the lab. At the same time, someone, rumored to be a Jedi, appears on Tatooine wearing a distinctive Mandalorian mask and effortlessly taking over the Blood Talons gang. Mercenaries across the sector were alarmed, but the cartel made it clear this was their man. A name slipped into the reports: Vaner Shan. It seems that's what Mizar has taken to calling himself. After Tatooine, the smuggler's ship's trail led to Coruscant, where it ended at a used tech market on one of the lower levels. Sources among the local underworld claimed that a distinctive protocol droid with an unusual design was involved in the sale.
This same droid later participated in an auction and attempted to buy a YT series freighter, but lost the bid.
However, what's interesting is that the very same auction item, a YT 1930/FLP freighter, was registered under the name Dawn Eagle through agents of the Hutt cartel. And some claim that the same strange protocol droid was also involved in the registration. The ship managed to spot itself on Naboo, delivering a certain Avner I, a Jedi Knight. The intervention of this gifted individual, who turned out to be quite a talented Force user, cost Plagueis and his apprentice their entire operation to build opposition in the galaxy. Although it can't be called a failure. Still, there were ways out of the situation, and the effect, while weaker than intended, was still acceptable. The Moon recalled reports from Naboo. The droid had appeared there too, but now as a superb fighter. All of this suggested that Vanar Shan, Avner Van, and Mizar Mar were one and the same.
This was largely confirmed when someone decided to meet with Sidious.
Plagueis recalled inquiring about Vanar Shan. The name was likely fictitious. At least, a search of all available sources yielded only information about a candidate for Supreme Chancellor of the Republic who had lived almost 4,000 years ago. However, he was the son of a certain Bastila Shan, who had distinguished herself during the war with Revan's empire. And Vanar's descendants often appeared within the Order, and rumors of his connection with... the Sith said in surprise, after which he laughed much louder. How could he have missed this right away? After all, the result of his experiment had recently given itself a real name. Vaner and Avner. They're just anagrams of the same name. Revan, the Moon shouted and pointed his finger at the holotape. You are Revan. The Sith's delight knew no bounds. He hadn't simply brought a dead man back to life.
He had somehow managed to draw the essence of an ancient Sith Lord from the endless flow of the Force.
How, it remained to be seen, but the fact was there. Of course, it will be necessary to collect evidence, and it would also be good to conduct research on the resurrected one. Later, Damascus reminded himself, there was no point in rushing this matter. The result of the experiment was, first and foremost, dangerous. And if Revan had truly taken up residence in the body of Sifo-Dyas's offspring, he would first need to be brought under control, or eliminated. Plagueis's thoughts were interrupted by the beep of his communicator, signaling an incoming message from his apprentice. The Moon settled more comfortably in his chair and activated the holocommunicator. Master, the hologram of Sidious knelt. What is the news, my student? Damascus asked measuredly. Palpatine raised his hooded head and gave a short report.
As you suspected, Avner Van and Vanar Shan are one and the same.
I'm forwarding you his holophoto, obtained from the Jedi Temple's security cameras. Plagueis brought up the image on the same holodisplay on which he had previously viewed the recording of the meeting between the unknown person and Sidious, expecting to see Mizar Mar. The face of the young, gifted Jedi, hidden behind a mask during the battle, was surprisingly different. However, upon closer inspection, the Moon spotted familiar features. The Force had clearly worked on the resurrected man's body. His features were reminiscent of both Sifo-Dyas's son and Revan, according to old holo recordings of the Order. Interesting, Plagueis drawled. What else did you manage to find out? Nothing concrete, my lord. Sidious shook his head. The records of the meeting with the Council were deleted before my agents managed to access them. However, rumor has it that this Avner has greatly disturbed the Order's leadership.
Some claim that after the meeting, several masters found themselves in the halls of healing.
The Moon only chuckled at this. If he is who he says he is, then it is not surprising. Master, If you will allow me, Sidious interrupted the teacher, I still believe this is simply an impostor. A powerful one, but— Know your place, Plagueis barked, clenching his fist. The next moment, the hologram of his apprentice clutched his throat. Sidious desperately gasped for air, trying to fight off the suffocation that had overwhelmed him. A few seconds later, Damask loosened his grip and allowed Palpatine to breathe. "Forgive me, Lord." The student fell to his knees again. "I did not mean to question your wisdom." The Mune sensed the hatred radiating from his apprentice and relished the sensation. Yes, Sidious was dangerous, but it was all the more satisfying to remind him of his power over him. Soon he would try to strike and break his leash, but for now, everything was under control.
"Keep your cowardly doubts to yourself, my pathetic student," Plagueis drawled mockingly. "What about the plan?"
Suppressing the flash of rage and removing the grin that had appeared momentarily from his face, Sidious continued. The Jedi's intervention was predictable, however. Revan. Palpatine hesitated over the name of his recent opponent. His appearance forced us to make some adjustments to the plan. What are our losses? I'd rate it as average, sir. The Trade Federation finds itself in a difficult situation, but this outcome was foreseen. The change of power on Naboo failed, and a staunch idealist loyal to the Republic remains in power. Because of this, another planet will have to become the center of the opposition. However, it will be even better that way. Discontent between the parties in the Senate is growing, and a split is inevitable. All that remains is to choose a face of the Separatists. The Nemoidians are out of the question. Also, our
candidate has proven intractable.
Dooku didn't make contact? Plagueis was a little surprised. The Sith's sources reported that the Count of Sereno was extremely dissatisfied with the state of affairs in the Order, and was ready to leave. All that was needed was a little nudge. And the conflict on Naboo, coupled with the Council's inaction— Ah, so that's it. Damask nodded silently to himself. The Jedi sent by the Council didn't die, and the conflict was successfully resolved. And then a very powerful, gifted being emerged, whose skills in many ways surpass those of the modern members of the Order. The Count didn't respond to the message, which can be considered a refusal, Palpatine continued. This was expected, given the fact that his apprentice was saved by our new friend. Dooku still harbors a negative attitude toward the Order, but I believe the opportunity to recruit him to our side has been missed, Master. Plagueis nodded gravely, considering the options.
A replacement for the Count could be found.
Perhaps not as charismatic or renowned throughout the galaxy, but still no less suitable for the role of revolutionary. However, the possibility of Dooku joining Revan was alarming. With Sereno's support, the resurrected Sith would have far more opportunities to interfere with the Moon's plans, and such an opportunity existed. Sidious humbly waited for his teacher's answer. Continue to monitor the actions of Dooku and our new friend, Damask ordered after a few minutes of thought. I will personally select a replacement for our pawn. Apparently you are not yet up to the task. Sidious gritted his teeth but bowed his head obediently. As you wish, Lord. That's all. Plagueis cut off the connection. And on the other side of the galaxy, Palpatine rose to his feet, proudly straightening his shoulders and throwing back his hood. Enjoy your power while you can, you old fool, he chuckled.
Your time is coming to an end.
How tired he was of playing the submissive student. But the opportunity to painlessly eliminate his master had been missed, and yet everything was ready. But something frightened Plagueis and forced him to lock himself in his bunker on Abor. Is it not yet another experiment by a teacher obsessed with eternal life that I owe the disruption of my plans and the emergence of a new threat? Sidious drawled mockingly. That would be typical of him. The idea flashed through Palpatine's mind that Plagueis was secretly grooming an apprentice to replace the Naboo.
While that was unlikely, there was certainly a connection between the one calling himself Revan and the old moon. Certain events coincided too closely. First, Damask performed some kind of ritual at one of his bases. Then he suddenly lashed out at Abora and alerted all the security. Meanwhile, a gifted figure appeared on Tatooine, managing to effortlessly defeat Maul. Then this same figure appeared on Naboo and ruined everything. However, you can't deny his skill and strength, the Sith said thoughtfully. Sidious had personally verified the abilities of this Revan. No, Palpatine didn't believe he was truly the ancient Sith Lord. So far, Vanner Shan had demonstrated nothing beyond the capabilities of a gifted individual. Sidious could probably handle him if necessary. However, there was something strange about him. The impostor exuded a sense of majesty, superiority. Something was wrong with him. Palpatine sensed danger. He needed to be on guard. Not only did his peace of mind fade, but after meeting Revan, Sidious began to feel a strange pressure from the Force, like a barely audible whisper somewhere in the back of his mind. But he couldn't make out the words. Something is brewing, Palpatine frowned, and we need to be prepared for it. Pushing aside any unnecessary disturbing thoughts, Sidious pulled his hood up to conceal his face, left his secret refuge, and headed toward his work residence. After all, it wasn't appropriate for a chancellor to be away for long. Palpatine pondered the current situation in the galaxy, his master's plan, and his place in it. It was time to reclaim the initiative that had slipped away after the failed assassination attempt. Sidious knew perfectly well whom Plagueis would choose to use in Dooku's place. It would surely be his old friend, Sifo Dyas. It was high time to win the Jedi over to his side or eliminate him. His precognitive abilities were too dangerous. And even though the dark side kept the Sith and his apprentice safely hidden, counting on the Force's eternal favor would be foolish. Admittedly, the Master of the Order was a suitable candidate. The next step was to provide the Republic with an army, in order to prepare for the looming schism in the galaxy. And the member of the Jedi Council was perfect for this role. He could freely dispose of the Order's considerable resources without arousing suspicion, for he had such authority. And even a child could cover his tracks in the chaos going on in the temple. But it will be Plagueis's pawn. Palpatine needed his man. Someone who could help eliminate his master and then help implement his plan. Ultimately, a student who would replace the traitor, Maul. The figure of Sidious's compatriot, the Nabooan Ronar Kim, came to mind. Over several years on Coruscant, they had become good friends. Or at least, Kim was sure of it. On Palpatine's part, it was a shrewd calculation and a plan for the future. A trusted agent in the enemy's camp is never a bad thing. Well, maybe it's time. Chapter 21. The Call. Chapter 21. The Call. When Anakin Skywalker learned he could become a Jedi, he clearly expected something different. At least, when Revan met the boy on the evening of the young Padawan's first day of training, the latter's expression was far from joyful. The former Jedi chuckled, taking in his apprentice's battered and tired appearance. At first, NK had gone a bit overboard with his firearms demonstration, and then Maul had apparently forgotten that Anakin hadn't yet learned to infuse his body with the Force. The boy, unaccustomed to sustained physical exertion, had been worked to the point of breaking a sweat, just during the warm-up. And that was good. At least that maniacal gleam and thirst for power has disappeared from his gaze, Revan noted mentally. A thirst for knowledge is good, but an obsession with it does not lead to anything good, even if the intentions were initially good. When the former Jedi first met Skywalker, he immediately recognized his potential, along with his danger. The image of the terrifying cyborg in black armor was still fresh in his memory. The boy clearly had a predisposition to the dark side.
Perhaps not from birth, but it was there. His environment and the harsh conditions of his life as a slave could have been to blame. However, the fact remained. The child needed to be trained with caution. It would seem that in such a case, NK and Maul's actions would only push Skywalker toward the dark side. But that was necessary. Anakin had time to feel his uniqueness. Who else at his age could boast of taking part in a real battle for a planet and destroying an entire orbital station, thereby ensuring victory for his allies, and even receiving special treatment from the Jedi? Vanity is the weakness of all those inclined to the dark side. Skywalker had tasted the poison of fame and loved it. The darkness inflated his delusional sense of superiority to unimaginable proportions.
Yesterday's slave from Tatooine conversed with the Queen of Naboo as an equal, felt no compunction about killing dozens, even hundreds of sentient beings aboard a Trade Federation ship, and dared to argue with his mentors. He already envisioned himself as a renowned defender of the galaxy, a fighter against slavers and criminals of all stripes. All of this could have ended very badly in the future. History is replete with tragic examples. And Revan could confidently say that his own name was definitely on that list, as were the names of all revanchists. The door to the cargo bay designated for training opened with a quiet hiss, interrupting the former Jedi's thoughts about the past. Anakin entered the hall, shuffling his feet and sleepily rubbing his eyes. The Padawan looked downright unkempt. His rumpled clothes made it clear he'd decided to sleep fully clothed the night before. The distinctive bags under his eyes suggested he hadn't gotten enough sleep. His disheveled hair, barely covering a couple of bruises and a large bump on his forehead, completed the picture.
"Good morning, teacher," Skywalker greeted his mentor, unsuccessfully fighting back a wide yawn.
"Good morning, Padawan," Revan nodded in response. "Did you sleep poorly?"
"Uh-huh. My whole body aches from yesterday's training."
"This is only the beginning, Anakin," the Ancient One said instructively. "The path of the Force is very demanding, and any success can only be achieved through hard work, training, and constantly pushing one's limits. There is no other way." The boy groaned loudly.
"Well, well," the mentor chuckled. "Cheer up. With me, you'll learn techniques for working with the Force, as well as the art of fencing." "Really?" The boy immediately perked up. "Of course," Revan nodded. "Remember, a mentor never lies to his student." The former Jedi didn't elaborate on the fact that after his training, Skywalker would likely say goodbye to sleep altogether.
After all, the strain on the body during lightsaber training is no less than during training with Maul. And after awakening the ability to sense his surroundings using the Force, headaches will become a constant companion for the Padawan for several months. Revan remembered his training vividly. That part of his biography was firmly ingrained in his memory, unlike the personal details. He remembered how difficult it had been for him at the very beginning. Despite his mentor's assurances of his talent, Revan attributed his success more to his perseverance and thirst for knowledge. However, he couldn't completely deny his own abilities. After all, he clearly saw that he mastered most power techniques on the first try after detailed study, while his peers spent months achieving the same results. "And soon I'll be able to throw back enemies with a single wave of my hand, like you and Qui-Gon do," the boy chattered, interrupting his mentor's nostalgic thoughts.
"Will they give me a sword soon?" Revan gestured for his apprentice to remain silent. "Patience, Padawan," the instructor frowned. "Everything in its own time. Learning to interact with the Force is very dangerous and cannot be rushed. So we'll start with the basics. As for the lightsaber, you'll make it yourself when I decide you're ready."
"Am I not ready yet?"
"If you were prepared, you wouldn't have to ask," Revan shook his head.
Think for yourself. Is it worth putting a dangerous weapon that uses essentially an unprotected, constantly circulating plasma arc into the hands of someone without even basic fencing skills? One wrong move, and you could lose limbs, or even your head. The boy wanted to protest, proudly declaring that he knew how to handle a gun. But the aching pain throughout his body reminded him of his NK lessons and warned him against making such bold statements. Revan chuckled, reading all of his apprentice's thoughts from his expression.
Anakin, a lightsaber blade cuts through flesh and bone without the slightest resistance. The teacher explained the danger. And your very first attempt at practicing the combination could cost you your leg. This is no joke. But I saw other children training with lightsabers in the temple, Skywalker protested.
Yes, I saw it too, Revan agreed. A very stupid decision, in my opinion.
What? Why?
The boy didn't understand. During my training, the younglings used Durasteel full-weight blades to practice basic fencing techniques.
And how is this better?
Almost everyone, the former Jedi grinned, and, noticing his students' confusion, explained, before learning to wield a lightsaber, which behaves very differently from its distant ancestor, you should learn to wield a more classic one, Durasteel.
This will give you a clearer understanding of how a sword should behave in the hands of a swordsman, and what you should strive for.
Still not seeing understanding in the Padawan's eyes, Revan continued. The weight of a lightsaber is concentrated in the hilt, which complicates its handling and hinders classic combos based on blade rotation and the use of its momentum. It's very difficult to explain to a beginner how the blade should move during a strike when the blade tends to slip out of your hands. I think I understand, Anakin drawled. When it stops appearing, we can begin training, Revan commented dryly, and resumed his explanation. Using classic Durasteel swords for training reduces the risk of injury for the Padawan during training. That's one thing. Secondly, a full-weight blade provides the necessary load on the hands, allowing the wrists to be trained, preparing the student for sparring.
But you can spar with lightsabers too, right?
Skywalker interjected.
Without a doubt, the mentor nodded. Just keep in mind that even friendly sparring is very different from simply swinging a sword while practicing strikes.
How so? Revan removed one of the lightsaber cylinders from his belt and handed it to the Padawan. Take it, but don't activate it.
I don't know how, the child frowned.
Estimate the weight. The boy shook the hilt in his palm.
Well, about 1.5 kilograms?
Almost 2, the instructor nodded, taking the weapon back. A sword typically weighs between 900 grams and 2.5 kilograms, depending on the material and construction. Double-bladed and other unusual examples weigh correspondingly more. The boy nodded, taking the information into account.
It would seem like a negligible weight.
The former Jedi tossed the cylinder of his lightsaber into the air and deftly intercepted it mid-flight. However, remember that even with a sliding block, your arms will have to contend with the force of an opponent's blow, be it a sword or a blaster bolt. And that's already several dozen kilograms. Yes, in combat, gifted ones use the force to strengthen their bodies, but your opponent might also possess the same abilities. And then the force of the blow will increase exponentially. Maintaining concentration in combat is quite difficult, and the enemy won't give you time to catch your breath. You can't imagine how often I've encountered knights whose defeat was caused by a weapon being knocked out of their hands. And to prevent this from happening, I need to pay more attention to training, strengthen my wrists, the boy realized. Partly. So that's not all? Only a small part. How complicated everything is, Skywalker drooped. No one promised it would be easy, young Padawan, Revan smiled softly. In time, when you learn to channel the force through your weapon, its weight or other obstacles will not matter. You will be one. The lightsaber will become your weapon, a versatile tool and an impenetrable shield. A loyal friend who will never betray or fail. Then I need to get one as soon as possible, don't I? The boy said indignantly. Anakin, before you take possession of such a demanding weapon, you must study it, understand the principles of its operation, study its design, and learn to respect it. It's just a sword that can save your life countless times, or become the cause of your death. Seeing the skepticism on his apprentice's face, Revan decided he'd chosen the wrong approach. The boy needed a clear demonstration of the danger, for now, in his mind, a lightsaber remained a pretty toy that could cut through anything. Padawan, the mentor said sternly, sword fighting is not a game.
It requires concentration, precision, and a certain amount of fearlessness. The silver blade flashed so suddenly right next to Anakin's face that it made him recoil in fear. Every movement carries a threat. The lightsaber arced an inch from the top of Skywalker's head. Every heartbeat could be the last. 2 quick slashes burned a cross-shaped hole in the boy's clothing directly across from his heart, where the tip of Revan's lightsaber had aimed. The blade barely touched the boy's skin, leaving a painful burn and causing the apprentice to jump back and fall backward. Ow! The child curled up on the floor, pressing his hands to his chest. The mentor turned off the sword and dropped to one knee next to his student. This is what I was taught, and this is what I will teach you, Revan said slowly, looking straight into Anakin's eyes. I understand, teacher, the boy answered seriously, wiping away the tears that had welled up in his eyes. The master nodded and gestured for the Padawan to remove his hands from the burn. Skywalker, hissing in pain, complied. Barely touching the damaged area, the former Jedi used one of the Force healing techniques he knew, easing the pain and reversing the effects of the lesson. That's better, the mentor chuckled, lifting his student to his feet. The child was amazed at how quickly the burn disappeared. Is this also power? He asked with admiration in his voice. Of course, Revan nodded. Can I do that? I will teach you everything, the mentor promised, noticing the student's renewed enthusiasm. The boy beamed. Thank you. I will try and listen to you, master. Anakin felt a sudden urge to bow to his teacher and, without hesitation, performed a gesture that, in his opinion, was entirely appropriate for this situation. Despite the fact that the boy had taken a beating from his teachers over the past 2 days, Anakin clearly felt it was doing him good. In one lesson, he'd learned more about weapons from the assassin droid than he had in his entire life, and had even memorized several of the most common blaster models. And the red-skinned Zabrak simply amazed him with his endurance, speed, and level of physical fitness. Skywalker wanted to be like him as soon as possible. But most of all, he looked forward to training with Vader. His mentor promised to teach him the Force. Mastering this knowledge, he could become what he'd always dreamed of as he gazed at the night sky of Tatooine. A hero, a liberator of slaves, a vanquisher of injustice. Anakin! The teacher's voice brought the child out of his blissful dreams. Yes, teacher? Be more careful, Revan said sternly. The former Jedi noticed the absent expression on his apprentice's face. He was undoubtedly once again lost in dreams of heroic adventures. A naive child, thought Revan, the events of the Mandalorian Wars once again surfacing in his memory. We were naive too. Shaking his head and driving away the attack of reflection, the mentor took a datapad out of his pouch. Here, take it. He handed the device to the Padawan. Here you will find records about the design and operating principles of a lightsaber, as well as the history of its development, starting with the proto-swords. Wow, the boy exclaimed in admiration, literally snatching the datapad from the teacher's hands. Revan merely smiled slightly, noticing and approving of Skywalker's enthusiasm.
He silently thanked Qui-Gon for the timely delivery of the temple archives, which had only arrived aboard the Eagle yesterday. Don't hesitate to ask any questions you may have. By the time you're done, we'll have covered the basics of fencing, and you can start building your own sword.
Hooray!
But not before, Revan sternly interrupted the boy.
Yes, teacher. The mentor took a deep breath, not believing for a second in his Padawan's humility.
Well, since we've sorted that out, know that starting tomorrow we'll start practicing with the Durasteel sword. Why not today? The boy was eager to start training with weapons. Because they're not on board yet, or rather they're training versions, the mentor explained. And I won't trust you with the Vibrasword just yet. Skywalker hung his head. Besides, we're going to do something else today, Revan said mysteriously. What? The boy asked inquisitively. By force. The Padawan's eyes widened, and a spark of impatience instantly flashed in them. And today I will teach you something without which further training will have no meaning, the mentor continued. I'm ready. I have no doubt, Revan smiled. First of all, you must learn to sense the Force. Until now, if you called upon its aid, it was only unconsciously. How is that possible? The boy did not understand.
Your racing reflexes, your piloting skills, and your phenomenal luck, the teacher listed. All of this is the Force. It's everywhere. It connects everything, and it can influence us and our surroundings in ways you can't even imagine. The boy listened to his mentor, mesmerized. Meanwhile, Revan practically quoted his first master's words, adding his own observations and the experience of his years. The Force techniques known to its adepts are only a small part of what the Great One has to offer. Over the past thousands of years, neither we nor our predecessors have managed to uncover even a tiny percentage of the secrets the Force conceals from us. Every answer only raises more questions. What is the Force? Energy? Some invisible substance? A mystical force? Or even an intelligent, infinitely ancient entity with its own will? No one will give you a definitive answer, for the Force is all of these things. What about midichlorians? The student asked. Qui-Gon spoke of them on Tatooine, and I often heard that name in the temple. Aren't they some kind of bacteria in the blood? Isn't that what gives us the Force? Revan mentally cast another unflattering judgment on the level of education of the new generation of Jedi. Even in the temple, even a Padawan or junior Jedi had blurted out such a stupid remark. That's an unusually limited conclusion. It's as if, after the discovery of midichlorians, everyone immediately concluded that everything was tied to them, the ancient adept chuckled. I'll tell you a secret. 4,000 years ago, and even earlier, the Order already knew about midichlorians. And in all the time they were studied, no one even thought to try to explain the nature of the Force using them. Then, what is it? Midichlorians are indeed bacteria in your blood, or rather, in every cell of your body. But they don't produce the Force, as you might think. They merely serve as intermediaries, a kind of medium, in our attempts to call upon the Great One for our aid. But the more there are, the better, right? The boy persisted. Not better, but simpler, the mentor corrected. How so? Their number determines how easily you can access the Force, but it doesn't limit your abilities. A skilled master with a low midichlorian count will be orders of magnitude more skilled and powerful than a Padawan with several times more midichlorians. I don't quite understand. The child wrinkled his forehead, trying to comprehend what was said. Let me try to explain it more simply. Revan scratched his chin. Imagine the Force is your ally, whom you want to call for help, but it's separated from you by a wall. Midichlorians, in this analogy, are a breach in that wall, and the larger the breach, the easier it is. Understand?
So it'll be easier for me to tap into the Force and utilize all the abilities it bestows upon the Jedi than for someone with fewer of these bacteria. Anakin slowly voiced his conclusions. Generally speaking, that's true. But remember, just because something comes easy to you isn't a reason to neglect training. You need to know how to use your abilities, otherwise they won't be of any use. I understand, teacher. Revan looked his student in the eyes. Not yet. He shook his head with a smile. But you will understand in time, and I will try to prepare you for that time. Wouldn't a more gifted Jedi be inherently stronger? Well, if they were trained equally? The boy asked. Not necessarily. It all depends on the student. With diligence and determination, much can be achieved, Revan said, sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the boy. Take my old friend Alec, for example. The former Jedi suddenly faltered, and the smile vanished from his face.
Pain, sadness, and regret briefly appeared in his clouded gaze. However, the Force adept quickly regained control of his emotions. Master? Anakin did not miss the change in his mentor's mood. Everything is fine, Padawan. Revan smiled again, albeit a little tensely. It's just that some memories pop up completely unexpectedly, and often they don't bring anything good, just a new round of pain. The last words the mentor almost whispered, lowering his head, but Skywalker was able to hear them. Is it because of your friend? Partly. Revan rubbed his forehead, trying to remove the mournful expression from his face and drive away the obsession. But I am no less to blame in this story. Anakin braced himself, anticipating an interesting story. The change in his apprentice's mood wasn't lost on his mentor. He had no particular desire to dredge up the past, but since he'd mentioned it himself, his story could be used as a teaching tool.
After all, the prodigal knight had had quite the busy life. Will you tell me? Skywalker asked hopefully. Why not? Revan shrugged. The boy settled down on one of the boxes opposite the mentor and prepared to listen. Well, when I was about half your age, Seekers from the Jedi Temple took me from my family to Coruscant to begin my training in the Order. Let me just say right away that I don't remember my family. So let's just forget that episode. It's completely unimportant for this story. The Padawan nodded thoughtfully at the teacher's words. Revan, meanwhile, continued his story. Just a month after arriving on Coruscant, I was sent to the Enclave on Dantooine, where I was to begin my initial training as a youngling. The mentor turned his gaze to the boy. You skipped the Jedi Junior rank and immediately became my Padawan, which is why we have to catch up quickly. However, according to the rules, you should have been prepared for the main stage of training.
But things turned out as they did. The will of the Force befalls you. Anakin nodded. On Dantooine, I ended up in the same group of younglings with a boy from the planet Quelli. His name was Alec. Alec Squinqua'a. Oh, the Force. Squinquargassimus, Revan said, enunciating the syllables. Squinquargassimus. What a name! He took that name himself when he arrived at the Republic Embassy, fleeing the Mandalorians. It was the name of his home village, apparently destroyed. However, Alec didn't talk much about himself. Neither did I. Maybe that's why we bonded? Revan mused. In any case, we became friends pretty quickly. And what? They called him what was it? Oh no, the mentor drawled cheerfully. The younglings quickly came up with a nickname for him. Which? Squint. The Padawan laughed along with his master. Why exactly Squint? Skywalker asked, gradually calming down and catching his breath. Partly because of his crooked last name, Revan chuckled. And partly because at first he walked around sullen, hunched over,
and was always looking sideways at everyone with what he considered a scary look. A gloomy type. He was a child, the mentor noted with a touch of sadness. We were all children then, and such behavior was nothing unusual. The former Jedi shook his head to clear away unnecessary thoughts and returned to his story. We quickly bonded over our shared thirst for knowledge, and over time we surpassed all our peers, earning the right to study with Jedi Master Jar Leston at the main temple on Coruscant. You could say we were the best at that point. However, despite my objectively stronger strength, both in terms of strength and fencing, Alec managed to keep up with me every step of the way.
His persistence and diligence made up for the difference in his midichlorian count.
The mentor looked deeply into his student's eyes and said very ingratiatingly, "Therefore, neglecting training is absolutely essential." "I get it," the boy nodded. "And what happened next? Did you continue to be friends?" Revan leaned back slightly, resting his hands on the floor and closing his eyes slightly, indulging in memories. It was a turbulent time back then, almost like now. The Mandalorians united under a new ruler who took the pretentious name of Mandalore the Ultimate. And then one of the galaxy's finest warriors decided to irritate the Republic, and ultimately to attack it with the goal of enslaving it. However, Mandalore's motives, like the goals of that war, were revealed to me much later. "And the Jedi sent you to fight, right? To save the Republic?" the boy exclaimed enthusiastically. The former Jedi only snorted in response. "Fight? Ha!
The Council didn't show its best performers back then.
Its orders. Stupidity bordering on cowardice." Revan almost hissed the last words. "What?" "All Jedi were ordered not to interfere. The Republic was forced to handle the situation on its own." The mentor shook his head. "But what could a crowd of politicians, ensconced in the Senate, possibly do against a trained army, forged in brutal battles across the galaxy?" Naturally, the Republic forces began to suffer one defeat after another. The Mandalorians were never known for their humane methods, and under the command of Mandalore the Ultimate and his trusted commanders, like Cassus Fett, the war began to resemble a massacre. "But what about the Council? Did the Jedi just sit and do nothing?" Revan rose to his feet and began to slowly pace the hall. The Masters justified themselves by saying they felt threatened, that they were far more dangerous than the Mandalorians, and that we couldn't rush, lest we make things worse.
But while we sat on Coruscant, the outer worlds were being devastated.
Billions of innocent lives were being cut short. The galaxy wept. Through the Force, every Jedi could feel the wave of pain and despair coming from the edge of the front. Revan turned sharply to Anakin. And this couldn't go on. Not all Jedi agreed with the Council. Alec and I were among them. By then, we had both already been promoted to knight, so no one kept us tethered to our master. And so we began gathering information about the war with the Mandalorians, looking for evidence of their crimes so we could convince the Council to act. Gradually, other dissenters joined us. Someone even gave us a name, the Revanchists. We accepted with pride the dismissive comment that we were merely partisans of one side's revenge in someone else's conflict, acting against the will of the Council, and thereby irritating many masters. This ultimately nearly led to open conflict with the Order.
"What?" Anakin asked in surprise.
The boy was still in shock at how his heroes of the galaxy had suddenly turned out to be callous cynics, choosing to stand by and watch the Republic's inhabitants suffer instead of helping. And now, they were even trying to stop those who had actually intended to help? Yes, you heard correctly. They wanted to arrest us. Someone managed to convince the Council that the threat from the Mandalorians was insignificant, and that we, the Revanchists, were merely using the war as an excuse to revel in violence. As if we had all, if not already fallen to the dark side, then very close,
Revan snorted contemptuously. We were caught on Cathar, recently devastated by the Mandalorians. Our former mentors, weapons in hand, called on us to surrender and face justice, but the Force decreed otherwise. Revan pulled out a Mandalorian mask from his pouch, which he rarely parted with, and turned his visor toward his apprentice. I picked up this mask on that planet.
It belonged to a Mandalorian who dared to stand up for the people of Cathar. They were unarmed and posed no threat, but Cassius Fett ordered every last one killed. The Force, at the very moment I picked up the mask and decided to examine it better in the sunlight, sent us all a vision. We witnessed with our own eyes the atrocities committed by Fett's subordinates. The act of this brave Mandalorian, who shared the fate of those she tried to save, will forever remain etched in my memory. Although she failed to prevent the massacre, at least she tried, while we stood by. The former Jedi raised the mask to face level and peered into the matte black hole of the visor. I don't know your name, but I will continue your work. I will not remove this mask until justice is served, until the Mandalorians are defeated once and for all. So swears Revan. The young Skywalker's mentor quoted himself loudly, reliving those moments on Cathar. The ancient adept of the Force took a deep breath, driving away the feelings stirred by the memories.
I spoke these words then, Revan explained in a hoarse voice. It was then that I accepted my new name, and perhaps my destiny itself. Anakin hesitated, still feeling the echoes of the emotions that had churned within his mentor just moments earlier. It seemed he grasped the meaning of the words righteous anger for the first time. Fiery and uncontrollable, yet pure and radiant. After that, the Council couldn't remain idle any longer. Grudgingly, we were granted permission to join the Republic forces, but only as representatives of the Mercy Corps. Formerly, the Corps was a group of civilian medics. In reality, it was a task force, reporting not to the fleet commanders, but directly to me. Revan smiled warmly. My first army. And you entered the war? The boy finally plucked up his courage. Yes, the mentor nodded.
Alec, who by then had changed his name to Malak due to certain circumstances, and I quickly proved ourselves to be capable commanders, for which the Republic awarded us the rank of general. The troops under our command managed to achieve a series of decisive victories over the enemy, and, just a year later, launched a counter-offensive. Ultimately, I was given the title of Supreme Commander of the Republic Armed Forces. Wow, isn't this a great honor? The boy whispered admiringly. Revan shrugged in response. I don't know about honor, but this position brings with it a ton of problems, placing responsibility for the lives of millions of service members on your shoulders. You wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy. Revan walked up to the wall and leaned his back against it, crossing his arms over his chest. He remembered all too well what he'd been forced to become to save the people of the Republic. What had the Mandalorians called him? The Butcher, Revan? And they'd been right in many ways. To win, the former Jedi had quickly learned to fight for real, abandoning the idealistic teachings and dogmas of the Order. War is a dirty and bloody business, and mistakes are costly. It's enough to recall how much his haste during the attack on the Jaga cluster had cost Revan. However, Field Marshal Fett deserves credit too. Neither the Supreme Commander nor his deputy could have foreseen such an unexpected maneuver. But you won in the end, didn't you? Otherwise there would be no Republic, the Padawan declared confidently, pulling his mentor out of his reverie. We won, Revan confirmed sadly. But it wasn't us anymore. What? The boy didn't understand. To slay a monster, sometimes you must become one yourself.
To defeat such a dangerous and ruthless enemy as the Mandalorians, I had to become like them, adopt their tactics and learn to be calculating, cold, hard, and even cruel in some ways.
The war had changed us, though no one wanted to admit it. Except perhaps the Council of the Order, which branded every single Jedi who participated in the war fallen, and demanded their appearance for judgment. Anakin snorted indignantly, preparing to say everything he thought about this attitude towards heroes. But his mentor did not give the child such an opportunity, continuing the story. Of course, we had no intention of following the Council's orders, which we had lost respect for long ago. Revan shrugged. Only a girl named Mitra Surik went back to the Order, where after a ridiculous and horribly theatrical trial, the Jedi exiled her. The former Jedi was silent for a few moments, collecting his thoughts. It was a shame to let her go. After all, Mitra was one of my best officers, my most trusted confidant after Malak. However, it was her choice. So be it. Revan rubbed his brows wearily. However, enough stories from the past for today. We've strayed from the topic of our lesson. Do you remember what I said?
The boy was a little upset by the interruption of his teacher's story. However, he hoped to persuade Revan to finish the story later. For now, he needed to focus on his training. After all, he was going to be taught the Force. Yes, Master, Anakin responded cheerfully. You said that one can't neglect training, even if one's blood is full of midichlorians. That your friend Malak, although not as gifted, was just as skilled as you. Exactly, Revan nodded in agreement. Potential doesn't determine your actual capabilities. A proton torpedo won't do any good if you don't know how to use it. But doesn't potential determine the limits of our capabilities? The boy immediately decided to clarify. Good question, the mentor smiled approvingly. In everyday life, yes. But here we're talking about the Force. Trying to grasp it scientifically is like trying to hear color or see sound.
You might get some results, but you won't be able to see the whole picture. The Force. It's impossible. There's no other way to put it. Limitless power, yet at the same time limited by your own consciousness. There's no limit here. So, even a master can be defeated by someone weaker, the boy concluded. Revan chuckled, recalling several episodes from the past, and it seemed he had found something suitable. I'll give you an example. The former Jedi moved away from the wall and began pacing the hall again. Once upon a time, a single Padawan became a huge problem for my troops. Padawan? Yes, one very arrogant and impudent girl, Revan said with a warm smile. Skywalker waited patiently for more and more explanation. Her name was Bastila Shan, and she possessed a rare talent, the ability to perform battle meditation of incredible concentration and power. Battle meditation? The boy asked again. What is it? This is the ability of a Force adept, entering a deep meditative trance, to influence the behavior of sentient beings in a given area, instilling confidence in some and demoralizing others. With the support of battle meditation, you will begin to fight better, think more clearly, identify the enemy's weak points more quickly, and never doubt for a second the correctness of your actions. If, however, you are countered by the same Force technique, your thoughts will become confused. You will begin to lose confidence, doubt, hesitate, and make mistakes, the mentor explained. Naturally, in such a scenario, the outcome of any battle is predetermined. And Bastila proved to be extremely talented. And you had to fight her? He asked, anticipating new details of his mentor's adventures and somehow missing the fact that Revan was somehow fighting a Padawan, i.e., a Jedi. Oh, she caused a lot of trouble for my fleet. We almost lost several key battles. The teacher clasped his hands. I even put a bounty on her head. However, everything turned out completely unexpectedly.
How? She saved my life.
Revan explained, with warmth in his voice. How did this happen? The mentor glanced quickly at the hologram. There was still half an hour left until noon, so Revan decided to spend a few more minutes satisfying his apprentice's curiosity. And it had nothing to do with the fact that he enjoyed remembering Bastila. Or so he convinced himself. That was our first personal encounter. Her squad was supposed to kill me, Revan began. But the fight was never meant to happen. What happened? Anakin asked with interest. Treason, the former Dark Lord answered dryly. Skywalker's whole appearance expressed his incomprehension and begged him to continue. At that very moment, when we were already standing opposite each other, activating our blades, my obsidian received a treacherous salvo right at the unprotected bridge. Obsidian? The boy didn't understand. That was the name of my fleet's flagship, a heavy cruiser of the Interdictor class, the pinnacle of technological advancement at the time. Anakin, who had a genuine love for spaceships and everything connected with them, jumped up and down. Prohibitory? He repeated enthusiastically. I've read about them. Watto's shop had an archive with technical descriptions of ships, including those made by Sienar. Almost all of them were outdated, but there was a lot of information, and quite detailed information. The former Jedi was pleasantly surprised by the boy's knowledge. Who would have thought that on Tatooine one could find the design archives of one of the galaxy's largest shipbuilding companies, even if they were clearly outdated? Yes, the Republic shipyards of Sienar produced the prototype of the Leviathan series, as well as a pilot batch of its sisters during the Mandalorian Wars. Obsidian was one of them, and traveled a very long way with me, until he was killed by an ally's shot. How did this happen? The boy wondered. Revan smiled sadly. Malak betrayed me, he answered shortly. Anakin was shocked by this turn of events, seemingly even more than by the behavior of the Order Council during the war. What? But why? You were friends. There were, the former Jedi nodded sadly. But for the dark side, friendship means nothing. The dark side? The Padawan didn't understand, not having yet had time to delve into the essence of the Force. Revan took a deep breath, collecting his thoughts. You see, Anakin, the war changed us more than we thought. By cultivating anger and hatred in our souls, saturating our inner darkness with vanity and lust for power, generously fueled by military exploits and growing fame, we didn't notice how we began to transform into the monsters we had sworn to fight. Noticing that Skywalker had absolutely no idea what Revan was talking about, the former Dark Lord tried to explain. Force sensitives must always be careful with their emotions and mental state. The great power bestowed upon the gifted carries with it no less a danger. Which one? Darkness. Madness, Revan breathed out. You've probably already heard conversations in the temple about the nature of the Force, the light and dark sides. Yes, Qui-Gon told me to beware of the dark side, but he never explained what it was. The boy frowned in concentration. Neither can I, the former Sith nodded. The Force is conventionally divided into the light and dark sides. As you understand, one side is considered good, while the other is feared and despised by the Jedi. And they are mistaken. The Force is multifaceted and indescribable. Dividing it into the dark and light sides, and especially branding the side the Council disliked as the embodiment of evil, was a mistake on the Order's part. For example, did you know that the Jedi's predecessors, the Jedi, sought to understand the Force as a unified whole and successfully found a balance between light and darkness? And for a long time, they experienced no problems. So there's no difference between them, the boy asked, and one side isn't stronger than the other.
There's always a difference. Even 2 drops of water aren't exactly alike. It's the same with the Force. At its core, it's the same energy, accessible to us through midichlorians. But one could say it places different demands on those who invoke it. The light demands focus and calm for precise manipulation of energies and the use of Force techniques. The dark side, on the other hand, craves emotional outbursts, passion and rapture, amplifying all your senses, threatening to drive you mad. Therefore, those who follow the path of darkness, contrary to the Jedi's beliefs, must be even more disciplined and steadfast in spirit than those who follow the light.
Otherwise, it won't be you who command the dark side, but the dark side who commands you. The mentor's eyes flashed gold for a moment, and a wave of cold swept through the hall, only to disappear without a trace the next second. Silence reigned. Anakin frowned and silently considered his master's words. Revan waited patiently, giving his apprentice a chance to draw conclusions. "I don't understand," the boy said, as expected after a good 5 minutes. The mentor smiled warmly. "Of course you don't understand," he nodded. "Don't worry. You'll understand everything in time. First, you need to learn to sense the Force consciously, to recognize where the light is and where the darkness is, and, most importantly, to learn to distinguish between them. Believe me, it's not that simple." Seeing the concern on his student's face, Revan patted the boy on the shoulder encouragingly. "I'll help," he said confidently. "Thank you, teacher," Skywalker smiled. After assessing his charge's emotional state, Revan concluded it was time for practical training. The boy needed to learn to meditate and sense the Force. "Well, it's time for you to try something yourself." Anakin immediately flared with impatience and slight fear. "Today I will teach you meditation so you can feel the Force on your own. But to do this, you will need to know what to look for when entering a deep trance. Don't be afraid, I will show you the way." The mentor sank to the floor, tucking his legs under him, and gestured for his student to do the same. Skywalker positioned himself opposite Revan. "Close your eyes," the teacher ordered. The boy obeyed. "Free your mind of unnecessary thoughts. Banish doubts and worries. Focus on your breathing. Feel your heartbeat. Deep breaths. A steady rhythm. Good," the former Jedi advised the young Padawan in a quiet, drawling voice. "Feel the world around you. The Force binds everything together. It's everywhere. Between you and the floor, the walls, the boxes, the bulkheads. Between us and within us, the Force is everywhere." The mentor carefully placed his palm on the boy's forehead, calling upon the Force to help him push his student in the right direction. "Feel the peace," Revan repeated. The mentor felt the surroundings shake as if from an invisible wave that passed from Anakin in all directions. The boy whispered, "I think I feel something." The next moment, Skywalker screamed and staggered back, falling backward. At the last moment, the master grabbed his apprentice by the shoulder and touched his forehead again with his hand. "Quiet, Anakin, calm down. Breathe more evenly," Revan instructed his charge in a calm voice. "It happens. Too much information overloads an unaccustomed mind. Breathe deeply. It will pass soon. I will help." Revan caught up on the Force and began to literally envelop his Padawan, who had stretched too far, in a tight cocoon, limiting new sensations and mitigating the effects of sensory shock. This outcome was entirely expected given the boy's potential, but the former Sith was still surprised by such a quick result. Truly the chosen one of the Force, Revan thought, plunging Skywalker into sleep. Focusing on subtle manipulations of the Force so as not to harm the child's fragile consciousness, the mentor himself immersed himself in a meditative trance.
Revan! A voice familiar to the depths of his soul shook the mind of the former Jedi, bursting into his consciousness along with a powerful flow of the Force. Revan jerked to his feet, nearly losing his balance. The voice in his head sounded so loud, as if its owner had shouted directly into the ear of a man deep in meditation. But it wasn't the voice's strength or its suddenness that so alarmed the former Dark Lord.
He had encountered more obvious and persistent attempts to contact him through the Force in his time. No, what excited him was who this voice belonged to. "Bastila?" he asked into the void. There was no answer. Revan tried to immerse himself in that state again and catch at least an echo of the coming call. But to no avail. Time after time, concentrating ever more intensely, sinking ever deeper into a trance, the former Jedi received in response anything but the voice so dear to his heart. The Force-infused sensations of the surrounding world threatened to overwhelm Revan's consciousness like an ocean wave on Manaan. But the experience of his years and the strength of a mind that had endured hundreds of trials helped him navigate the maelstrom of feelings and images. The proximity of Coruscant, with its trillions of sentient beings, only complicated matters. Flashes of joy, the pain of loss, clinging fear, bitter envy, and searing hatred, mixing into a maddening cocktail, tried to break through the barrier the former Jedi had erected in his own mind to avoid succumbing to the vile maelstrom of this planet. The center of the Republic, mired in intrigue and vice, had sunk so deeply into the darkness over the past millennia that Revan was genuinely surprised that the Jedi could still breathe within the walls of the Senate building. Or was this just his perception? Had he delved deeper than he intended? "We can't get distracted," Revan scolded himself. He suddenly caught the familiar warm feeling that filled him in those moments when Bastila was near. Grasping it, he plunged even deeper into the Force. The trail led to the only bright spot on Coruscant's surface, the temple. The viscous cold of the dark side suddenly touched the former Dark Lord's chest, trying to break through, and almost threw him off the trail. Almost losing the thread that led to his lost love, Revan allowed his anger to momentarily overcome him. And that was enough for the darkness from without to slip through the gap in his defenses and pierce the former Dark Lord's mind. "Revan," another familiar voice hoarsely drawled with notes of satisfaction. "Malak," the former Jedi said through clenched teeth. Switching to a new, much clearer trail, Revan tried to trace the source of this strange attack. Who was calling to him, disguised as the voices of his loved ones? Revan's eyes snapped open, breaking out of his meditation and rebuilding his weakened mental shields, cutting out the background noise of the bustling Coruscant. Taking a few deep breaths and burying his face in his hands, the former Jedi gradually came to his senses. Rising to his feet, he looked at Anakin, who was sleeping peacefully to the side. "Like," Revan called, opening the ship's intercom. "Go to the training compartment and take care of Skywalker." Saying these words as he went, and without waiting for an answer, Revan quickly left the compartment, heading to his own place. "NK, we're landing on Coruscant. Find a landing site near the temple quarter, but don't attract attention." "Accepted, Master," the droid responded cheerfully. However, the ship's owner no longer listened to him. Rushing into his cabin and locking the door, Revan sank onto his bed, breathing heavily. His mind still refused to accept what he had learned during his meditation. Both voices came from the Jedi Temple, Revan confirmed to himself mentally. My gaze fell on Bastila's holocron sitting on the table. An open holocron. Although no one could open it except Revan. That was the intention of its creator. However, right now, the worried face of the wife's hologram did not take its eyes off the former Jedi. "Who is calling me?" Revan asked the hologram. He understood that the holocron keepers were merely imprints of the personalities who created them, and that their answers were limited. But for some reason he expected her to answer this question. Bastila's face expressed extreme surprise, bordering on shock. It was as if the Guardian himself was stunned by what was happening. Silence filled the cabin for long minutes before the hologram opened its mouth. "She," came the answer. Chapter 22. Ghosts of the Past and the Herald of Power. Chapter 22. The Messenger. Revan had been pacing the floor of the Dawn Eagle's modest cabin for over 20 minutes now. His movements were smooth and measured, indicating that the former Jedi was not agitated, but rather focused. The initial flash of surprise, mingled with a hint of hope and joyful anticipation, had already passed. His mind had regained control of his young body, forcing Revan to recall the experiences of his past life. "Okay, let's clear this up again," the ship's owner addressed the hologram of his long-dead wife. "Are you absolutely certain that the disturbance in the Force was caused by her call?" The holocron's keeper nodded solemnly. However, traces of surprise and doubt still remained on her face. At Revan's command, the hologram zoomed in to recreate an exact image of his beloved. "It's hard to mistake your creator for someone else," the hologram repeated. "The call belonged to Bastila Shan. I'm almost certain of it." The former Jedi shuddered at his wife's name. He wanted nothing more in this world than to feel her presence beside him again. Revan stepped close to the hologram and reached out to the face so familiar. How he longed to embrace it and never let go. But it was impossible. His fingers passed helplessly through the incorporeal figure. "But, according to you, Bastila chose to become one with the Force." The Ancient One pulled himself together. The hologram turned its head, briefly revealing a barely noticeable scar above its right ear, quickly hidden by its hair. The mark left by Revan's lightsaber after their reunion aboard the Starforge. "That's precisely what my doubts are connected with," the hologram nodded again. "Could she have remained in this world as a Force ghost?" "Unlikely. At the time of my creation, she was determined to go further, to one day reunite with you. At least in the Force." The holocron's keeper smiled warmly at Revan. These words caused a painful pang of conscience in the former Jedi's soul. Despite the message from his beloved and her forgiveness, he still could not forgive himself. "Any chance she's back in this world?" he asked, his voice filled with undisguised hope. "This has never happened before," Bastila's double shook her head. "Those who went into the Force never returned." "But I came back," Revan objected. "You never really left, my love," the hologram smiled. "The desire to live and fight was always too strong within you. That's why you couldn't completely dissolve into the Force, like the vanished masters. However, she would." "These are just your assumptions," the former Sith interrupted the girl rather rudely, his amber irises flashing. "You are just an image stored in a holocron, a fake, bringing more pain than comfort." Revan paused in his tirade, ashamed of his own lack of restraint. When the conversation turned to Bastila, it became harder to control himself. The teenager's hormonal surges intensified his own feelings, which he didn't always want to suppress. For the same reason, the former Jedi avoided communicating with the holocron, although he desperately wanted to talk to his wife, even if she was a fake. Revan rubbed his temples wearily with his fingers. "Sorry," he said quietly. "What about the second call?" The former Sith clearly remembered being called to him by two entities, completely different from each other. Moreover, he was certain he recognized the second voice. The husky baritone of an old friend, uncorrupted by the voice modulator he acquired after his failed attempt to try on the role of the teacher. Revan's memory flashed back to their brief duel, long before the former Jedi had stolen the Ebon Hawk and set out to save the galaxy from Darth Malak. A flash of anger, fueled by the dark side, nearly drove him to kill his best friend for challenging his right to leadership. However, at the last moment, Revan managed to shift the trajectory of his lightsaber, and Malak lost his lower jaw, not his head. Even after his memory returned, Revan often wondered what would have happened if he'd given in to that momentary impulse. What if he'd killed Malak? He would have been able to complete the formation of the Empire, avoided the brainwashing, and wouldn't have become the Council's watchdog again. Right? But would he have been so confident in his own actions? Wouldn't he have become a hostage to the dark side, his will completely shattered? A slave to the Force, consumed by thirst. A thirst for power, might, immortality. Like so many ancient lords. Like Vitiate. Oh, Force, he could have killed Bastila with his own hands. When her squad stormed Obsidian, Revan was ready for battle. What could a foolish girl, not yet fully trained, have to do against him? Him, the one who had already mastered many secrets of both the light and the dark side. In a way, he was grateful to Malak for his betrayal. Yes, he had lost his empire, as well as the opportunity to prepare the Republic for the return of the true Sith, but he also received a lot. Bastila and Vaynor were definitely worth it, and that's why the pain of their loss just won't go away. "Revan?" the hologram called, breaking the former Jedi out of his thoughts. Sorry, what? He suddenly realized that the image of his long-dead wife had been saying something all this time, but he hadn't been listening to her. "I said I didn't feel the second call," the hologram repeated. "Perhaps it was meant only for you." Or maybe it was just a figment of my imagination, Revan nodded grimly. He initially found it strange that the voice of the Lord of Darkness suddenly came from the Temple of the Servants of Light. Something was wrong here. "I think I know where the first call came from," added the illusory Bastila. The former Jedi looked up at her with interest. He had his own thoughts on the matter, but he wasn't opposed to hearing the holocron's guess. "He came from the archives," the hologram hinted. "The great holocron?" Revan asked, voicing his own thoughts. Bastila nodded affirmatively. The artifact now resting in the depths of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant was the largest holocron created in ancient times and still in existence. The amount of information it contained was simply astounding. Vast archives of knowledge about the Force, lightsabers, techniques, and combat styles, expanded with each generation of Jedi. Revan remembered well the awe the holocron had caused when he, as a young Padawan, was allowed to approach the artifact. It was believed that the holocron only revealed the knowledge its discoverer was willing to accept. However, the former Jedi knew that the artifact was always willing to share more, if one knew how to ask questions. This is why Padawans, and even young knights, were often accompanied by archives acolytes to safeguard the students' fragile minds. Over the millennia of its existence, the artifact had become such a powerful focus of the Force that it could easily have served as a conduit for Force ghosts or powerful gifted beings desperate to connect with someone. This would explain the call. Or rather, the fact that it was felt specifically from the temple. However, the situation was still strange. Experience told Revan that things couldn't be that simple. Anything connected to the Force couldn't be simple. "Thank you," he said coldly to the holocron's keeper, and with a brief effort of will, forced the artifact to close. More than anything, Revan hated it when someone tried to use the image of someone he loved to lure him into a trap. Malak had done this when he lured Bastila to the dark side. Vitiate had also exploited this, albeit indirectly. However, the threat of invasion of the Republic, where Revan's wife and child remained, coupled with the Council's directive, pushed the former Jedi to rash and hasty actions. All of this aroused anger. Even that hut holocron with the illusion of Bastila. A fake. Revan exhaled loudly, channeling the rising wave of rage, taking control of it and turning it into strength. Perhaps he shouldn't have gone to the temple in such a state, but he couldn't wait. There was a beeping sound from an incoming call. It was coming from the cockpit.
NK, how much longer? The former Sith asked sharply, activating the intercom. Answer. We are approaching the temple quarter. Estimated arrival time is 9 minutes. Temple Control has given official clearance for approach. You have also received a contact request from the Grand Master of the Order. A call from Yoda? A thought flashed through Revan's mind. Could he have had a hand in what happened? He could, of course. He clearly knows about Avner Van's true identity, which means he knows about his connection to Bastila, not to mention the story with Malak. Influencing an ancient artifact of such power would be difficult, but there's nothing impossible about it. Master, NK called out, receiving no answer. I'll talk to him from the cabin. Transfer the call, Revan ordered, preparing for the conversation. He couldn't show how unsettled this Hutt call had been. Emotions are a double-edged sword. Let them get too close, and they'll burn your soul. Let the enemy use them, and you're lost. And defeat is death. Revan did not strive to become one with the Force. After mentally reading the Jedi Code several times to get into the right mood, the former Sith opened a communication channel with the temple. Grand Master, he greeted the hologram of the green-skinned head of the council with a slight half-bow. Knight Van, I'm glad to see you, the long-eared old man replied in his florid manner. Your visit, however, was unexpected. The news of the daring ship's return was a surprise. Certain circumstances have arisen, Master Yoda, Revan said in a polite tone, trying to catch in the hologram's facial expressions and movements a hint of falsehood or an indication of involvement in recent events. I need to visit the temple archives again. Archives? The green-skinned man nodded barely noticeably. Are you looking for knowledge? Not exactly. More like answers. Wise words for a knight so young, Yoda said with a smile. Our archives of knowledge contain much, but to find the answers, it may take a long time. The Masters of the Order have always been adept at weaving verbal lace, and the current head of the Council, apparently, is a master at it. But the hints in his words were too obvious to be ignored. The Grand Master guessed Avner's true age, and yet he so rudely pointed out the need for him to remain in the Order. I'm not ready to discuss my involvement with the Order yet. Not this time, the former Jedi snapped. If the head of the council was surprised by this, he didn't show it. Why are you here then, The curiosity in the Master's voice was palpable. It was almost believable. I require access to the Great Holocron, Revan said bluntly, without escort or surveillance. The old man was silent for quite a long time before answering. It's against the rules. I can't let this happen. He shook his head. The Order's secrets don't interest me. My knowledge is more than sufficient. But there is one thing that only this artifact can help me with, Revan insisted. I can swear on anything that my actions are not malicious and will not harm the Order. What does an oath mean in a name that is only a mask? The green-skinned man squinted slyly. I keep my oaths, Revan said with a hint of metal in his voice, as if he were knee-deep in water on Cathar again. The Grand Master nodded solemnly. This isn't a conversation for voice communication. The old man closed his eyes. You will receive permission, but we must continue later. Without masks? Revan asked, grinning faintly. You can take one with you, right, Thank you, Grand Master. It is not right to refuse help when it is needed, Yoda nodded. The doors of the temple are open to the Jedi. Revan responded to the hologram with a respectful bow in accordance with all the rules of the Order. Having broken contact, the former Jedi allowed his face to momentarily lose its benevolent expression. The long-eared Hutt dwarf knew Revan's true identity and dared to use this information for his own ends. Thoughts of his involvement were moving from vague conjecture
to the realm of unconfirmed fact. Someone was weaving a very tight web around the former Sith. While it wasn't interfering yet, it was beginning to flicker irritatingly frequently before his eyes. Some part of the ancient gifted being, the one closer to the dark side, refused to tolerate even the slightest threat, and the prospect of falling under someone else's influence evoked a burning rage. Wondering if Yoda could have failed to sense the disturbance in the Force that must have inevitably arisen the moment someone sent Revan a message through the Great One, the former Jedi donned his familiar armor. Taking the Mandalorian mask with him, the Ancient One left his cabin, heading towards his students.
Anakin and Maul were in the bay designated as the ship's infirmary. The Zabrak followed his master's orders responsibly and examined Skywalker to the best of his knowledge and skills. Having made sure that the boy's life was not in danger, the native of Dathomir injected him with a stimulant and left him to rest. Revan bumped into him as he was leaving the medical bay. "How is the boy?" the mentor asked first, feeling a slight twinge of guilt for abandoning his student on a momentary impulse. "There is no threat, my lord," the Zabrak replied with a bow. "Almost everyone who begins to comprehend the Force at a late age experiences sensory shock." Maul remembered his head nearly exploding from the overwhelming sensations when Sidious brutally breached his natural shields and exposed his unprepared mind to the Force. The acolyte couldn't recall how long he'd been unconscious. His master had brought him back to his senses with a blast of Force lightning. His previous mentor had never been known for his humanity. "Are you going somewhere?" the Zabrak asked, seeing the reflections of armor under the teacher's cloak. "Yes," Revan nodded. "I plan to visit the Jedi Temple again." Maul narrowed his eyes and licked his lips predatorily. "May I come with you, Lord?" Noticing the frown on his mentor's face, the student hastened to add, "I know how to hide." Revan seemed to consider his answer for a moment, wondering if he should take the openly dark apprentice with him. "Not this time," the teacher shook his head. "You must watch the ship and be ready. Try to sense my presence in the temple and track my movements. This will serve as good training for you." "Yes, my lord," the Zabrak bowed. "But first, answer." "Master?" "Did you feel a disturbance in the Force around the same time Anakin lost consciousness?" Maul thought about it. "I'm not sure," he frowned. "I'm not very good at sensing changes in the Force. I was only trained to conceal my presence and sense my surroundings. However, I still felt something strange, something cold and frightening, as if I were again." "Finish the sentence," the mentor encouraged. "It's like I've returned to my former teacher." The Zabrak literally hissed the last word through clenched teeth. Revan nodded, more at his own thoughts than at his apprentice's words. "He no longer has power over you. Get used to it," he said sullenly. "Go to the control room and relieve the NK on duty." "And the droid?" "Go on a separate mission." "Mercenary?" "That doesn't concern you for now," Revan snapped. "Just know that they won't be on the ship for a while either. R2 is staying with you and Anakin." "Of course, Lord, as you command." The master nodded and summoned the assassin droid and Tira nomad to the wardroom. They would be working together again, something neither of them would be happy about. The landing at the temple proceeded without complications or unforeseen situations. Not wishing to linger longer than necessary, Revan departed the Eagle 40 minutes after landing, heading for the entrance to the Order's abode. Guardians stood at the entrance. Seeing the man who had so recently scattered their colleagues across the council chamber like whirpack puppies, and then wiped the floor with the Order's masters, the guards tensed and gripped their light lances tighter. However, They didn't move as Revan passed them under the tall arch of the main entrance. The Grand Master's orders were clear. This knight was not to be touched. At least, not until he showed obvious aggression. The former Jedi merely chuckled at this behavior. In his time, the Guardians were more formidable opponents. This time no one came to greet him, and so Revan, without wasting any time, quickly headed towards the archives. But they didn't make it safely. A familiar Mirialan emerged from around the corner, engrossed in some text on a datapad. Not noticing Revan, she nearly collided with him, but sensed something just in time and looked up, focusing on the obstacle. "Knight Wang?" Her eyes widened in surprise. The girl took a step back, experiencing an inexplicable surge of fear, but quickly suppressed the cold, slippery feeling. She remembered what the man standing before her had done in the council chamber. Such power and unstoppability, concealed by a cold serenity within the emotional spectrum, was something she had never encountered before. A hurricane of force that had swept through the temple back then, not gushing with the dark side, but continuing to shimmer with a barely perceptible warm light. That's how Luminara would have described her feelings when Knight Van ran out of the council chamber, allowing her to avoid an unnecessary battle. This man was dangerous, but at the same time, he was intriguing. "Master Unduli," Revan greeted the woman with a smile. What are you doing here?" The Mirialan finally pulled herself together, breaking free from her own stream of thoughts. "Master Yoda invited me for a conversation. I was also granted access to the temple archives, which is where I was headed," the former Jedi explained, noting the girl's strange, agitated state. "Really?" She was genuinely surprised. "But I thought... Although yes, the Grand Master did say that what happened then at the council was a misunderstanding, and you, Knight, are not our enemy." Revan nodded with a smile. "That's right." "I apologize for my reaction." The Mirialan shook her head, trying to hide the feeling of embarrassment that had come out of nowhere. "I didn't expect to meet you here, after everything." Revan raised his hand, urging Luminara to calm down. "Don't go on. I understand perfectly well that seeing someone who was recently waving a lightsaber around these walls, and not for training purposes, is, to say the least, strange." "Exactly," the girl agreed. "But, as you can see, I am here with the Council's permission." Revan nodded towards the Guardians, who are still pretending to be statues. "Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking now, listening to the measured rustle of the wind." "How poetic," Master Unduli smiled, covering her mouth with her hand. "Would you mind if I walked with you to the archives? I still need to give the datapad to Master Jocasta Nu." "I have nothing against it. Shall we go?" "Trust but verify, right?" Revan thought. "It would be safer to accompany." "Lead the way," the Mirialan nodded. They walked in silence for a while. Revan had no desire for small talk, mentally preparing himself for a meeting with an ancient artifact and, perhaps, someone from his past. Luminara simply didn't know what to say. They encountered groups of Padawans hurrying to their classes, knights leisurely going about their business, and masters lost in thought. The former Jedi's gaze slid over their faces without any particular purpose. Another Jedi passed by. Judging by his deeply wrinkled face, he was one of the masters. His narrow eyes and short, graying beard running along his jawline made his expression even more tired. The man looked up briefly, glanced at the Mirialan, and nodded his head in greeting. Then the master glanced at Revan. A spark of recognition flickered in the depths of his brown eyes, but the man didn't stop, merely shaking his head. Revan's sensitive ears caught a fragment of a barely audible phrase. "Not Mizar. Cannot." The former Jedi sensed the master stop somewhere behind him, now staring intently at the ancient gifted one's back.
Revan pretended not to notice and continued walking beside the Mirialan. Who was it? One of the Order's masters?
I don't remember him at the council. The former Jedi finally succumbed to curiosity.
Unduli glanced behind her, searching for the one in question. This is Master Sifo Dyas. He is a member of the council, but he has been absent from the temple for a long time, the Mirialan explained. By the way, he was one of those who supported Qui-Gon and gave his consent to the absentee acceptance of a certain knight into the Order.
Really? Revan was genuinely surprised. Then it became clear where that flicker of recognition in the Master's eyes came from. Jin must have described in detail the appearance of the gifted Jedi discovered on Tatooine, or even provided a holophoto. But at the same time, there was something vaguely familiar about Sifo Dyas, almost like family. It was disconcerting, and it demanded more information. However, if NK and Tira succeeded, these questions would disappear.
The former Jedi was saved from the question that was about to burst from Luminara's lips by the fact that they had already entered the Archives Hall, and the Mirialan was forced to turn her attention to Master Jocasta Nu, who was clearly expecting visitors. It was difficult to say whether she was waiting for Master Unduli to retrieve her borrowed datapad, or for the night van on Yoda's orders. However, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Revan was given the key to the room containing the ancient artifact and instructions on how to proceed. The former Sith merely chuckled to himself, as if I didn't already know. Luminara remained with the archivist, clearly surprised that Avner Van was being allowed to go to the Great Holocron alone, but she didn't dare object. Jocasta's authority in the archives was unquestionable. The room housing the artifact was pleasantly dim. A light fog swirled beneath the vaulted ceiling, diffusing the light from the few lamps. The golden polyhedron of the holocron hovered like a colossal statue over an artificial pool of crystal-clear liquid in the center of the room, held aloft by the Force itself. The patterns covering its walls glowed dimly, reflecting off the surface of the water and creating whimsical reflections on the white stone walls. The artifact spun slowly, emitting a soft hum, and Revan could have sworn he heard music playing somewhere just out of earshot. He couldn't discern the instruments or the words, or even if there were words at all, but the melody was definitely there, and it was soothingly beautiful. The Force overflowed in this place. Every stone, every grain of sand, every drop of water, everything was saturated with the great Force. But there was something wrong, barely perceptible, and Revan quickly realized what it was. The light. There was too much of it. And it wasn't the lighting. The light side was too strong in this place. The cloying monotony of the Force currents caused a slight discomfort. The former Sith was accustomed to a more vibrant Force, a balance of light and darkness. However, what else could one expect from an artifact that had been kept for thousands of years in the heart of the Temple of the Light Side Adepts? Even knowledge of the dark side, which was undoubtedly also present among the information stored in the holocron, could not have had a significant impact on this place. Revan carefully approached the artifact along the narrow stone bridge. Directly in front of the polyhedron was a small raised platform, serving as a meditation platform. The former Jedi found a comfortable position and closed his eyes, slowly immersing himself in the currents of the Force. Who called me? He repeated the question in his mind. He didn't know how much time had passed since the meditation began. Seconds stretched into hours, only to condense again into a single instant. But at some point, the Ancient One felt someone's presence. Revan, a voice said somewhere nearby. The former Jedi opened his eyes. A female figure stood right on the surface of the pool, against the backdrop of the spinning holocron. Her face was hidden in shadow, but Revan recognized her silhouette instantly. He remembered every curve of her body, the floral scent of her thick chestnut hair,
the sparkle of her always slightly sad, bottomless blue eyes. He remembered her, and he loved her. Another glare, reflected off the water, crossed the face of the figure that appeared near the holocron. It was really her, in the flesh, not a translucent force ghost, but a living person. Bastila, Revan croaked barely audibly, swallowing the lump that had risen in his throat. Reason told him it was impossible, but the one who had lost everything he had and everyone he knew didn't care. He rose to his feet and slowly walked toward the woman he loved more than life itself.
Sinking ankle-deep into the water, he trudged along, ignoring the chill.
"Hello, my love," a familiar voice sounded in the silence. "You've finally come."
"Bastila," he whispered, afraid to frighten this obsession.
The fragments of rationality that still remained in his consciousness screamed that this was just a vision. People don't just come back to life. Revan reached out and gently touched his beloved's face. Touched. As soon as he realized this, his arms, without waiting for his master's will, wrapped the fragile figure in a warm embrace. The force surged with Revan's will, lifting them both into the air. It was Bastila. Bastila. A familiar presence was clearly felt in the force. Familiar, but a little different. The former Jedi looked into the face, familiar down to the last freckle. A look, warm and joyful? The mind again attempted to take control of the body. "Get yourself together," Revan ordered himself mentally.
No matter how happy he was to see Bastila, no matter how much he longed to be near her again, he must not forget why he had come here. He was invited here. For what? He voiced this question, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. "Why did you call me?" "Do you really need a reason to invite your loved one?" Bastila asked in surprise, a hint of resentment in her voice. "It's not every day that a dead man calls out to a dead man." Revan still hadn't let go of the girl. "Not every love is so strong." She reached out to him, expecting a kiss. But it was at that moment that the former Sith felt a familiar chill run down his spine. A sense of danger howled. "Who are you?" Revan barked, pushing the girl away from him. A familiar, all-too-native face twisted into a grin completely unlike Bastila's, causing the former Jedi to jump back and reach for his weapons belt. However, his lightsabers were nowhere to be found. The hilts had simply disappeared from their proper place, and Revan realized he had fallen into a trap. "You can't fool a loving heart, can you?" Bastila drawled. "Who are you?" the ancient repeated, concentrating the force around him. Only now did he notice that, unlike himself, the girl stood confidently on the surface of the water. The fact that it was liquid beneath her feet, not solid rock, didn't seem to bother her in the least. What a hostile reaction. Unexpected. There was nothing familiar in the imposter's movements anymore. Perhaps I should have chosen a different image? Bastila's features blurred, shrouded in a whitish haze, and the next moment, an equally familiar figure stepped toward Revan, clad in the light armor of the Republic Army from the Mandalorian Wars. The remnants of a Jedi robe were casually draped over her shoulders, as if she had just returned from battle. "General," Mitra Surik greeted him. His most trusted commander, after Alec. The one who carried out every order without a shadow of a doubt, and was a loyal friend and comrade in the darkest of times. She stood before him now, exactly as he remembered her. Another illusion. Revan pushed the girl back toward the holocron with a gentle force push. An invisible barrier surrounded the Jedi like a dense cocoon, preparing to ward off a counterattack. But none came. "No?" The impostor stretched her shoulders, rising to her feet. "Then this one?"
A step forward was taken by Master Jar Lestin, a Twi'lek who trained Revan in the Enclave on Dantooine. "Or will you hit me too, Padawan?" he asked with a grin. Revan felt rage boiling within him. It was just what he needed now. The Force was ready to burst forth at any moment. It only needed a boost. A forked blue lightning with black highlights shot from the fingers of his right hand, rushing toward another double. A bang, a flash, and a new figure, in place of the Twi'lek, was already rising to its feet. "Is this how we should thank you for being brought back to life?" An elderly woman with thick gray hair braided into 2 pigtails said in a commanding tone. Revan couldn't help but recognize his master, but the fact that this, too, was merely an illusion evoked only negative emotions. "Is this what the one who summoned him here wants?" Revan thought. To push him to the limit, to shake his emotions, to make him fall into a rage and turn to the dark side, to fall into the darkness, in the middle of the temple? No, that's stupid. The light side is so strong in this place that even balancing on the very edge, I can hold on. "Oh, I see you've started to calm down," the fake Kreia said loudly. "Ready to talk?" Revan used Force vision to try to understand what was happening. This didn't feel like a hallucination. An illusion? He would have felt a strain on his mind, at least the slightest pressure, but there was none. A dream, a guess suddenly came, or a vision. The Ancient's vision, inherited from the Miraluka, confused him even more. There was nothing around, but in a place where the great power was concentrated, everything should have been shining. A blinding light of many shades should have forced one to shield one's eyes, but it was not there. Or was there only darkness all around? Could someone be blocking his senses? But the power was still clearly felt and obeyed without any problem. The missing swords were alarming, and this change of guise, even shapeshifters couldn't do that. So it was a vision, after all, conjured up by someone while Revan was meditating. Which meant he simply needed to break his meditative trance. But first, he needed to find out why he'd been called here, and by whom. "Who are you?" The former Jedi repeated his question, simultaneously working on protecting his consciousness. "And why did you call me here?" "You've always sought knowledge, my young Padawan," the fake Kreia smiled. "You've always wanted answers to your questions, no matter the cost. Wasn't that same desire that led you to the Starforge? Wasn't that what turned you into Darth Revan?" "Don't try to avoid the question," the former Sith demanded. "Answer." A shadow of irritation flickered across the false mentor's face, but it was almost instantly replaced by a slight, condescending smile. "Me?" the woman laughed. "I am the messenger of power, the embodiment of her will." Revan raised an eyebrow, surprised by the counterfeit's words. This was the last turn he expected. "Over thousands of years I've gone by many names. I was once called Ashla," the impostor continued. "People like me appear during periods of extreme tilt toward light or darkness, when the Force itself is in grave danger. Like right now, for example." "Let's say," Revan answered dryly. "Why are you taking on the appearance of people from my past?" "To facilitate our contact, of course," the herald shrugged. "I can become anyone who has merged with the Force." "Okay," the former Jedi nodded, accepting the strange explanation. "What is this place?" "Did you notice?" The impostor grinned. "Of course." Revan looked at his hands. "My body is back to how I remember it. It wasn't so noticeable at first, and I didn't immediately notice that I was the same height as you. But still, this means we can't be in the real world. So, where are we?" You could call it a vision. A connection established through the Force that brings your mind to my chambers. The place where I am is the Force itself." Revan gritted his teeth. What he was hearing now didn't please him at all. What was most alarming was that he truly felt he had no power over this place. However, the Force still obeyed him, which meant that whoever this herald truly was, he would be able to repel her. "And what did you need me for?" Revan asked a new question. "The Force calls to you and asks for help." "Strength?" "Yes," the impostor nodded. "The very existence of the Force is under threat." "Why should I believe you?" "You feel it yourself, don't you? A monstrous imbalance, the weakness of the Jedi, the self-destruction of the Republic, the suffering of trillions of sentient beings. All of this is simply the consequence of a one-sided imbalance. Light without darkness fades." As much as he wanted to dismiss these words, there was some truth to them. The galaxy had truly changed dramatically over the past millennia. It was as if everything had suddenly become stale. The air had grown heavy, the stars had lost their brightness, and the inhabitants of the Republic had suddenly forgotten how to understand each other. A growing number of contradictions, conflicts flaring up here and there. Could this really be the result of disturbances in the Force? "Quiet," thought the former Jedi. "You know I'm right," the herald pressed. "And what do you want from me?" "So that you can turn the galaxy upside down again," the Force Kreia said, her gaze flashing wildly. "What?" "Do what you do best. Change the world around you. Crush the Republic. Revive the Empire. Bring the dark side back from oblivion. Take the power you deserve into your own hands. Become the embodiment of the Force. Restore balance." The Ancient One couldn't believe his ears. They were demanding of him to side with the Sith, or even to take on the role of the mythical Sithari. "You are insane," Revan replied slowly. Kreia changed her appearance, turning back into Bastila. "Really?" she asked in a painfully familiar voice. "Am I really saying such terrible things?" Revan was silent. "I didn't ask her," the former Jedi said in a firm voice. "But wouldn't you also want to bring me back?" Bastila looked up and straight into the eyes of the ancient gifted one. Oh, he'd want that more than anything in the world. But he'd lived too long not to understand that nothing comes easy. And when you're offered what you need most, it's a trap. But some traps can only be escaped by going right through them. Along the way, cutting out the heart of the one who dared to place it, the ancient Sith Lord growled mentally. "And where should I begin?" Revan asked, his golden irises flashing. The impostor beamed with a radiant smile, rewarding her chosen one with a loving look. For the first time, Bastila disgusted him. No, not Bastila. Someone who couldn't even imagine the size of the rancor he'd just stabbed. "The Republic is rotten to the core, and its citizens are suffering. But resistance will emerge soon. Go to Munilinst. There you will find answers." "And Bastila?" "She's here," the impostor smiled. "Having become one with the Force, she has become a part of me, and I can return." The being who was now speaking to Revan clearly had trouble identifying herself. One moment she referred to herself as a herald, the next she acted as if she were the person whose form she was currently assuming. "We will be together again," Bastila smiled, tucking a strand of hair that had fallen out of her hair behind her ear. A whitish fog began to fill the surroundings, blurring the outlines of objects and obscuring the figure of his interlocutor. The last thing Revan noticed was the absence of a scar on the impostor's head. Revan felt something trying to push him away. Suddenly, a chill gripped his body. The world around him darkened,
and somewhere behind him an all-too-familiar voice rang out, distorted by a prosthetic with a built-in vocabulator. "You weren't going to leave without even saying hello to me, were you, Revan?" "Malak," the former Jedi breathed out, turning to his old, sworn friend. The next moment, he was forced to drop abruptly to his knees, arching back to avoid the crimson blade flying overhead. Springing to his feet, Revan was again forced to dodge the attack. The roll was interrupted by a force push, which the experienced fighter managed to parry, absorbing some of the energy for a counterattack. Malak caught a bolt of lightning on his blade, deflecting the stream of sparking death into the wall. Behind the flash of his own discharge, Revan nearly missed his opponent's sudden lunge. Only Tutamini's saved him, allowing him to deflect the blood-red blade with his bare hand. However, the burn on his palm remained. If this was another illusion or vision, it was an overly realistic one. Malak moved quickly, faster than Revan remembered, and his movements, the style was familiar, but it was definitely not one Alec used. Another Hutt fake, the former Jedi cursed mentally. It was hard to fight without a sword. He desperately needed a weapon. And then, during another dash, Revan didn't immediately notice something had changed. He felt the familiar weight of a lightsaber hilt on his belt. Whether he had managed to subdue this illusion or break free from it was of little importance to him. After all, now he could fully reveal himself. A stroke of the silver blade, and the blades clash with a grinding sound, forcing the wielders into a clinch. "Finally," Malak growled. "I thought you were stuck there forever." "What?" "It wasn't easy getting through to you," the sworn friend laughed hoarsely. The opponents abruptly parted, breaking contact, and froze in Juyo's basic stance. While this was a familiar action for Revan, seeing Darth Malak in this position was unexpected. The former Jedi once again used his Force vision and looked at his opponent. "You are not Malak," he concluded. "Who is it then?" "It doesn't matter now," the next impostor said slowly. "The only thing that matters is what I want to offer." Revan snorted in response. "Another proposal to raise an army and take over the galaxy? And who are you? Another herald? What should I call you? Bogan?" he asked mockingly, not lowering his sword, however. The fake Malak burst out laughing. "No, I am no herald of the Force, and certainly not an embodiment of the dark side. But regarding the offer, you're right, almost. We'll need an army, that's for sure. And we'll have to take control of the galaxy, too. However, I thought you'd help me do that." "Why would I suddenly help a stranger?" "Because, unlike the one who trapped your consciousness in a Force-induced vision, I'm not going to hide behind fairy tales. I'm proposing an alliance, one that benefits both of us." "And what's in it for me?" Revan asked warily, carefully masking the note of interest in his voice. "To return what was lost," Malak answered simply. The power in the hall shook so much that the impostor staggered, almost dropping the sword from his hands. This moment was enough for Revan to close in on his opponent and knock the hilt of his lightsaber out of his hands. "Speak!" The former Jedi put a blade sparkling with silver flame to Malak's throat. "Not here and not now," the sworn friend shook his head. "Where?" "Dromund Kaas," the impostor replied, before melting into a disembodied mist. "Stop!" Revan tried unsuccessfully to grab his opponent. A moment later he opened his eyes and realized he was still sitting before the great holocron in an empty chamber. There was no sign of anyone nearby. The ancient gifted man slowly rose to his feet and stretched his stiff shoulders. He still hadn't received answers to many questions. A major game was brewing, involving at least 2 leading players, and both wanted to win Revan over to their side. Their identities remained a mystery,
But the former Dark Lord had some thoughts on the matter. He was sure of one thing. They would answer for using her as a bargaining item. Chapter 23. Changes in Plans. Chapter 23. Changes in Plans. Something happened in the temple archives. This was realized by all the inhabitants of the Order's ancient citadel. A wave of pain and rage, like a Manan tsunami, swept through the abode of the Adepts of Light. Younglings, encountering such a disturbance in the Force for the first time, panicked. Inexperienced Padawans grabbed their lightsabers. Knights and masters looked around anxiously, trying to discern the source of the threat. Only the most experienced and Force-sensitive immediately determined that something had happened in the archives. It took Revan only a few seconds to get his anger under control. The pain from his irritated soul hadn't gone away, but now it only fed him, keeping his mind clear. The series of visions, the shock of encountering the phantom of his lost lover, albeit a fake one, and the attempt to influence Revan's mind had a sobering effect on the former Sith. For the first time since awakening in this wrong future, he clearly understood his purpose. He will find those who started this game. He will find those madmen and fools who thought they could get away with anything. And they will know pain. They will know despair. They will understand what vengeance is from the one named Revan. And balance can wait. They were already waiting for him at the exit from the great holocron hall. The worried Mirialan supported Jocasta Nu, who was shaking with shock, by the elbow. Dooku and Sifo-Dyas stood on either side of them, clearly ready for battle, though their blades were not ignited. But closest to the entrance to the ancient artifacts chamber, the Grand Master hovered on his platform. His face was calm, his posture relaxed, as if he had just emerged from meditation. Only those who knew the green-skinned elder well would have been able to discern the faintest trace of sorrow in his tired eyes. Revan frowned at the waiting Jedi. Concealing the darkness threatening to surface was difficult, but he managed. Only a slight change in the hue of his irises could have revealed the former Sith's true mood, but none of those present knew him well enough to notice. "Grandmaster," Revan's voice echoed throughout the hall, "our meeting will have to be postponed." Yoda closed his eyes for a moment. "The artifact has placed anxiety in your heart," the alien creaked. "Something terrible has happened that has stirred the Force." "Someone decided to contact me in a very unexpected way," Revan answered in a cold voice. "And in doing so, they made a mistake." "Are you going to look for him?" "Them," the former Sith corrected. The Grand Master shook his head. "Into the darkness wrath will come." "Enough," the former Sith interrupted Yoda. "Everything you're about to tell me I've heard before. And believe me, no one knows the dangers of emotions better than I do. My ally is the Force, one and limitless, and each person chooses its shade for themselves." The green-skinned elder frowned thoughtfully, while the rest of those present looked at Revan with surprise, shock, and some with approval. The former Jedi himself no longer wished to waste time on pointless conversations. The anger simmering within him still raged, but was contained by the will of the ancient gifted one.
However, the presence of staunch adherents of the light, and, in a sense, radicals among the Order's members, whose hostility toward the renegade Avner I was strongly felt through the Force, did nothing to ease the former Sith's composure. Remaining in the temple any longer made no sense. In fact, it was dangerous, primarily for the Order. "Our conversation won't take place today, I see," the Grandmaster croaked. "But I believe we will have it in the future." Revan nodded. He truly intended to settle his relationship with the Order. Having the Jedi as an enemy would be quite unpleasant. While their actual power may not be great, they still have influence over the Senate. Besides,
Revan was well aware that any small detail can ruin even the most well-thought-out plan. And an order of gifted individuals is certainly no small thing. So neutrality at this stage would be preferable to hostility. In the future, the Force will guide.
Goodbye, Grandmaster, Masters. The former Sith said goodbye with a slight bow and turned to leave. However, Luminara called out to him.
Knight Van, she called him by the name she knew him by.
Yes.
Revan didn't correct the Mirialan, as not everyone in the Order was aware of his true identity. I wanted to tell you that while you were meditating at the Great Holocron, a youngling approached me, very interested in the possibility of meeting you. I think she'd like to become your Padawan. Revan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The news was unexpected. However, he had an idea which girl they were talking about. Is this the young Zabrak girl? Rena, I think? The former Jedi clarified. Yes, Luminara confirmed with a smile and a slight relaxation. Revan frowned slightly. I wasn't planning on taking any more Padawans. All my time will be taken up with Anakin now. But you're not even in the Order, as I understand it. What kind of students can you be?
Jocasta, having recovered a little, snapped.
It's not about belonging to the Order, but rather about what a knight can pass on to his apprentice, Dooku said with a barely noticeable smile. This knight is distinguished by very unconventional beliefs, which sometimes diverge from the dogmas of the Order. Revan chuckled at this statement. The Count had clearly had a good time communicating with his former apprentice, and Qui-Gon had apparently revealed Avno One's true identity and worldview to his mentor. The Order never renounced its knight, Yoda croaked, and everyone thinks with their own head. Besides, my students were also known for their dissent, Count Sereno cleared his throat briefly, trying to remain calm. But wait, Sifo-Dyas joined the conversation. In any case, taking a second Padawan is prohibited. The former Jedi almost snorted at these words.
And here he stumbled upon yet another variation of the rule of two.
The Jedi and Sith of this generation were too similar. Both had confined themselves to imaginary boundaries, possessing the ability to sense the Force, communicate with it, and control it. Limitless power, absolute authority. Just reach out. Revan pulled himself together. In this state, it was crucial to maintain control of his thoughts. The dark side was insidious if one was careless when engaging with it. But it was all too tempting for dark emotions. And the anger and hatred the former Sith harbored could in no way be called light. I wonder if they would appreciate the irony of the situation if they met at the negotiating table, Revan thought. Malak would. Master Jar would laugh heartily. And here, times have changed. The ancient gifted one looked at the Order representatives gathered at the entrance to the Great Holocron, trying to discern their thoughts and personalities.
Was the Order so different from what he was used to?
Jocasta knew. A typical archivist, deformed by the desire for knowledge, but confined within the walls of the archives. She, like dozens of lore masters before her, was trapped by the temple's accumulated knowledge. After all, Revan once believed the archives contained everything. If something wasn't there, it simply didn't exist. However, as he grew older, he began to notice discrepancies between the descriptions in the ancient books and the reality that surrounded him. And the wonders the galaxy revealed to him when he finally escaped the temple with his master completely shattered any confidence in the archive's infallibility. Blind faith is dangerous. Databases can be changed, but the truth remains the same. They're not prohibited, they're just against tradition, Dooku reminded. I don't recall any such prohibitions. Count Sereno, an aristocrat with a capital A.
His stately presence, charisma, and confident gaze, everything spoke of his noble origins. Such people don't tolerate restrictions. Perhaps that's why he became fascinated with the concept of the One Force. Qui-Gon spoke of him very flatteringly and warmly. However, these could simply be a student's thoughts about his mentor. Revan had yet to form his own opinion of this Jedi. He would have made a valuable ally. Once again, Revan caught Sifo-Dyas's intrigued gaze. The master seemed to be trying to discern whether he recognized the man before him. Perhaps he had met the previous owner of this body. Or was it just a coincidence? A simple curiosity about someone who looked nothing like a Jedi, yet whom the Grand Master himself favored? Or was he somehow connected to those who had lured Revan to the holocron? So many questions, but so few answers. However, perhaps some things will become clearer soon. NK has never failed its creator.
You're right, my former Padawan, the Grandmaster nodded.
In difficult times, a single mentor could take on several apprentices to impart his wisdom. And now, with the Sith reappearing in the galaxy, the Council could grant its permission. Revan narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to understand what was going on in the elderly, green-skinned alien's head. There was clearly a reason they were forcing a second apprentice on him. They wanted to bind him to the Order? Not just hand him over to the Chosen One to be raised, but also entrust him with responsibility for the young Zabrak. That Yoda was a skilled manipulator was obvious to Revan from the very first day they met. The master who had trained generations of light adepts, held the Order together, and managed to preserve the Jedi tenets intact, simply could not be anyone else. His achievements inspired respect, but also apprehension. Revan disliked intrigue, though he often resorted to it,
and the former Jedi disliked intrigues that targeted him even more.
And that the Grand Master had specific plans for the precociously gifted knight Avner Van was beyond doubt. Returning to the question of mentorship, Revan wasn't opposed to training Rina, but on his own terms. Moreover, the girl had made a good first impression. She had a keen mind, good training, and, most importantly, a quick learner. She'd managed to follow Revan's instructions in a duel with that Padawan on her first try, even though she wasn't prepared for such instruction herself. And her curiosity? How familiar. However, the former Jedi planned to return to this issue much later. Anakin would need a sparring partner of roughly equal height, otherwise the boy would get used to holding his hands too high. But first, Skywalker had to learn to wield a lightsaber at all, and he hadn't yet completed basic youngling training. Therefore, pairing him with a saber was pointless,
and Revan wouldn't have the time or energy to manage 3 age groups simultaneously.
Anakin and Maul were sufficient.
That's if I agree to take her as my apprentice, Revan reminded of his presence.
After all, the decision is made first and foremost by the mentor. At least that was the case during the Mandalorian Wars. Yes, the Council could try to impose its will. After all, to advance in rank, a Jedi was required to train a Padawan, demonstrating wisdom, patience, and responsibility. But it was the Master who decided to accept a particular youngling as an apprentice. Of course, exceptions are always possible. So here, too, the will of the Force intervened, forging a bond between master and apprentice, tying their destinies together, sometimes even before they met. "The girl is determined to study with you, Knight Van," Luminara said in a slightly apologetic tone. She stated this directly. Luminara Unduli, a Mirialan with traits characteristic of her people,
not only in her appearance, but also in her demeanor.
Revan often encountered Mirialans, calm in everyday life, collected in battle, modest to the point of reticence, and endlessly religious. It seemed as if they were born within the walls of the temple, even those representatives of this people who were not Jedi. Which, however, did not prevent them from turning to criminality. Among the Mirialans there were slave traders, pirates, thieves, and murderers. Their religion made no distinction between good and evil. Only the path of life, the decisions made, the deeds performed, and the trials passed were important.
and what constituted a challenge was up to each individual to decide for themselves. As for Luminara, Revan had already formed his own impression, albeit a superficial one, and this Mirialan was intelligent, cunning in her own way, and wisely cautious.
Back in the council chamber, she was able to quickly assess her own strengths and compare them with what Revan had demonstrated, after which she chose to step aside. Meanwhile, Unduli genuinely worries about Rina's fate. The former Jedi was able to detect echoes of her anxiety and concern. However, the ancient could not yet trust her. Time would tell whether she could be considered an ally, or whether he should keep her at a distance. But it was time to return to the conversation, which had already begun to tire the former Sith. Children change their minds 3 times a day, Revan dismissed. Her opinion could change completely tomorrow, especially considering the attitude of some of the masters toward me. The former Jedi recalled the incident in the council chamber. Those who had carelessly engaged Revan back then probably didn't feel warm feelings for him now. But there are no emotions. There is peace, right? The former Sith chuckled to himself.
I don't think so. Master Unduli shook her head. Her resolve only grows stronger every day, and it doesn't matter what rumors are circulating about you in the temple. Enough, Revan cut the Mirialan off coldly. This conversation is pointless. I will not take on a new apprentice for the next 3 years. We can return to this matter later. Yoda nodded approvingly, apparently pleased that Revan had not completely disowned his apprentice. Luminara shook her head in disappointment. With your permission, I will look after the girl, Dooku said, either addressing the Grand Master or Revan. The green-skinned elder nodded gravely, expressing his approval. The former Jedi, meanwhile, mentally noted that he would have an interesting conversation with Count Sereno. I would be grateful, Revan answered briefly, noticing that Dooku was also expecting his consent.
The irritation that still seethed somewhere inside reminded the former Jedi that he was still wasting his time in the temple instead of going in search of those who had been stupid enough to anger him.
Well, that's all decided, Revan pointed out the obvious fact. And now I have to leave you. And without waiting for any answer or permission to leave, the former Jedi moved towards the exit of the Archives Hall. Wait, Sifo Dyas called out. Master? Revan didn't turn around completely, limiting himself to turning his head. My question may seem strange, but have we met before? The Master asked, peering into his interlocutor's face. No, Revan answered confidently, and continued towards the exit, leaving the disappointed council member behind. And when he had almost reached the exit arch, the one the former Sith wanted to see the least entered the hall. You? Mace Windu almost growled, seeing Revan walking towards him.
It's not that the former Sith disliked Korun, but a certain amount of hostility was present. This only intensified the storm of negative emotions pent up within. Windu was annoyed by his defeat at the hands of such a young-looking knight, and in front of the council no less. Perhaps this could explain what happened a moment later. Recognizing his recent enemy, Korun reflexively reached for his blade, preparing to attack. Stop! Don't move! He barked, holding his sword hilt out to the side. For Revan, this was the last straw, immediately provoking him to retaliate. The members of the Order present in the hall barely noticed Avner Wan's figure rush forward, blurring into space. The flash and screech of a lightsaber activating. A rush of air assaulted their ears, and the sound of his body striking stone. Before he could even ignite his blade, Mace Windu found himself slammed into the wall behind him by a force push. The hilt of his lightsaber was split in two, severed by a single precise blow just below the fingers.
Get out of the way, Revan said dismissively, walking past the fallen enemy at a measured pace. Sifo Dyas, who tried to rush to his aid, was stopped by Count Sereno's hand. Dooku grabbed his friend by the shoulder and shook his head, urging the master not to interfere. Jocasta Nu and Luminara Unduli didn't even flinch. One simply didn't have time to react to the former Jedi's lightning-fast attack.
The other, however, simply showed prudence. The Grand Master only shook his head wearily. "Until we meet again, Knight Van," Yoda croaked as Revan walked away. "And may the Force be with you." Revan's return aboard the Eagle was no longer impeded, so the return journey did not take long. Once on the ship, the former Jedi wasted no time in heading to the cockpit, calling out to his apprentice as he went. Like, "Where are you now?"
"In the left cargo compartment, Lord," the Zabrak immediately responded.
"Where is Anakin?"
"He's resting in his cabin."
"How is his condition?"
"He's not yet in a condition to continue training, despite all efforts to bring him back to his senses." "I'm sorry, Lord. I've let you down." Revan resisted the urge to scold his apprentice for his overzealousness. It was unknown how he attempted to awaken Skywalker, but the order not to harm the boy still stood, so Maul wouldn't harm him. "It's not your fault," the mentor replied. "Go to the cockpit. We have something to do, and quickly." "Yes, Lord." Maul reached the meeting place almost faster than Revan. Sidious had instilled in him a sense of efficiency and punctuality. "What do you want, Lord?" The Zabrak knelt down, expressing humility. "Rise," Revan ordered first. "I don't need any demonstrative bowing." Maul carried out the order without further ado. "Is something bothering you?" The Zabrak sensed his mentor's mood. "Yes," Revan nodded, collecting his thoughts. The urge he'd suppressed while in the temple was gradually fading. The idea of finding and punishing those who dared to do so remained. However, putting it into action required specific actions, or rather, a clear plan, which was only just beginning to take shape in the former Jedi's mind. Part of this plan was set in motion even before their visit to the Great Holocron. NK and Tira went to make inquiries on some matters that had been troubling Revan for some time, and much would depend on the outcome of their brief mission. Now, the former Sith needed resources, both monetary and human. Power. Influence. Without them, finding his opponents would be difficult, almost impossible. A strategist without an army is like a musician with his hands tied. Where could he get them on Coruscant? Without resorting to the help of the Jedi, who would not participate in an act of retribution, and without attracting the attention of the Senate.
If there's one thing Revan has learned over the years of his difficult life, it's to find resources where there seemingly aren't any. There is always a way out. Like, tell me about the situation in the lower levels of Coruscant. Criminal structures, leaders, the balance of power. Master? The Zabrak didn't quite understand the question. You've studied the dark side of Coruscant, right? Yes, my lord. Maul nodded confidently, deciding that this was some kind of tricky test. Tell me. As you wish, my lord. The lower levels are literally teeming with all manner of scum, murderers, con artists, and scoundrels. The residential areas are divided among gangs. The locals either pay tribute or work for one of the local bosses themselves. The law enforcement officers from the upper city don't venture that deep. Even the Jedi don't show up there, Maul began. Who's in power? I'm not interested in the small gangs, but in those who stand above them. Until recently, two major forces could be identified, to which all others were subordinate. The Black Sun Syndicate and the Hutt Cartel. Hutts? On Coruscant? Revan was surprised that these worms had been allowed into the heart of the Republic. But if the exchange had pulled something similar 4,000 years ago, why couldn't the cartel do the same? Yes, sir. The local head of the cartel is Zero the Hutt. Apparently he's a cousin of Jabba the Hutt from Tatooine. All Hutts are related in one way or another. Revan waved it off. What about the Syndicate? Maul grinned predatorily. Oh, the situation has changed recently, the Zabrak answered with obvious pleasure in his voice. About a year ago, the entire top of the syndicate was destroyed on the orders of my former mentor. Your doing? Revan guessed. Yes, my lord, Maul confirmed proudly. What is the situation now? The syndicate is fragmented. Cells exist in isolation.
Coruscant had one of the largest, but it was severely battered by the feud with the cartel.
The Hutts, sensing their competitor's weakness, unleashed a full-scale war, seizing syndicate-controlled territory. Black Sun is holding its own for now, but let the giant bleed and the crowd will tear him apart. Revan nodded to his thoughts. The plan grew in detail and became increasingly clear in the mind of the former Sith. Who is in charge of the Black Sun now? I'm not sure, Lord. Maul shook his head. I haven't monitored the situation for several months. Given the current situation, that's an unacceptably long time. The leadership could have changed 3 times already. And yet? According to my latest information, the head of the syndicate on Coruscant was a certain Dal Perry. He managed to take control of the local small gangs and organize them into a decent defense against attacks by cartel thugs.
Under this protection, business was restored, and the syndicate cell's influence was strengthened on levels 909 through 1200.
Not entirely, but approximately 40% of the territory in these sectors is held by Black Sun. Revan absorbed the information, analyzing it on the fly and integrating it into a draft plan to increase his influence. If he succeeded, he would have an army and significant resources in the Republic's central sector. If not, well, there is no death. There is only the Force. Master, if I may be permitted to know, why do you need this information? Maul could not contain his curiosity. Because, my student, serious changes will soon occur in the criminal structures of Coruscant, Revan grinned, and we will help with this. Master? You'll find out a little later. Now, get the eagle into the air. We're heading to the lower levels, the former Sith ordered.
Find a more secure spot where they won't immediately try to cut our ship up and sell it.
Yes, sir. The Zabrak bowed and headed towards the pilot's chair. I have an interesting conversation ahead of me, Revan chuckled, leaving the wheelhouse. Holo communication hasn't changed much since Revan's time. So, I managed to contact the right intelligent being without any outside help. A hologram of the slug-like figure of Tatooine's crime lord stared with interest at the man in the Mandalorian mask who had summoned it. Ho? Is this really my favorite non-Jedi, Vanner Shan? Jabba Desilogic Ture boomed in Huttese. Greetings, Jabba, Revan bowed. Is all well in your domain? I'm not complaining, Hutt chuckled. How are your relatives doing? Ho, the Hutt was surprised. Why such a question, non-Jedi? I ran into your uncle on Coruscant, the former Sith explained.
I was wondering how he would feel about the Black Sun soon being replaced by the Blood Claws, who are loyal to you.
Ho ha! Jabba laughed. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. But when did you manage to bring your talons to Coruscant?
I didn't bring any. Only a couple of my comrades are with me.
Can you handle it?
Oh, I have such a set of claws that even a rancor would envy their sharpness, Revan chuckled, causing another fit of approving laughter from the Hutt.
Then we have something to talk about.
Chapter 23.5 Collecting Information Using the NK-47 Method. Chapter 23.5 Collecting Information Using the NK-47 Method. When the Master ordered NK to gather information about the object, the droid decided that he was being assigned to surveillance of a new target and was already overjoyed at the opportunity to soon rid another sack of meat of its pathetic organic existence. However, the clarification of the order dashed all hope.
After all, the target turned out to be the Master himself. And although the creator had occasionally demonstrated suicidal tendencies and a complete disregard for his own safety, life, and let alone common sense, the chances of him entrusting the NK with his own elimination were minimal. However, even if such an order had been given, the assassin droid would not have been able to carry it out. The Master's protection protocol had not been revoked. The metal maniac could not intentionally harm the owner. Another darkening factor was the news that NK would be accompanied on the mission by an irritating bungler. This armored sack of meat, who answered to the call sign Nomad and considered herself a representative of the people of Mandalore. The poor droid nearly short-circuited when he heard this from the Master's lips. His memory retained recordings of battles alongside genuine Mandalorians, like Canderous Ordo, who eventually became Mandalore the Guardian, reuniting the disparate clans. The droid, as the droid admitted to himself, wouldn't even have called him a simple sack of meat if his programming had allowed it. The Mandalorian fought almost like a droid, and his disregard for other organics and his ferocity in combat almost endeared him to the killer. Almost, but not quite. And the knowledge that this sack of meat and female primordial sexual characteristics claimed to be a member of a clan related to the Ordo caused a surge of indignation in the droid's emotional processing and emulation unit. Almost the same emotions had been evoked in the droid by those pathetic HK-50 knockoffs he'd happily scrapped. But no matter how NK felt about the Mandalorian, the Master's order had to be carried out. Revan ordered all possible information gathered about his current host. Who is he? Where is he from? Who are his parents? Why was he a test subject? Is there a connection to Sidious, his master, or the Order? The starting point was the Republic's archives. After all, fingerprints and DNA samples had to be found somewhere. Ultimately, the initial biometric data had to be automatically entered into the Republic's citizen database, or the archival records of newborns. Tira was supposed to obtain similar information, but through her own channels in Hutspace and the Far Reach. She was also supposed to lead NK to the local Coruscant criminal underworld if, by chance, no legal traces of Revan's new body were publicly available. Incidentally, Nomad herself wasn't thrilled about the latest paired mission. She was used to working solo and didn't need company, especially not with an arrogant droid who almost openly mocked her skills, which she was rightfully proud of. So the mercenary dropped her partner off at the archives building with undisguised joy. Since entering the archives through the front door, dressed head to toe in Mandalorian armor, would have been the height of folly, it was decided to send a single droid to the administrative building. Mercenaries are viewed with suspicion on Coruscant. And remember, you're a protocol droid. Act like one, Tira reminded, preparing to lift the stolen car into the air. Indignantly, if I need advice from a clumsy sack of meat who allowed herself to be cornered in the Jedi Temple, I'll let you know, NK snorted. Proudly, I know how to be stealthy and deadly, and 9,342 completed goals are proof of that. Be careful you don't burst with self-satisfaction, Nomad muttered, hurt by the droid's words, and slammed the door of the covered car. The mercenary would have immediately made anyone else, droid or organic, pay for their insolence. But NK evoked no such anger. Irritation, yes, but not hatred. Ultimately, she was forced to admit that the droid was her superior killer. As much as it pained her to admit it, NK had indeed helped her escape from the temple. With just one shot. And such professionalism couldn't help but command respect. And it didn't matter that the object of that respect was a Bescarade. The droid, meanwhile, completely ignoring the mercenary's slight advance, moved toward the entrance to the gigantic library building, also known as the Republic Archives. The structure towered above the surrounding buildings with a narrow spire, yet remained noticeably lower than the Senate Tower, as if demonstrating its status.
The walls were covered with exquisite bas-reliefs, executed in accordance with the traditions and styles of the various peoples of the Republic, which distracted attention from the fact that the building lacked windows. The structure itself was reinforced with durasteel, for knowledge is power, and must be guarded with the utmost care.
In terms of the volume of information stored, but unfortunately not in quality, the archives surpassed even the renowned knowledge bases of the Jedi Temple. The HoloNet, for the most part, processed queries based on this database. Information on any topic could be found here, with the exception of information classified by the Senate or the Justice Corps. The building itself was divided into 3 sectors with corresponding levels of access: civil, administrative, and governmental. Birth records and residence registrations were located in the administrative sector on floors 36 through 40, off limits to the general public. But when had the NK ever stopped such trivial matters? Especially with the support of a mercenary from the Nomad clan. Adopting the most peaceful demeanor he could muster, HK-47 slowly moved through the public sector toward the administrative entrance. The entrance was blocked by a seemingly heavy door, guarded by 2 guards armed with hand blasters.
The assassin droid's sensors also detected the presence of 4 hidden security turrets, a force shield generator, and 2 vandal-resistant containment field emitters. Observation: average security level, but will work against civilians and less than skilled raiders, NK noted to himself, then opened a communication channel with his temporary partner. Request: are you ready? Just a second, the mercenary responded. The sounds of a brief struggle could be heard on the other end, after which the Mandalorian came back online. I'm at the T-74 service node, opening the panel. Access to the systems is granted in 2 minutes. According to the plan, Nomad was supposed to hack the administrative precinct's security network and grant access to one specific droid. Without this, NK wouldn't have been able to sneak in. However, there was always Plan B. Bloodier, but no less effective. Streams of visitors scurried past the assassin droid, eager to get answers to their questions.
The interior was rather modest, unusual for Republic administrative buildings. There were no bright colors, no grand archways, no abundance of statues or tapestries. Just neat rows of data storage units on one side and dozens of individual visitor terminals on the other. The floor was a mosaic of the heraldic symbols of the worlds that were part of the Republic at the time the building was first built, and the ceiling was adorned with a fresco depicting a woefully outdated and inaccurate map of the galaxy. NK checked his system's chronometer. Just as the 2 minutes were up, Tira signaled readiness. The droid confidently walked toward the guards. Halt, droid. Access to the administrative sector is restricted to authorized personnel only, the guard said calmly, not even reaching for his weapon. The assassin was outraged by such disregard for safety and the obvious threat posed by himself. However, all this played into the droid's hands, so his emotional outburst was immediately suppressed by logical chains. It's time for a little police action. Courteously. Greetings, valiant guardians of order. I am H5K13, identification number T507-241NK. I serve Senator Atrik Nabochi. My master has ordered me to find the information he requires in the archives. Entry permission has been granted in accordance with current regulations. The guard listened to the droid with a bored expression. Apparently, such incidents happen quite often here. His partner, meanwhile, was checking the clearance lists. The terminal on the counter next to the guards quietly beeped, indicating that the droid's ID matched someone on the list. Everything's fine, the guard almost yawned, moving out of NK's way. You can go through. Gladly. Thank you.
Approaching the massive door blocking access to the elevator to the administrative sector, the assassin droid felt itself being scanned.
Its weapons were hidden in a shielded compartment. However, there was always a chance that its protocol droid disguise would be revealed by its unusual design, which allowed for significantly greater freedom of movement. Just in case, the NK prepared combat protocols and calculated an attack plan taking into account all detected defensive systems. The guards would be killed within a second before they could even reach their weapons. The containment field generators would be destroyed second, preventing capture. Any turrets that managed to activate and leave their concealed nests would receive several accurate hits from an ion blaster brought specifically for such an event. The remaining force shield could be disabled from the console of the disabled guard. However, the plan did not have to be put into action, as the door slid to the side, opening the passage to the elevator without any problems. The administrative sector was far less crowded.
However, the interior was also much more luxuriously furnished. Here and there, tall statues of past figures could even be spotted. NK didn't pay them much attention. He was more interested in the markings on the data storage units. Medical records should be in the RMS-33RR section, Tira reported over the comm, continuing to monitor the droid's movements through the hacked security system. Accepted, NK responded briefly. Besides the visitors, the droid also spotted archive custodians in the hall, dressed in identical uniforms. They were helping to find the necessary information and also monitoring the equipment in their assigned sector. Several security patrols were also detected by the assassin droid's sensor array. None of those present paid any attention to NK. The droid proceeded to the section indicated by the Mandalorian and took up a free terminal. Although not an astromech droid, it was equipped with a universal connector for connecting to external equipment.
Request: search medical facility records. Biometric parameters and DNA traces included.
NK began a dialogue with the archive's search system. The result was found quite quickly. There was only one match. Avner Van, human, biological age not specified, affiliation, Jedi Order, rank, Knight. NK copied the data. However, this wasn't what the master had sent him for. "Did you find anything?" the mercenary asked impatiently. Distantly. "The system only contains information about the fake identity Qui-Gon registered shortly before our visit to the temple. That's not what we need." "That's to be expected. If what Vanner told us is true, he's been hidden somewhere for quite some time. Try expanding the search. Disable biometrics, leaving only DNA and fingerprints." Sarcastically. "Thanks for the useless remark," NK drawled. Comment: the new request is already being processed. This time, the system took significantly longer to respond.
Only 3 minutes later did the NK receive the requested information.
Republic Medical Droid MD-34B2, registration number H554-785MD. From the merchant vessel Staratel, tail number RTVC 8845/79M, homeport Moonilinst. Recorded in its logs the treatment of abrasions and bruises on an unregistered passenger, aged 4, whose DNA trace exactly matches that specified in the request. A request for the ship's itinerary revealed that the Staratel was in its home port undergoing scheduled repairs at the time medical assistance was rendered to the unknown individual. This struck the droid as odd. It seemed that either someone had been brought onto the ship while it was docked, or the flight itself hadn't been registered. After all, the medical droid clearly indicated in its logs that assistance had been rendered to a passenger. Not a dock worker, not a crew member, but a passenger. While attempting to verify the repair dates of the prospector, the assassin droid discovered that, according to records transmitted to the Ministry of Commerce's Transportation Department,
The ore carrier Oprichnik RMVC 8485/79M was undergoing repairs in the same dock and at the same time. Both ships were quite large, and it's unlikely they would have fit in the same repair dock. Furthermore, the ore carrier should have completed the repairs faster, as it had been docked for almost a month, while the scheduled work required a week at most. The NC decided to check the movement records of these two suspicious ships, and discovered another oddity. Although both vessels were supposed to be on Munilinst, the Oprichnik was recorded by the Justice Corps en route to the Kessel asteroids via hyperspace. The date of the flight roughly coincided with the date of the medical incident.
The assassin droid concluded that the registration codes and identity had been swapped, allowing the merchant vessel Prospector to disguise itself as the ore carrier Oprichnik. Unfortunately, the Justice Corps did not provide holo images of the ship's hull, limiting itself to sensor readings from the sector monitoring station. However, this was enough to convince the Justice Corps of its correctness. The ore carrier, judging by the readings, was traveling almost 3 times faster than its specified maximum speed. For the merchant vessel Prospector, however, this was a perfectly normal average speed. So, it turned out that someone with the same DNA as the Master was transported to the asteroids in the Kessel sector on a trading vessel from Munilinst. Therefore, it followed that this unknown individual had previously been on the Mun homeworld. Perhaps he was born there, Tira guessed after the droid gave her new information.
Objection. Unlikely. Enka expressed his opinion. Clarification. He could have been born anywhere and then brought to Munilinst. But a search of medical records didn't yield any matches among registered births, Nomad clarified. I confirm, Enka agreed. Assumption. The birth could have occurred outside the Republic space. The mercenary thought while Enka continued searching for information. What about passenger registration? Reminder. According to the medical droid, the passenger was not registered, the assassin droid reminded. Yes, I remember. But didn't it have to go through the spaceport? There's a biometric scanner at every dock, whether it's a passenger terminal or a cargo one. The Republic likes to pretend it's monitoring security. Observation. These scanners are easy to fool, which is what mercenaries and smugglers take advantage of, Dash noted NK. Yes, but traces of interference remain.
Justice is turning a blind eye because it can't trace the source of the hack.
But we're only interested in the fact that the data was tampered with, Tira said enthusiastically. NK again accessed the terminal and created a new request. He was interested in records of people who passed through the SD-344 repair dock on the day of the Oprichnik's departure. There were several matches. The information on 4 cases looked suspicious. The registration files were corrupted, indirectly indicating that the information had been tampered with. One of the records listed a child as Moon Zihra Kadas, which was clearly false. Firstly, Zihra Kadas had died a year before this incident, as recorded in the Kuat shipyard's archives, which the Moon had been visiting on the day of his death. Secondly, the 4-year-old Moon, according to the documents, should have been a meter taller than the height listed in the biometric scanner logs. However, for a human child, these measurements were quite acceptable. And this provided new biometric parameters for the search. So NK didn't hesitate. A match was found quickly. But for some reason, the file was encrypted. This information block has been blocked by the administration. Please enter the appropriate access code or contact the hall operator, the message from the terminal read. That's odd, Tira noted. Terminals don't usually ask for additional passwords if the user has been granted access to the relevant sector. Unless the information was classified at the request of the Senate or the Jedi Temple. Possibility assessment. Both scenarios are quite likely, the droid concluded. Assumption.
Access is only possible through the Hall Administrator account, locked with a keycard and biometric fingerprint. NK looked around and noted 5 personnel in overseer uniforms, 3 humans, a Twi'lek, and a Togruta. Hut. The Mandalorian had already guessed what the droid was up to, and had therefore already begun hacking the surveillance systems. Query: which of the caretakers has the required level of access? 1 moment, Tira responded, opening the security database where she'd recently entered information on Senator Atrik Nabochi's protocol droid. So, the administrator is listed as a certain Sheila Zahn, a Togruta. Yellow skin, blue clan tattoos. Confirmation. I see her, the assassin droid immediately responded. Request. Surveillance at the terminal must be disabled. I'm working, Nomad muttered, returning to the hacking process. The droid, meanwhile, headed toward the Togruta, who matched the description perfectly. He needed to get her to go with NK, but in a way that wouldn't lead anyone else on, and wouldn't arouse the Overseer's suspicions. NK once again assumed the appearance of a harmless protocol droid, awkwardly moving his legs as if a Gizka with broken limbs had emerged from the passage between the tall shelves of data storage. Panicking, "Help!" HK-47 screamed at the top of his vocabulator, attracting the Togruta's attention. Concerned, "Terminal! My master's holodisk!" "Oh, spirits, another psychotic protocol officer," the Togruta muttered, shaking her head. "Why are you all so emotional?" Panicking, "Help! The owner will take me apart for parts. He's a senator." The mention of the droid's master's high status hit the Overseer like a bucket of cold water, instantly putting her in a work mood. No one wanted a complaint from the Senate. "Calm down. What happened?" she asked NK, who was trotting towards her. "Quick explanation. My holodisk, the one the owner gave me. He tasked me with copying the statistics of the medical facilities in his sector. But when I connected the holodisk, the terminal suddenly generated a system error and blocked the port. The owner will be furious if I return empty-handed." "Calm down," the Togruta said, adopting her friendliest expression. "Which terminal exactly blocked your holodisk?" Concerned, "Come on, I'll show you." NK waved his arms awkwardly, turning toward the passage he had just emerged from. The terminal he led the caretaker to was enclosed on 3 sides by a wall and shelving, but clearly visible from a security camera. However, Tira was supposed to solve this problem. When there were only a dozen steps left to the terminal, NK was already preparing to switch to Plan B, but the mercenary did not let him down. "The video is looping," Nomad reported over the comm channel. "You have about 7 minutes before the system runs diagnostics due to a repeating data stream from one of the cameras." The next second, HK-47 took a sharp step back, letting the Togruta pass him, and delivered 2 swift, precise blows to the nerve clusters at the base of her leku. Without a sound, the Overseer fell forward, face first, instantly unconscious from shock. The assassin droid quickly searched the victim's body and found the required keycard to access the administrator account. Using the card and placing the unconscious Togruta's hand on the scanner, NK was able to unlock the information he needed. However, to his disappointment, this was of little help. Aside from the name of the Munilinst-born child, nothing was found. A holophoto was included. The resemblance to the master was obvious even without confirmation from the recognition protocol. Mizar Mar was the boy's name. All his records had been erased. However, the perpetrator failed to take into account that it's impossible to simply completely erase a person from the Republic's registration database. If there's no death certificate, then during the annual population check and census, the duty droid will attempt to reconstruct the records by requesting information directly from the medical facility, as well as the medical droids who invariably attended the birth. Apparently, the droid's memories had been forgotten. Therefore,
the birth certificate was present in the database, although it had been processed improperly. Specifically, information about the newborn's parents was missing. NK conducted several more cross-searches trying to find leads, but they all ended in the moon homeworld. Observation. Data was erased from all archives several years ago, presumably by one of the overseers. He had no access to the copies outside of Coruscant. There are numerous signs of tampering. The work was done sloppily, but effective.
Moonilinst, then? Tyra mused.
There are a couple of lower-level organizations that have been working closely with the moons on various less-than-legal matters for years. I think it's worth paying them a courtesy visit. I confirm, the droid began, but was interrupted by the mercenary's voice. Hut, there's a patrol heading your way, 10 meters west. They'll be at the entrance in 5 seconds. The NK responded immediately. Combat protocols were put into effect, but a violent confrontation was to be avoided. The droid disconnected from the terminal, picked up the unconscious body of the Togruta, and threw it onto the terminal, breaking the outer panel. Panic! Help! NK-47 screamed. Someone! Help! She's in trouble! At that very moment, guards appeared in the passage. What happened here? One of them asked menacingly. Concerned. My holodisc was locked in a faulty terminal. I asked the overseer to help me,
but when she approached the terminal, she suddenly tripped and fell onto the console. I think she was electrocuted and lost consciousness. A shower of sparks erupted from the exposed wires, as if on cue, serving as clear proof of the droid's story. Indeed, why would the Harmless Protocol droid lie? Oh shit. Pike, call the medics and techs, one of the guards commanded, lowering himself to the Togruta. She's breathing, but she was shaken pretty bad. Half her face is burned. The NC also took the victim's vital signs, analyzing her condition. She suffered a traumatic brain injury from the impact with the terminal, a large hematoma on the back of her head from the droid attack, electrical shock, and a third-degree burn on her face. Irreversible brain damage is likely. There is a 40% chance of death without the intervention of a qualified specialist within the next 20 minutes. Estimated recovery time with medical attention is 6 weeks to a year.
The situation seemed quite acceptable for the droid's mission. Immediately eliminating the Togruta made no sense. Taking advantage of the ensuing commotion, the assassin droid quietly left the scene and exited the archives building unhindered. Once in the aircar with Nomad, NK first inquired about what the Mandalorian knew about organizations working illegally with moons. Hunting and intelligence gathering protocol required copying known information to prevent its loss before the mission's completion. Therefore, the droid couldn't allow the mercenary to keep the information to herself. After considering what we've uncovered, I decided the first step is to check those who had the necessary skills or connections to erase the child's data from the Republic's registry, Tyra began. How many years ago was that? 10? 15? Then the chances are slim.
After all, such specialists rarely survive long.
Observation. Whoever ordered such an operation must have had extensive connections, a large fortune, and practically unlimited human and technical resources, added NK. Analysis. Both ships involved in replacing the codes and transporting the child were registered to private individuals. Smugglers? Nomad suggested. Agreed. Quite likely, the droid nodded. However, according to the Ministry of Commerce, both ships were frequently hired for irregular voyages by MSC, or Munilin Synthetic Crystals. The company is a subcontractor to the Techno-Union shipyards and a subsidiary of Dakor Industrial Works, which in turn is part of the Damask Holdings syndicate. What are you getting at? An optional explanation. Such organizations wouldn't turn to petty scammers, but would look for someone with a reputation and who can provide guarantees, the NK replied in a condescending tone. Nomad considered this. The droid was right, which meant the search area had narrowed considerably. Of those who have the necessary reputation, and have also lasted in this market for more than 10 years, I can probably only name the Decker Gang and the Kirschak clan. Request. Need details. What do you know about these bags of meat? Decker is a former Justice Corps captain. He was dishonorably discharged for corruption, but retained valuable connections in high places. He founded the Hyperstar Transport Company and quickly began to grow his business. He quickly gained a reputation for being able to deliver anything, anywhere, no questions asked. Smuggling and slave trading were practically openly listed. Nomad snorted. The second was the Quarren Kirshar Slusk. He arrived on Coruscant about 20 years ago with the remnants of his gang, proudly called a clan. He quickly established himself in his new home thanks to the protection of Black Sun. However, within a year, he had freed himself from their influence and was confidently competing in the market for smuggling, illegal trade, and various contracts. The Mandalorian steered the car downwards, descending deeper into the black heart of Coruscant. I don't know how he settled with the Black Sun, but they're leaving him alone. Rumor has it he's somehow connected to the Hutts, and his ancestors have been involved in criminal circles since the exchange. Note: Quarren Lopak Slask was the head of the exchange on Telos 4. Perhaps they really are related, the droid noted, irritably. And get ahead of that car already before I shoot out its repulsors. We're wasting time. The Master only gave us a day. NK never failed the Master. All orders were carried out precisely and on time. There were still 16 hours left, as the Master had allotted, but the assassin droid wasn't about to risk delays. I know, Tira muttered, stepping around the slow-moving vehicle. Decker and Slask could be equally involved in this. But it's better to start with Decker. Firstly, unlike Slask, he's always hanging out in his office, so he's easy to find. And secondly, even if he has nothing to do with it, he could at least help us find the Quarren. The droid agreed with the mercenary's proposal, and Nomad directed the car to the Hyperstar Company office on level C-44. No tricks, NK, Tira warned as they exited the transport and headed toward the main entrance to Decker's company building. We're close enough to the surface that law enforcement officers can get to us quickly. A snide remark. A sly sack of meat, the droid drawled, relying on the Justice Corps for help. Likes to feel safe. A naive corpse. Nomad smiled and nodded, agreeing with the experienced assassin's opinion. As someone who had carried out various contracts, including the capture or elimination of targets, she understood perfectly well that safety is an illusion. And for a professional, security is no obstacle. Just a minor, unpleasant detail, nothing more. The entrance to the building, with its giant, ornate, glowing Hyperstar sign, was guarded by 2 heavily armed Duros. Their military-grade automatic rifles were enough to thwart even the assassin droid's tough armor. NK once again noted that the local fighters apparently considered themselves immortal, as they disregarded personal protective equipment with enviable disdain. Only one of the 2 guards had a personal force shield attached to his belt. Apparently, this was to somehow compensate for the lack of body armor. A cloth shirt and rancor skin vest wouldn't count as protection. The second fighter seemed to be relying on Duraplast armor, forgetting that it requires a thread armor undersuit to cover the very wide gaps between the armor plates. If NK had been aiming for such a goal, he would have dispatched the guards in less than a second and a half. They wouldn't have had time to utter a word. However, the mercenary insisted on attempting a peaceful dialogue as, in her words, she still had work to do with this meat sack. The droid wasn't so sure. Who knows how things would turn out? Nomad, to Decker, Tira said confidently to the guards. One of the soldiers reached for his comlink
and relayed the Mandalorian's words to his superiors. A few seconds later, a response came. The local boss had agreed to see Nomad.
"Go ahead, but hand over your weapons at the post in the hall," the Duros said rudely. "What, Decker shit his pants because of one single Mandalorian?" Tira asked mockingly.
"I don't know. It's none of my business. Orders are orders." The guard shrugged and turned to his partner. "Rulo, show me the way."
"Uh-huh," the second fighter muttered, keeping his hand on the blaster and nodding his head towards the entrance, inviting the guests to follow inside. Nomad snorted, but complied.
This outcome was expected, and so HK-47 maintained the appearance of a harmless, blissful protocol clerk. He's just a Kinrat puppy. Blow on him and he'll curl up into a ball. At least, that's what the guards concluded. After all, they hadn't even checked the droid for weapons. We've really gotten a little too comfortable on Coruscant, Tira thought as she handed over her blasters, knives and mini-grenades along with her belt pouch. After the disarmament procedure, Nomad and NK were escorted to the elevator. Decker's office was located on one of the upper floors of a not-so-tall building. The company's owner, as NK noted as he exited the elevator, wasn't above security. A thin man, apparently in his 30s or 40s, with pale, almost white skin and wheat-colored hair, sat at a desk at the far end of the room, separated from the elevator by a transparent steel barrier, more reminiscent of a starship's view screen, dismantled from some destroyer and shoved at an acute angle into the cramped, low-ceilinged space. 2 rapid-fire turrets hung from the ceiling, and the desk, according to sensors, was equipped with a barrier, although it was currently disabled. 4 security droids were positioned in the corners of the room, and behind Decker stood 2 more guards, noticeably better equipped than their colleagues below. Human, as NK noted. "Oh, what guests I have in my humble abode," the office's owner, dressed in an expensive suit with a gold-trimmed slanted collar and lapels, rose from his seat and warmly greeted the mercenary. Tira Nomad herself has honored me with her presence. Although his words and demeanor were non-threatening, NK figured Decker's reaction was feigned, and that he was genuinely nervous in the Mandalorian's presence. His racing pulse and the fine beads of sweat beading on his temples were clear evidence of this. "Decker," Nomad nodded in greeting and, walking around the transparent steel screen, stood in front of the table. NK followed the mercenary silently. The guards reacted to this maneuver and tensed up, gripping their weapons more tightly. "It's been a while since you visited me," the office owner continued to smile. "Would you like a cuff? A glass of brandy? Or perhaps you'd finally agree to indulge in a Trigelian massage. I'm a master of their 12-finger technique." "And where do you get 2 more fingers from?" Tira chuckled, continuing the strange conversation. "A secret," the man winked. NK noted that one of Decker's eyes was artificial and a different color. "Let's leave your sick fantasies for later, okay?" The mercenary shook her head, leaning her hands on the tabletop. "I came on business." "How could it be otherwise?" Decker removed his smile. "You don't come to me for anything else." "I need information about some services that were rendered to the moons about 10 years ago," Nomad said bluntly. The owner of the office raised an eyebrow. 10 years ago? And with moons, too?" he asked, surprised. "Why do you need that?" "My affairs are none of your concern," the mercenary snapped. "I need information, and I'm ready to pay for it." The man narrowed his eyes. "You or your employer?" "I'm talking to you now, right?" "That may be true, but you definitely have an employer." "What difference does it make to you?" Nomad began to get irritated. "None, really, but I've developed quite a close relationship with the moons. Regular orders, partnerships in related industries." Such prospects, Decker began listing. So their secrets could be my secrets too. And that's a completely different price. And who can guarantee that your employer won't suddenly decide to get rid of my partners? Nomad wanted to say something, but the assassin droid intervened in the conversation. Helpful note. If I were you, you'd be more concerned about the mysterious employer deciding to burn this den down, along with its inhabitants, NK said in a didactic tone. Decker glanced at the droid and grinned. Funny little dummy, the man snorted. Is he threatening me? More like a warning, Nomad replied, slightly dissatisfied with NK's intervention. But it's better to listen to him. The owner of the office leaned back in his chair wearily and shook his head sadly. Where is this galaxy heading? He moaned in a feigned sadness. Old friends come to my house and threaten to kill me. The security droids moved closer to the table, weapons at the ready. The soldiers behind Decker grinned and began raising their guns. However, NK and Nomad were faster. The assassin droid quickly pulled a pair of blasters from a hidden compartment and tossed one to the mercenary. 2 shots rang out in unison, and both bodyguards fell, their heads shot through. It all happened in a split second, and the guards froze in place as the muzzle of a hand blaster was pressed against their master's forehead, while the protocol droid standing nearby, in addition to its small arms, clutched a grenade in its manipulator. Admonition. So, my thick-headed half-brothers, this little ball is nothing more than an M3 thermal detonator, military grade, with a guaranteed thermal damage radius of 75 meters, NK-47 thundered. Recommendation. Drop your weapon and retreat to the far corner of the room. Your safety protocols won't allow you to open fire while the owner is in danger anyway. The security droids obediently dropped their blasters on the floor and huddled in the corner. Joyfully. Well done, good bags of bolts, NK said in a satisfied tone, throwing a grenade towards the droids. No! Decker screamed, realizing that the entire small room was within the blast radius. However, instead of a deadly thermal explosion, the grenade produced an electromagnetic wave and a chain of ion discharges that instantly burned out the mechanical security electronics. Contemptuously. A waste of metal and circuitry, snorted NK. They can't even tell the difference between a thermal detonator and an ion grenade. Hey, meat sack, where did you get these idiots? At a junkyard sale with bow ties up your ass? No, detonator? Decker asked stutteringly, crawling out from under the table where he had managed to dive. Mockingly. No, the assassin droid mimicked the man. The man breathed a sigh of relief. Clarification, and this one, yes. NK demonstrated the new ball on the open palm of his manipulator. Warning, it's short-lived. You only have 10 seconds to answer, meat sack. Nomad didn't elaborate on the fact that they were also supposedly within the kill zone. After all, the goal was to intimidate Decker, and NK's improvisation accomplished that perfectly. I better answer you, buddy, Tira suggested, crossing her arms over her chest. This droid has been missing screws in his head for a long time. Decker's gaze darted from the droid to the grenade to the mercenary, reflecting all the horror that this not very courageous former smuggler was currently experiencing. NK, meanwhile, activated the detonator. The sound of the countdown alarmed the man even more. Okay, I'll tell you. What do you want? Decker yelled. About 10 years ago, the Munes transported a boy named Mizar Mar from Munilence to Kessel. Someone changed the registration numbers of the ore carrier Oprichnik and the transport Staratel, and the boy's information was completely erased from the Republic archives. Do you remember? What? An ore carrier? A boy? The office owner feigned incomprehension and tried to reach the panic button under the desk, which would activate the turrets and summon the duty squad. However, NK cut off the attempt with a powerful blow to the arm. The bone clearly cracked, and the man screamed in pain as Nomad dragged his chair away from the table. Comment. I'll take this, said NK-47,
tearing the panic button panel out of the tabletop by the roots. "I'll shoot your knees off right now," Tira growled, pressing the barrel of the blaster against Decker's leg. "And then I'll burn out your remaining lying eye with the red-hot barrel. Speak." "I don't remember. 10 years," the former smuggler bleated. The mercenary shot the interrogator in the knee, eliciting another scream. The red-hot barrel hissed as it buried itself in the skin of his face, just below his healthy eye. "Should I fucking repeat the question?" NK, who was observing the process of obtaining information from the sidelines, tracking possible threats and the routes of reinforcements, noted that he definitely liked the mercenary's approach. "It wasn't me," the man shouted. "I just got the access codes to the archives." Mockingly, "Look at you. You remembered." NK commented on Decker's sudden revelation. "Who's the customer?" Nomad barked, this time jabbing the gun into the former smuggler's crotch. "Don't shoot. I'll tell you everything. Everything I know," the still man screamed hysterically. "Speak," Tira pressed. "They asked me to erase some kid's records, a half-Miraluka. They said his dad was a Jedi, but I didn't have the time to go into the archives, just when I was kicked out of justice." Further, I sold them the codes and explained what to do so they could handle it themselves. "Who?" "I don't know who the customer is. The middleman contacted me." "Who?" "Trandoshan. Grizz." "Grizz?" the mercenary asked again. "Grizz Zara?" "Yes." Nomad turned to NK. "Query, do you know him?" "A bounty hunter. Often works for the Kershaw clan," the Mandalorian replied. Mockingly, "It's a small world." "Indeed," the mercenary nodded. That's all I know," Decker groaned, cradling his injured arm and whining in pain. "If he lied, we'll come back," Nomad threatened, disgustedly pushing the wounded man away from her. "Let's go." "Accepted," NK nodded and moved toward the elevator. Tira finally gave Decker a heavy boot to the face, sending the man into blissful oblivion. "Warning, there may be trouble down below," NK said as he entered the cockpit. "I doubt it," Nomad shook her head. "This asshole has good soundproofing." Indeed, no one stopped the Mandalorian and the droid as they left. The guards meekly handed over the mercenary's weapon and let the couple out of the building. Already getting into the car, NK suddenly froze and turned his head towards the Hyperstar building. "What happened?" Tira asked, lowering her hand to the blaster. Explanation. The sensor that I left with this bag of meat, just in case, recorded an outgoing signal in his office. "Decided to warn Grizz? Hat. The Kirshak will be waiting for us." With anticipation. "They won't," said NK, activating the remote detonation of the thermal detonator. A monstrous explosion that occurred moments later completely demolished the upper floors of the building, and the shockwave damaged the supporting structure of the lower floors. Surprised. The detonator marking is incorrect. It's M5, not M3, the droid noted with poorly concealed amusement in his voice. "You're still crazy," Nomad chuckled, watching as the Hyperstar building sank and collapsed. Explanation. Fewer witnesses means fewer problems for the assassin droid disguised as an ordinary servant. Tira nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the droid's correctness. "Now to visit Kirsha?" "I confirm." The mercenary lifted the car into the air. "Listen, psychopath, do you still have toys like these?" "Positive. 9 units." "May our ancestors save us." Chapter 24. Bloody Claws of Coruscant. Chapter 24. Bloody Claws of Coruscant. The lower levels of Coruscant were always unsettled. Law enforcement officers visited so rarely that the locals had long forgotten the very concept of law. Skirmishes and shootouts between small gangs were quite common, so no one paid attention to the sounds of gunshots and explosions, simply trying to get as far away as possible from the source. The Kirshak clan's guards had also long since become accustomed to local realities and sincerely believed that they were perfectly prepared to repel any threat. Until this day.
20 minutes ago, an alarm signal came from the post near the barricade blocking the entrance to the district where Kirsha Slaska's base was located. However, no one provided any details. Communication was lost almost immediately, as if the post had been destroyed in a matter of moments. Then, an unknown entity swept through the district like a hurricane, sweeping away the guards one by one. The sounds of gunfire, screams, and groans filled the clan base, terrifying even the most experienced fighters. It's no joke. In less than 5 minutes, the enemy had killed 30 guards, none of whom were new. Another 20 fighters are currently defending the building housing the clan leader. The Quarren himself has holed himself up in a fortified bunker 3 floors below, almost on the edge of the adjacent Coruscant level. "Higher powers, what the hell is going on there?" one of the clan's soldiers asked, breaking into a scream, unsuccessfully trying to overcome the onset of hysteria.
"I don't know," his partner hissed back, pressing himself closer to the armored shield of the guard post right in the lobby of Slaska's residence. "But it's probably those damn huts." Another flurry of gunshots from outside, and then something hit the armored front door with force. And judging by the sound, it was someone's body. "Great spirits," the Duros guard whispered, gripping his blaster rifle tighter. Outside, the sounds of battle died down. Silence reigned. The guards aimed their guns at the door, trying to remain calm, but the sticky chill of the primal terror of a helpless victim facing a predator twisted their insides more and more. And then, a few seconds later, the world exploded. Or rather, the explosion thundered outside the door, sending it hurtling like a deadly projectile into the building. 2 people were unlucky enough to be in its path. The guards didn't let up and opened fire through the doorway just a moment later. However, no one saw a target, which, however, was no reason to cease fire. In the confusion, no one noticed how a small ball of a thermal detonator rolled into the lobby behind the door. Instantly, a new explosion literally vaporized a dozen people, along with their fortifications, in a cloud of plasma. The rest, lucky enough to be further away and behind armor shields, were ravaged by the shockwave. The next moment, a red whirlwind burst into the room, bringing death to all who crossed its path. Only a few managed to spot the new threat as a red-eyed, bronze-colored droid before a blaster bolt was fired in their direction or a powerful metal hand knocked them unconscious. The assassin droid acted with deadly efficiency, each blaster shot ending someone's life or rendering the weapons in the hands of the guards unusable.